Welcome to The Mind You Live In, written and published by Mindful Literary. This isn't just a book about the brain. It's a book about the atmosphere you live in every single day. Your thoughts, your reactions, your emotional weather patterns. You don't just have a mind, you live inside one. And for a lot of us, that space can feel chaotic, confusing, even suffocating. In these chapters, we're not trying to silence the mind. We're trying to understand it, to make peace with it, to turn it from a judge into a companion. You'll learn how thoughts shape your reality, how stories from your past live on through triggers, and how your inner critic learned to speak before you even knew how to push back. This isn't therapy, but it might feel therapeutic. It's part mirror, part map, and part invitation to explore the inner world you carry with you everywhere. So find a quiet space, take a breath, and let's begin. Introduction. You don't just have a mind, you live inside one. The mind isn't just thoughts, it's atmosphere. Sometimes, our minds feel like a crowded room filled with chatter, worries, and fleeting ideas. We tend to believe that what matters most are the words that bounce around, our thoughts, plans, judgments, and memories. But beneath those surface thoughts lies a more subtle, often unnoticed layer, the atmosphere of the mind itself. This atmosphere is made up of feelings, sensations, and energies that shape how we experience our inner world, even when we aren't consciously aware of them. Recognizing this broader landscape allows us to understand that our mental environment is more than just the words we think. It's a complex and shifting space filled with moods, instinctive reactions, and subtle energies that influence everything we do and feel. For example, when you're feeling anxious, your thoughts might be racing. But beneath that, there's often a persistent feeling of unease or tension that silently permeates your entire mind. Similarly, moments of deep calm aren't just about having peaceful thoughts, but are also characterized by a gentle, expansive energy that helps the mind settle naturally. These feelings and sensations act like the weather in your mental landscape, sometimes stormy, sometimes clear, and they influence how vividly your thoughts appear and how you interpret your experiences. Recognizing this means becoming aware that your mental environment isn't a static space, but a living, breathing atmosphere where feelings and energies are constantly shifting beneath your conscious thoughts. Understanding this layered landscape encourages a more compassionate view of your inner experiences. Instead of fighting unwanted feelings or trying to control your thoughts perfectly, you start to see that tuning into the feelings and energies, acknowledging their presence, can be a powerful step towards greater self-awareness. You might notice that a tense feeling often accompanies a stressful thought, or that lingering sensations in your body can anchor you in the present moment. Pay attention to your body's responses, breath patterns, and emotional currents, as they are integral parts of this internal atmosphere. By seeing your mind as a space filled with both visible thoughts and invisible energies, you open the door to cultivating a deeper, more balanced awareness of your inner world. Sometimes, you find yourself in a bad mood that seems to come out of nowhere. You might be flooded with negative feelings or a general sense of heaviness, yet the specific thoughts behind it aren't always obvious. This is because the atmosphere of your mind, the underlying feelings and energies, has already set the tone long before any particular thought arises. Your sense of outlook, your attitude toward yourself and others, is often shaped by this mental climate as much as, if not more than, the explicit thoughts you confront. An atmosphere of patience, for example, can promote kindness and understanding, even if you aren't consciously thinking about those qualities. Conversely, a tense or irritable mental environment can make every thought feel sharper and more critical. This invisible mental climate influences your mood in quiet, powerful ways. If your inner space is filled with a subtle feeling of overwhelm, even neutral situations can seem stressful. Conversely, a calm and expansive atmosphere can make challenges feel more manageable. Recognizing the impact of this atmosphere allows you to see that changing your mood isn't solely about swapping out specific thoughts, but about tending to the underlying feelings and energies that dominate your inner world. When you notice a shift in your mental climate, maybe a wave of impatience, a cloud of sadness, or a feeling of openness, you have a chance to gently shift your awareness, perhaps by guiding your breath or intentionally softening your inner state. This ongoing process of tuning into and subtly adjusting the emotional fabric of your mind can gradually lead to more stability and balance, even amid fluctuating thoughts. For instance, you might realize that after a stressful day, your mental atmosphere feels heavy and tense, making everything seem more daunting. Instead of trying to erase the thoughts alone, You could choose to pause and breathe into the sensations of tightness or restlessness. As you do so, observe whether the atmosphere begins to shift. Does it become lighter or more spacious? This awareness isn't about suppressing feelings, but about noticing how they weave into the fabric of your mental environment, influencing your mood and outlook profoundly. Over time, becoming more attentive to this atmospheric quality helps you see that your internal climate has a greater influence on your overall well-being than any single thought or external event. Managing that atmosphere by cultivating calm, openness, or patience becomes a vital part of nurturing a more resilient inner life. In practicing this awareness, you develop a subtle skill, learning to sense the unseen currents of your mental space. This is similar to noticing the wind's direction and strength before you see the leaves fluttering, an intuitive sense that guides your internal orientation. With patience and curiosity, you can begin to notice how certain feelings and energies arise and fade, giving you a more nuanced picture of your internal world. This understanding opens the possibility of consciously tending to your mental atmosphere, just as you might care for a garden by calming the wind or watering the roots. When you start to recognize that your mood and outlook originate largely in this unseen environment, your power to influence your mental state expands, allowing more intentional responses in your daily life. Remember, simply observing this atmosphere with gentle curiosity, without judgment, is a powerful step. Instead of fighting the heaviness or trying to force positivity, let yourself simply notice what's here. As awareness deepens, you may discover that shifting your mental climate is often about small, gentle adjustments, like breathing into tension or inviting openness. These tiny acts accumulate over time and can lead to a profound sense of inner steadiness, making your mental environment a more hospitable space for peace and clarity. This ongoing practice of attuning to your inner atmosphere invites a quiet, constant rebalancing that supports your overall health and outlook. As you become more familiar with these invisible currents, you'll find more ease in guiding your internal world, no matter what outside circumstances you face. Why some people's minds feel like a storm, others like a prison, and few like a home. At times, our mind feels like a wild storm, with thoughts swirling unpredictably, voices clamoring for attention, and emotions crashing against each other without clarity. Other days, it might feel like a quiet prison, where we're trapped within repetitive patterns, feelings of limitation, or a sense of being stuck in the same place mentally. Occasionally, our mind might resemble a cozy home, calm, familiar, and safe, where wandering thoughts settle comfortably, and we feel at ease with ourselves. These different mental states aren't just fleeting moments. They reflect deeper layers of our inner world, shaped by our experiences, beliefs, and circumstances. Recognizing which mental climate we're in at any given moment can reveal a lot about our overall well-being and open pathways toward understanding ourselves better. Each state, storm, prison, or home, serves a purpose, even if it feels overwhelming or limiting in the moment. When the mind feels like a storm, it's often a sign that we're processing intense emotions, stress, or uncertainty. This chaos can be a sign that something within us needs attention, that there's an unresolved conflict or fear that's demanding acknowledgement. If our mind feels like a prison, it's frequently connected to feelings of restriction, blame, or past conditioning that keeps us stuck within certain patterns. Recognizing this can help us identify the beliefs or fears holding us back. Conversely, when our mind is a home, it indicates a sense of stability and acceptance, where thoughts flow naturally and emotional intensity is manageable. Becoming aware of these climates isn't about judging one as better than another, but rather understanding their roles and learning how to navigate through them with kindness and patience. Understanding these inner landscapes can be likened to mapping out a territory. Just as a traveler learns to handle different terrains, sometimes rough, sometimes smooth, our inner world requires a gentle awareness of its shifting states. When we notice the storm brewing inside, we might pause and ask ourselves what emotions or thoughts are fueling the chaos. Recognizing the prison-like feelings might lead us to examine the stories we tell ourselves about our limitations. And noticing the moments our mind feels like a home can remind us to nurture the stability and compassion that help us stay grounded. Each mental climate offers insight into what's happening beneath the surface, and through mindful observation, we can better understand how to respond rather than react impulsively. This awareness is the first step toward creating a more spacious, compassionate relationship with our own mind. We were taught how to think, but not how to relate to thinking. Sometimes it feels like our minds are constantly running, caught up in a storm of ideas, judgments, and reactions. We've been told how to think, how to dissect problems, evaluate arguments, and solve puzzles, but rarely have we been shown how to pay attention to our own thinking in a gentle, curious way. Most education focuses on external skills, leaving the inner landscape of thought uncharted territory. We learn to judge our thoughts as good or bad, useful or unhelpful, but seldom step back to observe them without bias or immediate reaction. As a result, many of us operate on automatic pilot, reacting to thoughts rather than understanding their origin or character. This pattern creates a barrier to understanding ourselves more deeply. When we don't recognize the nature of our thinking habits, we tend to identify with our thoughts rather than observe them. We believe our thoughts define us, which often leads to stress, frustration, or feelings of being overwhelmed. Analyzing and critiquing thoughts is different from genuinely understanding them. Analysis tends to judge, categorize, or dismiss, while understanding invites curiosity and openness. Recognizing this distinction helps us see that much of our mental noise isn't personal. It's simply a product of conditioned thinking patterns that repeat and reinforce themselves over time. To shift from purely analytical thinking toward observation and understanding, it helps to develop a small but consistent practice. Just noticing your thoughts without trying to change them, question them, or judge them can begin to open new pathways. Notice the quality of your thinking. Are your thoughts hurried, scattered, repetitive, or calm? Do they tend to focus on worries, fantasies, or memories? When you take even a moment to observe your mental state without judgment, you start to see how thoughts come and go, like clouds drifting across the sky. This awareness is the first step toward mastering your inner world instead of being controlled by it. Once you start noticing your thoughts more often, the next step is to cultivate a gentle, curious attitude towards them. Instead of trying to suppress certain thoughts or fighting against mental noise, approach your mind with kindness. Imagine you're a gentle observer rather than a critic or judge. This attitude shifts your relationship with your thoughts from one of resistance to one of curiosity. When you notice a recurring worry or self-doubt, instead of getting caught up in the story, ask yourself where that thought is coming from or what purpose it might serve. This kind of curiosity softens the mental grip and creates space for new perspectives. This process is similar to talking to a curious friend about their little habits or quirks. You listen without criticism and offer gentle questions instead of labels. Over time, this openness allows you to see patterns in your thinking that you might otherwise overlook. You begin to notice that thoughts are simply mental events, temporary, changeable, and not necessarily reflective of reality. You might realize that many of your worries are exaggerated or rooted in past experiences rather than the present moment. By building this kind of relationship with your thoughts, you gradually reduce their power over you, giving yourself room to respond rather than react. Practicing this kind of curiosity might involve setting aside a few moments each day to simply observe your thoughts without aiming to change anything. Notice the words, the emotions, the physical sensations that accompany certain thoughts. Instead of engaging with them or trying to push them away, acknowledge their presence kindly, as you would with a friend who's temporarily lost in a story. With patience and practice, this approach can help you see your thinking patterns clearly, understand their origins, and ultimately, choose which thoughts serve you well and which ones you can let go of. This book is about living better with the thoughts, feelings, and patterns that shape your world. Sometimes, the mind buzzes with a relentless stream of thoughts, worries, fleeting ideas, self-criticism, that seem to echo without end. It's easy to get caught up in trying to silence these voices or push away uncomfortable feelings, but that often leads to more frustration and even shame. Instead of fighting against this inner noise, consider shifting your perspective. Imagine viewing these patterns not as enemies to be eradicated, but as parts of yourself that simply want to be acknowledged. Recognizing that your thoughts and feelings are internal visitors who deserve space creates a foundation rooted in acceptance. This acceptance isn't about resignation, but about gentle acknowledgement that these mental patterns are part of your current experience. By softening resistance, you start to see that change isn't about elimination, but about coexisting with your inner world more compassionately. Understanding this distinction transforms the way you approach your mind. When you accept that thoughts are natural, transient phenomena, instead of obstacles to be eradicated, they lose a bit of their power to control you. Instead of seeing them as a problem, see them as signals, parts of a larger system that can be observed without judgment. This approach invites a mindset shift, where the focus moves from fixing to understanding. It suggests that the journey isn't about becoming different overnight, but about developing a gentle curiosity towards your internal landscape. Over time, this stance can serve as a kind of emotional safety net, allowing you to soften inner harshness and cultivate patience with yourself amid the fluctuations of thoughts and feelings. In this process, it's helpful to remember that acceptance doesn't mean approval of negative patterns or painful feelings. Rather, it's an invitation to hold them with kindness, creating space for new responses to emerge naturally. If your mind is noisy or if your emotions feel overwhelming, take a moment to breathe and softly acknowledge what's happening. A simple phrase like "here is my feeling" or "these thoughts are here" can act as a gentle anchor. Through consistent practice, this stance becomes familiar, less like resisting and more like recognizing the natural ebb and flow of your inner life. As you start to see your mental patterns in this light, you create a new kind of relationship with yourself, one built on understanding, patience, and gentle acceptance that prepares you to move forward more peacefully. Living with the continuous hum of thoughts and feelings can sometimes feel overwhelming, almost as if you're caught in a storm inside your own mind. Instead of trying to steer through it forcefully or wishing it away, adopting a mindful approach means learning to sit amidst the storm with an open heart. Mindfulness doesn't demand that you suppress or ignore your inner experiences, but encourages you to observe them with gentle curiosity. When you notice your mind wandering into worry, self-doubt, or craving, pause and gently bring your attention back to your breath or your senses. This act of returning isn't about failure. It's about training yourself to be present and non-judgmental, creating space for your internal world to unfold naturally. Practicing mindfulness with patience helps you develop a more harmonious relationship with your inner patterns. When feelings of discomfort or urges arise, acknowledge them without labeling them as bad or wrong. Instead, recognize their presence and ask yourself simply, "What am I experiencing right now?" Or, "What do I need in this moment?" This process encourages a quieter form of awareness, where you accept the current landscape of your mind instead of fighting it. Over time, you may notice that your reactions become less automatic and more intentional, allowing you to respond rather than react. A steady, mindful presence opens the door to a peaceful coexistence with your inner patterns, fostering resilience and emotional clarity. To support this, integrate small acts of mindfulness into your daily routine, such as mindful breathing, paying attention to your senses during routine tasks, or setting aside moments of silent observation. These practices help anchor you in the present, making it easier to accept whatever appears in your mental space. Use reminders or cues to pause and take a breath. With patience and consistency, you'll find that your relationship with your inner life shifts from one of resistance to one of gentle companionship. When you recognize that your thoughts and feelings are passing visitors rather than fixed states, patience and kindness naturally grow, leading to greater inner peace and acceptance of yourself as you truly are. Chapter 1. Your mind is a storyteller. Thoughts aren't facts, they're interpretations. Many of us go through our days believing that what we see, hear, and think are facts, solid truths that accurately reflect reality. But taking these impressions at face value can be misleading. Our minds are incredibly good at turning perceptions into stories, often without us noticing. For example, if someone doesn't greet us warmly, we might interpret it as a rejection, but it could simply be they're having a bad day or distracted. Recognizing that our perceptions are filtered through our personal lens helps us see how much of what we accept as reality is actually shaped by our inner narrative. Our thoughts, emotions, prejudices, and past experiences all influence how we interpret the world around us, coloring facts with meaning that may not truly exist outside our mind's construction. This realization is both liberating and challenging. It means we aren't always at the mercy of external circumstances to determine our experience. Instead, we have the power to understand that much of our suffering stems from believing in these interpreted truths rather than seeing them for what they truly are. For example, a disagreement may feel like an attack on our character, but in reality, it might just be a difference in perspectives. When we understand that much of what we consider objective truth is actually personal story, it opens the door to greater flexibility in how we respond. We begin to see our thoughts not as the truth itself, but as temporary mental formations that can be questioned and reshaped if we choose. This awareness encourages us to develop a practice of questioning our assumptions. When a thought arises, like I am not enough or they don't care about me, we can take a step back and ask, is this an objective fact or an interpretation I've created? This simple shift in perspective can prevent us from jumping to conclusions or getting caught in cycles of unhelpful thinking. Sometimes, the story we tell ourselves is based on a small piece of truth mixed with assumptions. Distinguishing between what's real and what's a narrative allows us to respond more calmly and clearly. It's like peeling away layers of fabric to reveal a more honest view beneath. When we embrace this idea, life feels less like an external chaos and more like a series of stories we choose to believe or question. This doesn't mean dismissing everything or becoming overly skeptical, but rather developing an honest awareness of how our thoughts shape our reality. By regularly inspecting our mind's interpretations, we set the stage for more genuine interactions with ourselves and the world. Over time, this practice can help us see that our mental images and judgments are not the definitive truth. They're simply the stories we tell ourselves. Recognizing this is an essential step toward greater clarity and peace. Knowing that much of what we believe as facts is really just narrative, the next step is learning how to distinguish between what is happening objectively and what we are adding on top of it. Developing a habit of discernment means asking ourselves gently, is this a fact or is it a story I've created around the fact? For example, if you notice a friend hasn't responded to your message, instead of immediately assuming they're upset or ignoring you, consider that perhaps they're busy or forgot. The facts are that the message was sent and received, but your interpretation that it means something negative is just a story. Recognizing this difference prevents us from jumping to conclusions and helps us maintain mental space to choose how to respond. Practicing clarity begins with awareness. When you notice a strong emotion or a reactive thought in your mind, pause and try to identify whether it's rooted in a fact or an interpretation. For instance, if you feel anxious about a presentation, ask yourself, is there concrete evidence that something will go wrong, or am I imagining worst-case scenarios? This mindful questioning doesn't require complex analysis, but a gentle curiosity about your internal narratives. Over time, it becomes easier to see when you're simply interpreting events through a lens of fear, insecurity, or expectation, rather than seeing them as they truly are. This practice isn't about suppressing feelings, but about being honest with yourself about the stories fueling those feelings. Another useful step is to slow down your thoughts and consider alternative perspectives. If you notice yourself thinking, I failed, ask, did I really fail, or did I just experience a setback? Recognize that even setbacks are stories we attach meaning to. By gently challenging the narrative, you create space for a more balanced view. This can be especially helpful during conflicts or misunderstandings. Instead of assuming intent or malice, take a moment to consider facts and other possible explanations. This habit of differentiation nurtures a clearer mind, reducing unnecessary suffering and fostering more compassionate interactions with others. Incorporating this discernment into daily life can be surprisingly straightforward and powerful. Try keeping a small mental note or journal of moments when you mistake interpretation for fact. Reflect on how changing your wording, shifting from this is happening to this is how I am interpreting what's happening, can change your emotional response. This ongoing practice gradually builds your capacity to see through the stories your mind spins, leading to greater calm and clarity. In essence, cultivating the skill of distinguishing facts from stories invites a gentler, more honest relationship with your inner world. As this becomes a natural habit, life begins to feel less like an unpredictable storm and more like a series of manageable moments you can navigate with awareness. Remember that this process isn't about perfect thinking or always getting it right. It's about being friendly with yourself as you notice your stories and learn to question them. Each moment where you can pause and ask, is this fact or story, is a step toward freeing yourself from unnecessary mental clutter. Over time, this practice creates space for genuine understanding, compassion, and clarity, making it easier to work with whatever life presents without getting overwhelmed by interpretations that may distort the truth. The brain as a meaning-making machine. Sometimes, I catch myself rethinking a conversation I had hours ago, mentally filling in gaps or imagining what others might have been thinking. It's as if my mind can't leave things unconnected. It instinctively seeks to make sense, even when there's no clear reason to do so. Our brains are wired to navigate the world by creating stories, filling in missing pieces, and drawing connections without waiting for all the facts. This automatic tendency to find patterns can be helpful, guiding us to recognize danger or opportunities quickly, but it can also lead us to see connections that aren't really there. We often jump to conclusions, skipping over the uncertainty and ambiguity that naturally exist in life, because our minds prefer certainty, even if it's an illusion. This pattern of connecting dots happens so effortlessly and rapidly that it often goes unnoticed. When we observe a strange face, our brain automatically tries to assign meaning. Maybe this person looks familiar, or perhaps they seem upset, without us consciously choosing to do so. This process is rooted deep in our biology, an evolutionary adaptation meant to help us survive. Quick judgments help us react faster, deciding if someone's aggressive stance is a threat or if a situation is safe. The brain's preference for certainty and familiarity is an energy-saving mechanism, a way to avoid expending too much mental effort. Yet, this tendency also means that our perception is often shaped by assumptions and past experiences that may no longer be relevant or accurate. Because of this inherent drive, the brain doesn't sit and wait passively for all the evidence. Instead, it actively creates stories based on fragments of information. These stories are not always rooted in current reality. They are often filters built over time through experiences, beliefs, and memories. When we encounter new information, the brain quickly interprets it in a way that makes sense according to these existing stories. For example, if you've known someone who is often dismissive, your brain might automatically interpret their curt response as confirmation of their unfriendliness, even if maybe they were just distracted or busy. This automatic processing streamlines our perception, but it also means our stories can become distorted or overly simplistic, reinforcing biases or misunderstandings. Understanding that our mind naturally seeks to connect and assign meaning helps us recognize the patterns behind our thoughts and feelings. We may not always realize how much of our experience is shaped by these internal stories. By observing this process gently, without judgment, we gain a bit of space to question whether the stories we tell ourselves are accurate or just convenient shortcuts our brain has adopted. This awareness can foster a sense of curiosity about our own mental landscape and perhaps open the door to more mindful interpretations of our perceptions. Now, shifting from how our brain constructs meaning to how these processes shape our lived reality, it becomes clear that the stories we carry are the lenses through which we experience life. When we go about our day, we are not just passively receiving information, we are actively filtering it through the narratives stored in our minds. These narratives act as interpretive frameworks, shaping everything from how we perceive others' actions to how we evaluate our own worth. For example, if someone criticizes us, our story might lead us to believe we are truly inadequate, confirming a deep-seated belief, or we might see it as a simple mistake on their part, keeping the story more neutral or even positive. Both reactions are shaped by the inner narrative we hold, often formed early in life and reinforced over time. These stories can be helpful. They allow us to make sense of the world quickly and coherently. They give us a sense of identity and continuity, helping us feel grounded in our personal history. But they can also trap us, especially if the stories become rigid or overly negative. For example, someone who believes they are inherently unlucky might interpret most setbacks as confirmation of this belief, ignoring evidence to the contrary. Recognizing that our stories are constructs, not absolute truths, can be freeing. It allows us to see them as flexible, changeable, and adaptable, opening space for new perspectives and healthier interpretations. Becoming aware of the stories that shape your experience can be a powerful step toward greater clarity and peace. It involves noticing the narratives that arise in your mind, both the positive and negative ones, and questioning their origins and validity. Ask yourself, is this story based on facts, or is it a conclusion my mind has jumped to? Did I create this story, or was it imposed by someone else? This practice of mindful storytelling invites us to step back from automatic reactions and view our thoughts with curiosity rather than judgment. Over time, this can lead to a more compassionate understanding of ourselves and others, as we recognize the stories we carry are not fixed but evolving narratives shaped by ongoing perception and choice. Reflecting on this cycle of meaning-making, it's helpful to remember that every story offers an opportunity for insight. By simply observing the stories as they arise, without trying to change or suppress them, we can begin to see the patterns that influence how we interpret life. This awareness can gently challenge preconceived notions and foster a deeper connection with our authentic experience. The brain's natural tendency to seek meaning is not wrong. It's an essential part of being human. The key lies in developing mindfulness about this process, so that we become active participants rather than passive followers of our stories. This ongoing practice can gradually reshape our perceptions, leading us to live more intentionally within the stories we choose to tell ourselves. How your mind creates narratives about self, others, and reality. Many of us go through our days without noticing the steady stream of thoughts running in our minds. These thoughts often take the form of stories, narratives that explain who we are, how others see us, and what reality truly is. These stories start early in life, shaped by experiences, culture, and the messages we've absorbed from those around us. For example, a child who repeatedly hears they are not good enough might internalize this as a core belief, which then influences how they see themselves and interpret new situations. These stories aren't always accurate or fair, but they feel real because they're reinforced by repeated thoughts, feelings, and even our behaviors. Recognizing that these stories exist is the first step toward understanding their impact. We often mistake these narratives for the absolute truth, yet they are just interpretations, perspectives shaped by past experiences, biases, and sometimes fears. It's helpful to start questioning the stories you tell yourself about your qualities, limitations, or even the way you perceive others and the world. When you notice thoughts like "I'm not capable" or "people are always judging me," pause and ask, is this story based on evidence, or is it a repeating pattern I learned? This process reveals how stories are not fixed or final. They are constructs that can be examined and changed. As you begin to identify these stories, consider how many have become habits that influence your daily mood and reactions. When you realize these narratives are choices, even subconscious ones, it opens the door for gentle rephrasing, replacing "I am unworthy" with "I am worthy of kindness," or shifting "the world is dangerous" to "there are challenges, but I can navigate them." These stories, once recognized, lose some of their power and become pieces of your inner dialogue you can choose to rewrite. Seeing how these stories shape your identity and perceptions over time is like observing the effect of a slow-moving river carving its path. Every thought you accept as true influences how you view yourself and others, gradually molding your sense of identity. If a story like "I am always unlucky" persists, it colors your perception of every situation, making you more likely to notice failures and dismiss successes. Conversely, a narrative of "I am capable" can lead to increased confidence and resilience. Over years, these stories don't just suggest how you see yourself. They shape your actions and choices, forming habits and patterns that become part of your identity. This process often occurs so subtly that you might not realize how much your sense of self depends on the stories you've accepted. For example, if your story about yourself includes being shy or invisible, you might unconsciously avoid social situations, reinforcing those labels. As these stories accumulate over time, they create a kind of internal map that guides your behavior and filters your experiences. Recognizing these stories as constructs means understanding they are malleable. When you start to see the stories guiding your perceptions, you can begin to question their validity. Are they based on facts? Or are they stories you've held onto out of comfort or familiarity? Sometimes, simply noticing these narratives allows you to loosen their grip, and over time, craft new, more empowering stories about who you are and what's possible. This awareness gradually reveals how much your reality is shaped by the stories your mind tells. Stories that, with clarity, you can revisit and reshape, reflecting on what past experiences echo in your reactions. Many of us go through life reacting to situations without really understanding where those reactions originate. Sometimes, a little irritation over a small mistake might feel disproportionate, or an unexpected surge of sadness may suddenly flood over us during a conversation. These reactions often have roots buried in our past experiences, a lifetime of small wounds, disappointments, or unmet needs that we may have barely noticed. Think of these as faint echoes that linger in the background, influencing how we respond to the world without us realizing it. Instead of trying to dig up every detail of our history all at once, it can be helpful to gently explore these patterns, pausing to observe how certain situations trigger emotional responses that feel familiar. The key is to approach this process with kindness and curiosity, not with judgment or self-criticism. By paying attention to the subtle ways your past shows up today, you create an opportunity to understand yourself better and eventually, to heal old wounds that continue to shape your reactions. One way to begin this gentle exploration is to notice recurring themes in your emotional responses. For example, do you find yourself unexpectedly defensive whenever someone questions your choices? Or maybe you withdraw and retreat when things get uncomfortable, even if there's no clear reason why. These patterns can point to unresolved feelings from your past, moments when your needs were unmet or when you experienced hurt. Sometimes, symptoms of these wounds show up in fears of abandonment, feelings of inadequacy, or a tendency to anger or push others away. Recognizing these patterns often involves paying close attention to situations where your reactions seem outsized or disproportionate. Remember, this isn't about blaming yourself for old wounds, but about understanding how they influence you so that you can gently begin to change how you respond in the present. Developing awareness of your emotional landscape acts like a bridge connecting your past wounds to your current responses. When you catch yourself reacting strongly, whether with frustration, sadness, or anxiety, it can be helpful to pause and ask yourself where that feeling is coming from. For some, this might mean noticing a sense of unease that echoes childhood fears of not being good enough or worries about being abandoned. For others, it might come as a sudden surge of anger that masks feelings of vulnerability. Over time, with a gentle attitude, you can start to observe these reactions without judgment and see the patterns emerge clearly. This process involves asking questions like, why did I respond that way? Or what part of me felt threatened or unseen? As these connections form, you begin to understand how certain situations trigger old emotional wounds, which in turn influence how you behave today. Engaging in regular self-awareness practices, such as journaling, mindfully noticing your reactions during daily interactions, or taking brief moments for reflection, can significantly deepen this understanding. For example, if you notice yourself snapping at a colleague or loved one, instead of feeling guilty or ashamed, you might take a breath and reflect on whether this reaction is linked to a past experience where you felt unheard or dismissed. As you connect these dots, your responses can become less automatic and more conscious. This awareness fosters compassion for yourself, recognizing that these reactions are often rooted in old pain trying to get your attention. With patience, you can start to see these reactions less as flaws and more as messages from within, guiding you toward necessary healing moments. Over time, this process nurtures resilience and trust in your ability to respond differently, even to familiar triggers. Remember, the goal isn't to eradicate your reactions, but to understand where they come from. Small increments of insight can lead to big shifts over months or years. Sometimes, simply recognizing that a particular reaction is linked to an earlier wound allows you to give yourself grace and choose a different way to respond. Practicing kindness toward yourself during this exploration makes it easier to face uncomfortable truths and ultimately fosters a deeper sense of safety within. Whether through quiet reflection, talking with a trusted friend, or working with a therapist, developing this self-awareness is a powerful step toward healing old wounds that influence your reactions today, helping you to move through life with greater clarity and compassion. Practice. What's the story I'm telling right now? Often, our minds are busy, like a room filled with voices whispering thoughts from different directions. Some of these thoughts are helpful, but many are passive stories that we barely notice, like background noise in a busy cafe. The first step toward understanding the stories shaping your experience is to intentionally pause and ask, what am I telling myself right now? Regularly setting aside moments to check in can feel simple, but is incredibly powerful. It's about developing a habit of noticing your internal dialogue without judgment, just like seeing clouds drift across the sky. This practice allows you to step back and observe these stories, rather than being carried along by them without awareness. By making this a regular part of your day, even a few moments, you create space to catch yourself mid-narrative and begin to understand what your mind keeps replaying, whether it's worries, judgments, or assumptions. Over time, these check-ins act as a mirror, illuminating the patterns that often operate beneath your conscious awareness. For example, you might notice a recurring story that says, I'm not good enough, every time you're about to share an idea or express yourself. Recognizing these patterns is like shining a light on the hidden scripts that run your life. They shape your perceptions, your reactions, and your feelings. This awareness begins to loosen the grip of unexamined stories, giving you the chance to choose whether to accept, challenge, or reframe them. The key is consistency. By dedicating even a few minutes each day to these check-ins, you cultivate a gentle witnessing stance toward your inner world. It's not about fixing or judging your thoughts, but developing curiosity and compassion toward the stories that play out in your mind throughout the day. Building this practice can be simple and flexible. For instance, setting a recurring alarm or reminder on your phone can prompt a quick mental check, asking yourself, "What story am I telling right now?" Let this prompt be a gentle invitation, not a tool for self-criticism. It can be helpful to keep a small journal nearby to jot down recurring themes or particular stories you notice. Over time, this record becomes a map of your mental landscape, revealing which narratives are dominant and which are fleeting. Recognizing these stories in real time is like catching a fleeting glance of your reflection in a window, brief but revealing. The act of stepping back regularly helps you realize that you are not your stories, but rather the observer of them. This subtle shift creates more space for clarity, choice, and ultimately a quieter, more centered mind. Once you start noticing the stories you tell yourself during the day, you may realize how deeply they influence your experience of the present moment. Stories are powerful because they create a lens through which we interpret everything around us. For instance, if your mind narrates, "I'm going to mess this up," before a conversation or task, it influences how you feel and behave. That story can lead to anxiety, hesitation, or even avoiding the situation altogether, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. Conversely, if you recognize that story and gently challenge it, asking, "Is that really true? Or have I ever succeeded despite my fears?" you begin to shift the experience. This awareness allows you to see that your perception is shaped by the stories in your mind, which may or may not reflect reality accurately. By examining how your stories influence your emotions and reactions, you start to notice which stories tend to make you feel heavy, stressed, or stuck, and which ones bring relief or openness. For example, a story about not being skilled enough may lead to frustration or withdrawal, while a story about learning and growth fosters patience and resilience. Recognizing these patterns equips you with the possibility to question automatic narratives. Are they facts or just interpretations? Are they helpful or limiting? When you become aware of how stories move through your mind, you gain the ability to pause and see things more objectively. This awareness doesn't erase negative stories, but provides the space to choose a different perspective. Over time, you build a more mindful relationship with your internal narrative, which can transform your experience from one dictated by stories to one governed by conscious choice. Understanding how stories shape your reality also involves noticing the subtle ways they influence your body and mood. A troubling story might make your shoulders tense, your breathing shallow, or your heart race. Conversely, a story of hope or acceptance can produce a calm, open feeling. Paying attention to these physical signals acts as an additional cue. Your body often knows what your stories are doing long before your mind becomes aware. Developing sensitivity to these cues helps you catch stories early, before they take hold of your emotions. This way, you can gently question or reframe them, reducing their power to distort your current experience. This ongoing practice creates an inner environment where you are more in touch with your present moment reality, rather than being driven by past stories or future fears silent in your mind. Reflecting on how stories shape our experience and exploring the possibility of rewriting them. Many of us carry stories inside that shape how we see ourselves and our experiences. These stories might have developed early in life, perhaps as a way to make sense of confusing events or difficult feelings. Over time, they become the lens through which we interpret new situations, often reinforcing patterns that limit us or cause inner tension. Yet, it's important to recognize that these stories are not fixed. They are more like cloth that can be gently rewoven or reshaped. The realization that our internal narratives are flexible gives us permission to consider new versions, even when they feel deeply ingrained. Understanding this flexibility begins with acknowledging that stories are crafted, often based on incomplete information or emotional reactions. For example, if someone was criticized in childhood, they might carry a story that says, "I am not good enough," which becomes a filter for all their efforts and relationships. But as we start observing these stories without judgment, it's possible to see that they did their job of helping us cope at one point, but they no longer need to define us. This awareness opens a space for gentle, deliberate rewiring, rather than forcing change or denying what's there. Reweaving stories gently means approaching your inner narratives with kindness and curiosity. It's not about erasing or dismissing feelings, but about understanding that these stories are constructs that can be edited like a draft. Imagine your mind as a tapestry filled with various threads, some bright and uplifting, others darker and heavy. You don't need to rip out entire sections, but rather, you can reweave some threads to create a new picture. This process is gradual and requires patience, but it's empowering because you realize that your story isn't static. It is something you can shape, refine, and adapt to support your growth and authentic self. Starting to work with your inner stories involves a gentle shift from seeing them as fixed truths to viewing them as flexible narratives that have served their purpose. When you begin to consider rewriting these stories, a sense of possibility opens up. You get to decide which parts are helpful and which might be holding you back. It's a process rooted in honesty and compassion because it asks you to confront your internal dialogues without self-criticism. Often, these stories have lingered because they provided a sense of familiarity, even if that familiarity caused suffering. Rewriting offers a way to create new, more supportive beliefs that better represent who you are now and who you're becoming. Reframing your inner stories can lead to a genuine sense of peace because it allows you to detach from outdated narratives that cause inner conflict. For example, if you've always told yourself you're not capable of change, rewriting that story to say, "I am capable of growth and learning from mistakes," can shift your mood and outlook. This isn't about pretending everything is perfect, but about choosing to see yourself and your experiences through a different lens, one rooted in compassion, understanding, and truth. When you start considering how to craft a story that reflects your current values and strengths, it naturally leads to living more authentically. Instead of hiding parts of yourself behind old narratives, you're learning to honor your true self and foster a sense of peace that comes from acceptance and self-trust. A practical way to begin rewriting is by paying close attention to your internal conversations. Notice recurring themes, especially those that generate feelings of shame, guilt, or inadequacy. Then, gently challenge these thoughts by asking what evidence they are based on and whether they truly define you. Replace harsh judgments with kinder, more realistic affirmations. Over time, as this becomes a habit, your inner dialogue can transform into a source of support rather than a source of pain. Rewriting stories isn't about denying past pain or experiences. It's about giving yourself permission to write a new chapter filled with hope, authenticity, and inner peace. Chapter 2. Thinking isn't the problem until it is. Productive thinking versus mental noise. Many of us wake up feeling overwhelmed, caught in a mental loop of worries, to-do lists, or self-critical thoughts. It's as if your mind is a radio playing in the background, sometimes softly, sometimes loudly, and it's hard to tell which parts are serving you and which are just noise. That constant internal chatter can drain your energy, distort your perspective, and make even simple tasks feel like climbing a mountain. Recognizing the difference between moments when your thoughts support clarity and moments when they foster confusion is essential. When your mind is helpful, it acts like a quiet guide, helping you see possibilities, make decisions, or find calm amidst chaos. On the other hand, mental noise often manifests as distraction, repetitive worry, or unhelpful judgments, leaving you drained and stuck in the same place. The first step is learning to identify these different states of mind. Helpful thinking often occurs when your thoughts are focused, constructive, and aligned with your intentions. For example, when you solve a problem or plan your day with clarity, your mind is supporting productivity. In contrast, mental noise is characterized by fragmentation. Your thoughts jump from one worry to another without resolution. You might find yourself dwelling on past mistakes, catastrophizing about the future, or overanalyzing minor details. Over time, this constant mental chatter wears you out, making it difficult to concentrate or feel at peace. The key is to become aware of these patterns and gently observe your internal dialogue, recognizing when your mind is aiding your well-being versus when it is depleting it. To distinguish helpful thinking from mental noise, pay attention to the quality of your thoughts. Helpful thoughts tend to be calm, purposeful, and grounded in the present moment. They often lead to constructive action or inner peace. Mental noise, on the other hand, usually feels restless or chaotic, pulling your attention away from the task or the present. When you catch yourself spiraling into negative or repetitive thoughts, pause and ask whether this pattern is serving you or exhausting you. This simple act of observation can help create a gap between stimulus and response, giving you the space to choose a more productive mental habit. Remember, your mind will wander. By gently redirecting your focus, you strengthen your ability to stay centered amid the mental chaos. Building awareness is not about controlling your thoughts, but about noticing them without judgment. It's like becoming a gentle observer rather than a harsh critic. When you're aware of your mental state, you start to see the signs that indicate whether your mind is working for you or against you. For instance, during moments of clarity, you might notice feelings of lightness, focus, and a sense of being present. Your thoughts are directed, purposeful, and less tangled. Conversely, when mental noise takes over, you may feel restless, distracted, or overwhelmed. Your thoughts jump from one thing to the next, often without resolution, creating an internal clutter that makes it hard to think straight or feel grounded. Developing this kind of awareness involves practices like mindfulness or simple check-ins throughout the day. For example, taking a few deep breaths and tuning into your current mental state can reveal whether your mind is offering support or creating chaos. Notice whether your thoughts are helping you understand a situation, inspire action, or if they're just running in circles. Over time, you'll start recognizing the subtle cues, such as physical tension, a racing heart, or a sense of frustration, that signal mental chaos. Once these signs are familiar, you can use them as prompts to pause, breathe, and gently redirect your attention to the present moment, anchoring yourself in clarity rather than chaos. In practicing awareness, it's helpful to adopt a non-judgmental attitude. Rather than criticizing yourself for having chaotic thoughts, see them as normal fluctuations of the mind. The goal isn't to eliminate mental noise, but to become increasingly aware of it and to cultivate moments of helpful thinking. Small, intentional pauses, like taking a breath before responding or noticing your thoughts during a walk, can serve as anchors for this habit. Over time, this ongoing process of noticing and choosing creates a mental environment that favors clarity. Remember, every moment of awareness is a step toward a calmer, more focused mind that acts in service of your well-being instead of draining it. Overthinking, catastrophizing, looping, what they really mean. There's a familiar moment when your mind just won't stop spinning, thinking over every detail, rehearsing all possible outcomes, and scrutinizing choices that probably don't need that much attention. This endless cycle, commonly called overthinking, often feels like a trap we fall into without even realizing it. It tends to start subtly, perhaps with a small worry that grows until it consumes all your mental space. Often, these patterns are rooted in fear of making mistakes, fear of missing out, or even fear of losing control. Fatigue also plays a large role. When our energy dips, our minds tend to cling to worries as a way of staying alert or feeling productive, even if those worries are unnecessary or exaggerated. Recognizing this connection is important because it helps us see that this kind of mental racing isn't just thinking. It's a response to deeper feelings of insecurity or exhaustion. Overanalyzing tends to follow predictable patterns. For example, someone might find themselves repeatedly ruminating over a conversation that didn't go perfectly, replaying every word and questioning whether they said the right thing. Others get caught in what feels like an infinite loop of what-if scenarios, each one more dire than the last. These thought loops can seem automatic or involuntary, but they are often triggered by a sense of vulnerability. When we feel uncertain or drained, our minds search for a way to regain control by obsessively analyzing possible errors or outcomes. To identify these patterns in your own life, pay attention to moments when your thoughts are particularly persistent, intrusive, or unhelpful. Notice if they tend to pop up more when you're tired, stressed, or anxious, which are conditions that tend to lower your mental resilience and make overthinking more likely. The next step is shifting how we view these mental patterns. Instead of believing that overthinking or catastrophizing is a sign of weakness or a flaw in who we are, we can learn to see these cycles as signals, messages from our mind that something needs attention. These thoughts are not commands to act or punish ourselves. They are alerts that we might be feeling vulnerable, exhausted, or uncertain. Approaching them with a sense of curiosity rather than judgment allows us to become more aware of what's really going on beneath the surface. Asking ourselves gentle questions like, what am I really afraid of right now? Or what am I trying to protect myself from? Can open up space for understanding rather than reacting impulsively. This shift from resisting or battling these thoughts to observing them with kindness invites a calmer, more compassionate relationship with our mind. When we stop labeling these mental patterns as problematic and start seeing them as helpful signals, we lessen their power. We make space to explore what truths might be hiding behind our worry or looping thoughts. For example, if your mind keeps ruminating about an upcoming event, rather than scolding yourself for overthinking, you might ask, What would make me feel more prepared or secure? Or is there something I need to address or accept? This approach encourages a mindful stance, where observing thoughts without judgment helps you understand your underlying feelings. Over time, this practice can loosen the grip of these cycles, making it easier to step back and see them for what they are, temporary messengers rather than uncontestable commands. One practical way to start working with these cycles is to intentionally pause when noticing yourself caught in them. Simply taking a few deep breaths, or gently labeling your experience as thinking or worrying, creates a moment of space. This pause helps disarm the automatic urgency that often fuels overthinking. Following that, try asking a simple, supportive question, such as, "Is there anything I really need to do right now about this? Or can I wait until I feel more rested?" These questions serve as gentle anchors that steer your attention away from endless looping to a more grounded perspective. Sometimes, it can help to write down your thoughts, not as a way to analyze them further, but as a means of externalizing what's swirling inside. This act of putting thoughts on paper can reduce their intensity and give you a clearer view, showing which worries are worth attending to and which are just mental noise. Another effective practice involves self-compassion. When you notice yourself caught in a cycle, remind yourself that everyone experiences moments of overthinking. It's part of being human. Cultivating patience allows you to treat these patterns not as failures, but as opportunities for gentle exploration. For example, saying, "It's okay to feel uncertain right now," can soften the self-critical voice and help your mind relax. Over time, incorporating brief moments of mindfulness, focusing on your breath or sensations in your body, can help anchor your awareness and diminish the automatic spiraling. These small steps create a baseline of calm that makes your thoughts less overwhelming and more manageable, leading to greater clarity and emotional balance. Remember, these cycles are not the enemy. They are part of your inner language, trying to tell you something. The key is learning to interpret these signals with kindness, curiosity, and patience. By doing so, you can turn recurring patterns into opportunities for self-understanding, lessening their grip and opening space for peace of mind. The more you practice this awareness, the more natural it becomes to tune into your true needs rather than the frantic calls of a fatigued mind. How we mistake rumination for reflection. Sometimes, our thoughts feel like a loop that keeps spinning long after the initial question or concern has faded. We might find ourselves revisiting the same issues over and over, trying to understand or solve something, but ending up stuck in a cycle of endless mental dwelling. It can feel like we're gaining clarity, but what's actually happening is a kind of fixation that keeps our minds busy without providing any real answers. This repetitive thinking often masquerades as reflection, but in reality, it's the mind getting caught in a trap of its own making. This kind of mental fixation is tricky because it can convince us we are processing deeply or gaining insight when in truth, we are simply circling around the same thoughts. Repetition without progress can wear us down, stealing energy and clarity. It breeds frustration, making us feel like we're getting nowhere, even though part of us insists we're seeking understanding. The key difference lies in intention. Reflection tends to involve purposeful consideration, whereas fixation is about endless dwelling that feeds on itself without leading to meaningful change. Recognizing this distinction helps us catch ourselves when our thoughts are no longer serving us, but are instead holding us hostage in our own minds. Understanding that repetitive pondering isn't the same as genuine insight opens the door to freeing ourselves from this pattern. When our thoughts become repetitive, they often lack the openness or curiosity that true reflection requires. Instead, they tend to be reactions to discomfort, fear, or uncertainty, looping thoughts that soothe, punish, or control us without offering clarity. Becoming aware of these patterns allows us to gently redirect our attention. We can learn to identify when our mind is circling the same thoughts without gaining new perspectives, and then decide to pause, step back, and intentionally shift focus. Recognizing the difference between fixation and reflection becomes the first step toward calming that mental noise and finding genuine clarity. One of the most reassuring realizations is that reflection and rumination can look and feel very similar, but they serve very different purposes. Reflection is intentional. It involves deliberate thinking that aims to understand, learn, or find solutions. It often has a sense of curiosity and openness, like exploring a topic with a gentle desire to learn rather than fixate. Rumination, on the other hand, is characterized by its repetitive and unproductive nature. It's like going over the same unresolved problem with a negative or hopeless tone. Rumination often breeds feelings of regret, shame, or anxiety, trapping us in a cycle that silences any chance for productive insight. To tell the difference, pay attention to how your thoughts feel. When reflecting mindfully, you might notice a tone of curiosity and a willingness to accept whatever comes up, even if it's uncomfortable. You might ask yourself new questions, consider different perspectives, or visualize solutions. In contrast, if you find yourself obsessively revisiting the same thoughts, rehashing past mistakes, or overanalyzing without any new angles, it's likely rumination. This mental habit often involves judgment, self-criticism, or a feeling of being stuck. Learning to notice these differences can be transformative, helping you to choose habits of mind that truly promote insight and personal growth, rather than reinforcing feelings of helplessness or frustration. Practicing mindfulness helps in this regard. When you become aware that your mind is fixating or cycling without progress, gently bringing your attention back to the present moment, focusing on your breath, sensations, or an anchor, can interrupt rumination. Instead of trying to suppress the thoughts, acknowledge them with kindness, recognize their repetitive nature, and then intentionally shift your focus. Over time, these small acts of self-awareness make it easier to cultivate the habit of mindful reflection and to separate it clearly from unproductive rumination. Remember, the goal isn't to eliminate all thinking, but to foster a gentle, purposeful form of self-examination that guides you toward understanding rather than getting lost in mental noise. A simple tip to start noticing this difference is to ask yourself in the moment, is this thought helping me understand or just keeping me stuck? If it's the latter, gently redirect your attention elsewhere. Over time, this can help you develop a kinder, clearer relationship with your mind. Instead of fighting your thoughts, learn to observe them like clouds passing in the sky, acknowledging their presence but not allowing them to define your state. This awareness can gradually dissolve the grip of rumination and foster a more compassionate, insightful approach to your inner world, making space for genuine reflection that can lead to growth rather than stagnation. Practice, the thought audit tool. Many of us go through our days on autopilot, barely noticing the flood of thoughts that arrive and pass by. It's easy to get caught up in this mental noise without ever stopping to really observe what's happening inside. A helpful starting point is to set aside a moment each day to develop a simple practice. Take a few seconds every so often to notice what you're thinking. It might sound trivial, but paying close attention to these fleeting thoughts can reveal surprising patterns and areas where your mind automatically drifts. Think of it as becoming a gentle, curious witness to your inner world, rather than a judge or critic. This practice, often called a thought audit, doesn't require special skills, just a quiet moment and a willingness to observe without judgment. To make it simple, you can use a basic method. Keep your focus on your thoughts for a brief window of time, say 1 minute or 5 throughout the day. During that period, pause intentionally to ask, what am I thinking right now? And note the immediate answer. The goal isn't to analyze or change anything, just to notice whether your mind is dwelling on worries, planning the future, reminiscing, or maybe floating in some unrelated distraction. Over time, you might realize how often certain types of thoughts come up, such as self-criticism, boredom, or frustration. Keeping a mental or physical log can help identify these recurring themes. This observational approach also makes it easier to catch thoughts before they spin out of control, creating a little mental pause that fosters awareness rather than reaction. One effective way to categorize your thoughts is to develop simple labels or themes. For example, you could use categories like anxious thoughts, negative self-talk, planning, remembering, or fantasizing. By assigning thoughts into these groups, you begin to see patterns. Maybe you notice that negative self-talk tends to spike in the mornings, or that worrying thoughts increase during stressful situations. This process helps strip away the automaticity of thinking, allowing you to see it more clearly. As you practice, you'll become more attuned to how your mind works naturally, like noticing the current in a river rather than being carried by it. With time, this kind of awareness becomes foundational for learning how to gently redirect unhelpful thoughts and cultivate a more mindful internal dialogue. Understanding why certain patterns of thinking are unhelpful helps make sense of what's happening behind the scenes in your mind. Once you've been observing your thoughts regularly, you'll notice some recurring themes that tend to lead to unnecessary stress, self-doubt, or distraction. For instance, if you see a pattern of catastrophic thinking, blowing things out of proportion. Realizing this pattern is the first step toward changing it. Recognizing these tendencies isn't about self-criticism, but about gaining insight into how your mind often operates. You might notice that negative self-talk happens every time you face a challenge, or that your mind automates worries about future events. Through consistent observation, patterns become clearer and more tangible, allowing you to approach them as habits you can gradually shift. It's helpful to document these patterns to see their frequency over days or weeks. Doing so might reveal that certain unhelpful thoughts dominate much of your mental space, perhaps during specific times of the day or in response to particular situations. For example, you may find that thoughts about inadequacy appear when you're preparing for social interactions, or that self-critical comments emerge after mistakes. Recognizing how often these thoughts occur is empowering. It shows that they're not random but part of a pattern. This awareness helps you understand that these tendencies are habits rather than fixed traits, opening the door to gentle, intentional change. Shifting your internal dialogue is not about perfection, but about gradually reducing the frequency of patterns that drain your energy or distort reality. Tracking your thought patterns also provides a kind of emotional mirror, showing where you might tend to get stuck or spun out. If you observe that unhelpful thoughts are frequent and persistent, you can start to develop specific strategies to intervene. For example, when noticing a pattern of self-criticism, you can practice replacing such thoughts with kinder, more balanced perspectives. Recognizing the patterns gives you options. Rather than being at the mercy of automatic thinking, you begin to see avenues for gentle correction. This process reminds us that our minds are not fixed and can gradually learn new ways of talking to ourselves. Over time, the insight gained from observing these recurrent patterns can serve as a foundation for cultivating mental resilience and emotional balance. Ultimately, these insights teach a quiet lesson. Everything we think and feel is part of a process, not a fixed identity. By slowing down and observing our thoughts with curiosity, we gain access to the underlying habits shaping our inner experience. The practice encourages a non-judgmental stance, understanding that thoughts are simply passing phenomena, and this gentle perspective makes it easier to shift toward more helpful, supportive inner conversations. Building this awareness step by step helps create internal space, reducing the power of automatic patterns and opening the door to more intentional, compassionate thinking. Remember, even tiny awarenesses can eventually lead to meaningful change, especially when they are rooted in kindness toward ourselves and patience with the process. Noticing when your thinking becomes unhelpful and gently redirecting it. Sometimes, our minds become like a runaway train, rushing through worries or negative stories without us even realizing. That point where thoughts start to spiral, becoming more intense, persistent, or unhelpful, can feel overwhelming. The key is developing a habit of gentle awareness, a kind noticing that doesn't judge or fight what's happening. Instead of trying to control or suppress these thoughts, we learn to observe them softly, like watching leaves drift on a stream. With practice, this awareness becomes a quiet pause, a moment of recognition before the mind gets caught in a loop. It's about becoming familiar with the mental noise, noticing when worry, anger, or self-criticism start to take hold, and gently saying, "There it is, I see you." Through this habit, you create more space between your awareness and the unhelpful thinking patterns, making it easier to choose a healthier response. Initially, catching these thoughts might feel like trying to spot a fleeting shadow. It takes patience and kindness toward yourself. You can start by setting aside a few moments each day for mindful observation, simply noticing what thoughts are passing through your mind without adding any judgment or analysis. For example, if you notice yourself thinking, "I'm not doing enough," gently acknowledge it with a thought like, "That thought is here." This gentle acknowledgement reinforces that it's just a passing phenomenon, not a defining truth. Over time, this practice becomes more natural, and you begin to recognize patterns, like noticing when certain triggers cause unhelpful thinking to flare up. As this awareness deepens, you'll find it easier to catch those unhelpful thoughts early on, giving you a chance to pause before they gain momentum. To cultivate this skill, you might find it helpful to use simple cues, like taking a deep breath or softly repeating a grounding phrase, each time you catch yourself in unproductive thinking. Think of these cues as signals to pause and check in with yourself. Remember, it's not about emptying your mind, but about creating an open space where you can notice what's happening without attachment. When you notice a thought that feels unhelpful, instead of chasing after it or fighting it off, treat it like a cloud passing through the sky. pause, acknowledge, and let it drift away. This gentle recognition helps weaken the grip of these thought patterns over time. With continued practice, you'll become more attuned to your mental landscape, noticing early signs of spiraling thoughts and giving yourself the grace to step back slowly and calmly. If your mind begins to spin with worries, self-criticism, or chatter that feels overwhelming, approaching yourself with compassion can be your most effective tool. Instead of judging these moments or trying to force your thoughts to stop, offer yourself kindness and understanding. Think of how you would comfort a close friend who is struggling. Speak to yourself in the same gentle tone. Techniques like self-compassionate phrases, such as "it's okay, I'm here for you," or "this is part of being human," can serve as anchors that bring warmth and calmness to your mind. These words work by softening the tension around unhelpful thoughts and remind you that it's okay not to be perfect all the time. When you approach your mental noise with kindness, it becomes easier to redirect your attention without frustration, making the process feel more natural and sustainable. Another technique involves anchoring yourself in your body through conscious breathing. When you notice unhelpful thoughts, take a slow, deep breath. Inhale gently through your nose, hold for a moment, then exhale softly through your mouth. As you breathe, gently remind yourself that you are safe and present. Combining breath with compassionate self-talk creates a soothing rhythm that anchors your mind in the present moment. For example, silently repeating to yourself, "I am here. Breathe in calm," can evoke a feeling of groundedness. This dual focus helps reduce the emotional charge of unhelpful thoughts, allowing them to pass rather than dominate your mental space. It's also helpful to develop a list of compassionate affirmations tailored to your needs. These are gentle reminders that acknowledge your human imperfection while affirming your capacity for kindness. Phrases like "it's okay to feel this way," or "I'm doing my best," can be repeated quietly during moments of inner turbulence. This practice nurtures a more forgiving inner voice, transforming internal criticism into supportive dialogue. Over time, using these gentle techniques fosters resilience, enabling you to respond to mental storms with warmth instead of resistance. Remember, guiding your mind back to calm doesn't mean suppressing feelings. It's about welcoming them with compassion and patience, creating a safe space where healing and clarity can emerge. Chapter 3: Emotional Echoes and Mental Filters. The mind remembers through emotion. Sometimes, when we think back on certain moments, it feels as if the entire memory is tinted with the emotions we felt at the time. That's because emotional memories don't just store facts or details, they embed feelings at their core. For example, a childhood visit to a park might be remembered vividly, but what stands out most is how happy or anxious you felt during that outing. These feelings act like filters, shaping the way your mind reconstructs past events. When a memory is associated with strong emotions, be it joy, fear, or sadness, the brain tags it as significant, making it easier to recall later, but also more biased by those feelings. This emotional overlay can lead to memories that aren't entirely accurate. A person who once felt deep resentment might remember an entire conversation as more confrontational than it actually was, just because their feelings were intense. Conversely, positive memories, like a special holiday, tend to be remembered more fondly because of the warm emotions attached. This process is natural. Our brain wants to serve us an experience molded by our feelings, which helps us make emotional sense of our lives. The point is, every memory is tinted by the emotions bundled inside it, giving us not just a record of what happened, but a perception influenced by how we felt about it at the time. This emotional coloring can be advantageous, helping us remember what truly mattered and guiding our future choices. However, it can also distort the truth, amplifying or softening details based on our feelings. Knowing that our memories are not purely objective, but emotional narratives, allows us to approach our past more gently. We can realize that what we remember as a fact might be more about how we felt than what actually occurred. Recognizing this bias is a step toward understanding ourselves more honestly. When we revisit a difficult experience, it's useful to ask, how much of what I remember is shaped by the emotions I carried at that moment? Our current emotional state can distort how we interpret the present, much like tinted glasses that change the way we see things. If we're feeling anxious, for instance, that small disagreement with a colleague might seem more significant or personal than it truly is. On the other hand, feeling optimistic can make everyday challenges feel manageable and minor. Emotions serve as a lens through which we filter incoming information, Some sights and sounds seem more prominent depending on how we feel inside. This process is automatic. Our brain constantly evaluates new experiences through the filter of our existing emotional landscape. Imagine waking up feeling sad. That mood might make you notice more problems around you or interpret neutral comments as critical. Conversely, a joyful mood can lead us to see opportunities or positivity even in mundane moments. This isn't happening consciously. It's a subconscious mechanism designed to help us prioritize what feels relevant to our emotional needs. Yet, when this filtering becomes persistent or intense, it can lead us astray, making reality seem more bleak or brighter than it genuinely is. Learning to recognize when emotions are coloring perceptions offers us a moment of clear reflection, helping us to adjust or question our initial reactions. For example, if every interaction today feels like a slight, it might be worth asking whether your current mood is amplifying minor annoyances. Ever notice how after getting good news, small problems suddenly seem insignificant? That's emotional filtering in action. The key is developing awareness about how feelings influence perception so that we don't unconsciously accept biased interpretations as the whole truth. Cultivating a habit of pausing and checking in with ourselves when perceptions seem skewed can help bring clarity. It's a gentle reminder that just because our emotions seem powerful doesn't mean they tell the complete story. For then, we can decide whether to hold on to a reaction or give ourselves space for a more balanced view. This awareness can serve as a bedside light in moments of emotional overwhelm or bias. When you recognize feelings are intensely influencing what you're perceiving, consider taking a breath before reacting. Ask yourself whether your current mood is influencing your judgment. Sometimes, simply acknowledging that emotions act as filters can free us from taking everything at face value and encourage a more measured perspective. It's a step toward understanding ourselves without judgment, and it brings a quiet power to navigate daily life more gently, with curiosity rather than reactivity. How your past colors the way you interpret the present. Many of us go through life carrying invisible lenses shaped during childhood, often without realizing it. These early years form a foundation for how we see ourselves, others, and the world around us. For example, if a child experienced consistent reassurance, they are more likely to develop a sense of safety and trust. Conversely, a childhood marked by neglect or criticism can leave a lingering impression that the world is untrustworthy or that they are unworthy. These impressions tend to influence our reactions later in life, sometimes making us respond to situations in ways that seem automatic or disproportionate. Unconscious patterns are like scripts we've internalized long ago, dictating our behaviors without us actively choosing them. These patterns are often reinforced through repeated experiences and emotional reactions, creating a kind of mental shortcut. For instance, if in childhood you learned to avoid conflict because it led to punishment, you might find yourself withdrawing or staying silent even when asserting yourself would be beneficial. Our brains seek efficiency, so these scripts become habitual, shaping present responses long after we've outgrown the original circumstances. Recognizing these patterns is a crucial step in understanding why certain situations trigger strong emotional reactions or recurring behaviors. Being aware of these influences isn't about blame or guilt, but about gaining clarity. It enables us to see that our reactions often aren't solely about the present moment, but are rooted in past experiences. Sometimes, what feels like a disproportionate anger or sadness stems from unresolved wounds or unmet needs from childhood. This awareness opens the door to compassion, both toward ourselves and others, and allows us to start questioning whether our automatic responses serve us anymore or if they are simply echoes from the past. Understanding this influence offers a gentle starting point for reshaping how we interpret and engage with the world around us. Moving softly into your personal history can be like peeling back layers of fabric to see the underlying stitches. This isn't about rehashing every painful memory, but about noticing which parts of your past seem to cling tightly to your present thoughts and feelings. For many, certain core beliefs, like "I am not enough," "people can't be trusted," or "I must always be perfect," are deeply ingrained and subtly shape the decisions they make. These beliefs don't always come from obvious traumatic events, but can emerge from consistent messages received during formative years. When you start to observe these core ideas, it begins to reveal the deeper influences that color your worldview. Gently questioning these beliefs is a way to see if they still hold true, or if they were just stories you adapted to survive in certain environments. For instance, If someone was repeatedly told they were a disappointment, they might carry a lens of low self-worth into adult relationships. Recognizing this connection takes patience and kindness, and it helps to create a safe space within yourself for honest reflection. Journaling or mindful noticing can be helpful tools to observe patterns without judgment. As you identify the parts of your history that continue to shape your perspective, you can begin to see which beliefs are no longer necessary or accurate, and which ones serve your growth. Understanding which components of your personal history influence your reactions allows you to start separating past impressions from present realities. Instead of automatically reacting with fear, anger, or withdrawal, you develop the capacity to pause and ask yourself whether your response is rooted in the current situation or if it's a familiar echo from long ago. This awareness isn't about erasing your history, but about reframing how it informs your perception today. By gently exploring these parts of your story, you develop a more compassionate view of yourself and a clearer understanding of how your past continues to whisper in the background of your daily life. Moving forward, it's helpful to ask yourself, which beliefs from my past are still guiding my reactions, and are they still true for me today? Connecting with this question can serve as a bridge into deeper self-awareness and emotional healing. Confirmation bias, projection, and emotional residue. Sometimes, our minds seem to cling tightly to certain ideas, even when new evidence suggests otherwise. It's as if our mental pathways get wired in a way that makes us see only what confirms our existing beliefs. This phenomenon, known as confirmation bias, often plays out in our daily lives, whether we're choosing news sources, judging others, or even evaluating our own decisions. It creates a little echo chamber inside our heads, where thoughts bounce off and reinforce what we already think, making it harder to see things clearly. Recognizing these mental traps begins with noticing the patterns in our thinking, that stubborn tendency to seek information that supports what we believe while ignoring or dismissing what contradicts it. Another common trap is the tendency to interpret ambiguous information in a way that favors our preconceptions. For example, if we believe someone is unfriendly, we might see their neutral or even kind gestures as hostile, simply because we expect it. Our minds are wired to find patterns that fit with our worldview, which can lead us to overlook evidence that challenges it. This is why it's easy to fall into habits of selectively remembering things that support our current beliefs and forgetting those that don't. It's a subtle but powerful process that keeps us anchored in our existing mental landscape, sometimes without even realizing it. Being aware of this tendency can help us pause and question whether we're actively seeking out the full picture or just confirming what we already think. In practical terms, this means paying close attention to how we interpret new information. Notice when we're quick to dismiss opposing opinions or when we favor facts that fit our narrative. Recognizing this pattern allows us to step back and ask, am I giving this information a fair chance? Or could I be ignoring something important? Small reflections like these can help loosen the grip of our biases and open the door to a more balanced perspective. It's also helpful to seek out perspectives that challenge our views intentionally. By purposely exposing ourselves to differing opinions or facts, we create mental space to doubt, question, and ultimately expand our understanding. Our minds often carry unresolved feelings that get projected onto situations and people around us. Imagine holding onto a feeling of anger or disappointment about something from the past, and then finding yourself interpreting minor conflicts through that lens. Without realizing it, our emotional residues color our perception, coloring our judgments of others and ourselves. This projection creates a distorted understanding of reality, as our current reactions are often echoes of unresolved emotional experiences rather than objective truth. Recognizing this dynamic can feel uncomfortable, but it's a crucial step toward clarity. When we notice that our reactions might be disproportionate or based on feelings from the past, we can start to question whether our response is rooted in the present moment or lingering emotion. Unresolved emotions like grief, resentment, or fear serve as unresolved baggage that influences how we see the world. For instance, feeling unseen or betrayed in past relationships might make us overly suspicious or defensive in new interactions, even if there's no real threat at hand. These emotional residues act as filters, distorting reality and leading us to interpret neutral situations as hostile or dismissing genuine kindness. Becoming aware of this allows us to examine our emotional state before reacting. One way to do this is to take a moment to identify what we're feeling and ask, Is this feeling coming from this moment, or is it tied to something from the past? This practice encourages a pause that can prevent us from acting out old wounds. It's also useful to understand that unresolved feelings often stem from unexpressed needs or unmet expectations. For example, holding on to resentment after a disagreement might be due to feeling unheard or misunderstood. Addressing these underlying issues, whether through conversation, reflection, or gentle self-compassion, helps to clear emotional residues that distort perceptions. By doing so, we can start to see others more clearly, freed from the emotional fog of past experiences. Over time, this awareness fosters a healthier understanding of ourselves and our interactions, reducing reactive patterns rooted in old feelings rather than present reality. One practical step is practicing mindfulness, simply observing our feelings without judgment. Recognize when emotions flare and ask, "Where is this coming from?" This can be a gentle way to distinguish between genuine circumstances and emotional projections. Keeping a journal of reactions can also reveal recurring themes tied to unresolved feelings, offering insights into how past experiences shape our current worldview. With patience and kindness, we can learn to gently disentangle ourselves from these emotional residues, creating space for more authentic understanding and compassion within ourselves and others. As you observe these patterns, remember that awareness itself is a powerful tool. The moment you recognize that your perception might be clouded by biases or unresolved feelings, you gain a little more control over your reactions. It's like turning on a light in a dim room. You might not see everything perfectly yet, but suddenly, things look a little clearer. Allow this to be a gentle reminder that your mind is always in motion, and you hold the capacity to tune into what's true in this moment, beyond the biases or emotional residues that often obscure it. Sometimes the most profound change begins with simply noticing what's happening inside, without judgment or expectation. Practice. What part of me is reacting right now? Sometimes, our mind feels like a busy place where thoughts and feelings swirl around without any clear starting point. It's easy to get caught up in reactions, snap judgments, sudden anger, or a wave of sadness that can seem overwhelming or confusing. The key is to pause that internal chaos, even for a moment, and ask yourself a simple question. What part of me is reacting right now? This might sound straightforward, but it's remarkably powerful because it begins to create a space between you and your emotions. Instead of being swept away by feelings, you start to notice them as something happening within you, not as the entire you. This practice doesn't aim to judge or change what you're feeling. It's about sharpening your awareness and cultivating curiosity rather than criticism. When a reactive thought or emotion arises, take a gentle moment to inquire inwardly. What part of me is reacting? Imagine you're a neutral observer, simply watching your inner landscape. You might notice your chest tightening, your shoulders rising, or your mind racing. Recognizing these physical signs can help you identify the emotional reaction more clearly. With consistent practice, this inquiry becomes almost automatic, helping you become less identified with your feelings and more aware of the process unfolding inside. It helps to remember that emotions are often responses to stories we tell ourselves or interpretation of certain events. By asking what part of me is reacting, you step outside those stories just long enough to see them more clearly. You might realize that the anger bubbling up isn't solely about the current situation, but also about past hurts or fears linked to feeling helpless or undervalued. This simple question acts like a gentle anchor, pulling you out of the whirlwind of reaction and giving you room to breathe. Over time, you'll notice that reactions lose some of their automatic power because you're cultivating a habit of observation without judgment, creating a space where genuine understanding can begin to grow. In practice, you can frame this inquiry in a quiet moment or during a challenging situation. The goal is not to analyze obsessively, but to develop a calm curiosity. For example, if frustration arises during a conversation, pause and ask yourself inwardly, what part of me is feeling this right now? Maybe you notice a sense of defensiveness or vulnerability, but instead of acting on it impulsively, you acknowledge it gently. Over time, this fosters a kinder relationship with yourself, where reactions are seen as signals rather than faults. This approach reminds us that even reactive feelings are part of us, and understanding them begins with simple awareness. It's a way to soften the edges of emotion and bring more clarity to how we respond internally. Once you've started practicing the question, what part of me is reacting, You might notice that beneath the surface of your immediate feelings lie deeper layers, beliefs, fears, unmet needs, that shape how you respond. These undercurrents often go unnoticed because reactions happen so quickly and seemingly automatically. Creating space for understanding involves giving yourself permission to slow down and explore these hidden influences with patience. It's like gently peeling back the layers of an onion, each revealing more about your internal world. In doing so, you learn to see reactions not just as isolated incidents, but as windows into your inner beliefs and long-standing patterns. For example, a sudden wave of jealousy might seem like an isolated emotion, but asking yourself what part of me is reacting can lead you to discover feelings of insecurity or fear of losing someone important. Recognizing these deeper parts can be uncomfortable, as it often involves facing vulnerabilities we prefer to avoid. Yet, with compassionate curiosity, you begin to see these reactions as messages, clues pointing toward what truly matters to you or unresolved wounds that need tending. Over time, this process develops your ability to distinguish between surface reactions and the beliefs or fears that fuel them. Such awareness grants a richer understanding of yourself, making it easier to respond consciously rather than react habitually. This deeper understanding nurtures patience and self-compassion. Instead of criticizing yourself for feeling threatened or disappointed, you start to see these feelings as part of a larger story you're still learning to heal. This insight allows you to approach your reactions with kindness, recognizing that they are not the enemy, but messengers guiding you toward your own growth. Creating space doesn't mean avoiding feelings, but holding them gently, allowing the full picture to emerge over time. As you cultivate this spaciousness, you find it easier to stay grounded even amid intense emotions, transforming reactive impulses into opportunities for inner clarity and compassion. Practicing this deeper inquiry regularly helps you develop a more resilient sense of self. When you notice reactions arising, instead of automatically defending or dismissing them, ask yourself, what deeper part of me is feeling this? The answer might be a need for safety, belonging, or understanding. By gradually tuning into these underlying layers, you build a kind of internal map, an awareness of what truly drives your feelings. This understanding begins to dissolve the automatic grip of reactions, giving way to a measured, compassionate response. Over time, you may find that old patterns loosen their hold, replaced by a more centered, gentle awareness of your inner world. This is the foundation for genuine self-understanding and peaceful living, built one gentle inquiry at a time. Recognizing emotional patterns and approaching them with curiosity and compassion. Sometimes, when emotions surge unexpectedly, it feels as if they're relentless invaders rather than signals from within. Instead of perceiving these feelings as obstacles or problems to eliminate, consider them as messengers trying to communicate something important. Emotions are not here to punish or overwhelm you. They are responses shaped by your experiences, beliefs, and needs. When emotions become persistent or seem stubborn, they often carry messages about unresolved issues, unmet needs, or fears that haven't been fully acknowledged. By shifting your perspective from seeing these feelings as enemies to viewing them as messengers, you open the door to understanding yourself more deeply. Recognizing that each emotion is communicating something valuable gives you a chance to respond with curiosity rather than resistance. Over time, this approach helps dissolve the inner tension between experiencing the feeling and judging it harshly, making space for compassion and clarity. Imagine that feelings are like reliable friends who show up precisely when you need to pay attention to something. For example, a recurring sense of anxiety might be trying to alert you to underlying worries about safety or acceptance, rather than just a random flare-up to ruin your day. When you treat these emotions as messengers rather than misconduct, it becomes easier to listen without trying to push them away or crush them down. Each emotional pattern offers insight, perhaps a longing for connection, a fear of failure, or a sense of inadequacy, and understanding these signals enables you to respond thoughtfully. This perspective encourages you to view emotional patterns as ongoing conversations rather than interruptions, creating a more compassionate relationship with yourself. This isn't about always fixing feelings, but about understanding what they're trying to teach you, which gradually fosters greater inner peace and resilience. To practice viewing emotions as messengers, you might start by simply noticing the pattern without judgment. Notice how a certain feeling arises repeatedly and what thoughts are associated with it. Ask yourself what need or concern this emotion might be pointing toward. Over time, you'll develop a calmer stance, one that welcomes feelings as parts of your inner landscape rather than enemies to conquer. Recognizing these patterns as messengers allows you to approach them with curiosity, which can transform the way your mind relates to emotional discomfort. Instead of rushing to suppress or avoid, you begin to see feelings as opportunities for growth, helping you better understand your inner world and respond with kindness. Whenever a difficult emotion appears again and again, it's easy to slip into self-criticism or frustration. Just the thought of feeling stuck can sometimes make us judge ourselves for not getting it right or for having the same problems again. But the truth is, exploring these feelings with kindness is the foundation for genuine change. When you approach your emotional patterns with compassion, you create a safe space inside where curiosity can thrive. Instead of labeling yourself as weak or unable to handle certain feelings, recognize that honesty and vulnerability are parts of being human. Self-kindness doesn't mean ignoring uncomfortable feelings. It means accepting them with a gentle attitude, as you would a friend going through a tough time. This attitude of kindness can be cultivated through simple practices like offering yourself words of comfort, taking a few deep breaths, or reminding yourself that everyone grapples with challenging emotions at times. Building a habit of kindness toward yourself means gently noticing when self-criticism arises and replacing it with a more nurturing response. For example, if a recurring feeling of inadequacy comes up, you might say, "It's okay to feel this way. I'm learning, and I am enough as I am right now." This shift changes your internal voice from judgment to acceptance, reducing the emotional charge around the feeling. When you treat yourself with patience and warmth, your inner critic loses some of its power. Over time, this compassionate attitude encourages emotional resilience and openness. It helps transform your internal dialogue from one of harshness to one of gentle curiosity, making it easier to sit with difficult feelings without becoming overwhelmed or shutting down. Remember, emotional growth isn't a race or a test. It's a process of offering yourself consistent kindness along the way. Practicing kindness in this way might involve simple actions like acknowledging your feelings without trying to fix them immediately, or giving yourself a moment of pause before reacting. It also helps to remind yourself that everyone has emotional patterns. This shared human experience is what bonds us, not something to be ashamed of. When challenges arise, say something like, "This is hard, but I am here for myself," creating a gentle anchor of self-compassion. In time, this approach fosters a smoother, more forgiving relationship with your inner world. The more you treat yourself with kindness, the more space you create for understanding, patience, and ultimately healing. These small acts of compassion can become powerful tools for transforming emotional patterns into sources of wisdom and self-awareness. Chapter 4. Your inner critic isn't always right, but it sounds convincing. Where self-judgment comes from. Sometimes, the whispers of self-judgment feel constant, like an inner critic that never quite shuts up. These voices often seem to come out of nowhere, but if we pause to listen more carefully, they are usually rooted in memories from our past. Many of us carry echoes of childhood experiences, whether they involve praise or criticism, that shape how we see ourselves today. For example, if a child felt dismissed or unloved during formative years, they might grow up internalizing feelings of inadequacy that manifest as a harsh inner voice questioning their worth. Our minds have a way of holding on to these memories because they once served a purpose, helping us survive or avoid further pain. These critical voices aren't random. They often originate from what we call protective mechanisms. When we face situations that threaten our sense of safety or self-acceptance, our mind creates internal stories to defend us. Sometimes, this means developing a voice that is overly cautious, highly judgmental, or overly self-critical to keep us from taking risks that might lead to failure or rejection. For instance, if a person experienced criticism or rejection in the past, their inner voice may adopt a strict tone, warning them to avoid similar situations. These mechanisms are, in essence, our brain's way of trying to shield us from pain, acting as a barrier that keeps us from re-experiencing difficult feelings. Understanding this link between past experiences and our current inner dialogue allows us to see that our self-judgment is less about who we truly are and more about protective responses. This realization opens the door to compassion, helping us recognize that these voices, while intrusive, are often motivated by a desire to keep us safe, albeit in ways that no longer serve us. Recognizing the origins helps transform the critical voice from an enemy into a messenger, offering clues about unresolved fears or vulnerabilities inherited from earlier chapters of life. Getting curious about where these voices come from can be the first step toward gentle curiosity instead of harsh criticism. It's easy to assume that self-judgment is just about pointing out flaws, but beneath that layer, there's often a deep yearning for safety, love, or validation. When we hear that voice criticizing or comparing, it's tempting to dismiss it as just an inner critic, but think of it instead as a misguided attempt to protect us from rejection or failure. This inner voice might tell us we're not good enough because it's trying to prevent us from experiencing disappointment or humiliation. At its core, the harsh judgment is often an expression of a longing to belong, to feel secure, and to be accepted without judgment from others or ourselves. What we often miss is that this voice is trying to fulfill a need, whether it's for validation, safety, or recognition, that wasn't adequately met in early life. For example, a person who grew up feeling unseen might develop relentless self-criticism as a way to motivate themselves to earn approval. Ironically, the very judgment they employ pushes others away and deepens their sense of isolation. Recognizing this means seeing self-judgment not as an enemy, but as a cry for connection and understanding. When we start to interpret these critical voices as signals of unmet emotional needs, it becomes easier to address those needs directly, with kindness and compassion instead of self-reproach. By acknowledging that behind the harsh words lies a desire for safety and acceptance, we open a space for healing. Instead of fighting against ourselves, we can begin having a dialogue rooted in empathy. For instance, if the inner voice says, "You're not good enough," we might ask, "What part of me is really longing to feel safe right now?" This shift from judgment to curiosity allows us to approach our inner critic with patience, understanding that these voices are trying to protect us, even if they're misguided. Over time, this gentle awareness can help soften the critical tone, making space for self-compassion to grow and for deeper needs to be acknowledged and addressed. The critic as a misfired protection mechanism. Sometimes, that nagging voice in your head feels relentless, constantly pointing out your flaws or warning you about potential mistakes. It's tempting to see it as just negativity or harsh judgment, but if you pause for a moment, you might notice that this inner critic often functions as a shield. Its main goal seems to be protecting you from feeling vulnerable, embarrassed, or hurt. When we consider this perspective, it's easier to understand why this voice exists, not as an enemy, but as a misguided guardian trying to keep us safe. It's as if your mind has developed this internal mechanism to prevent you from experiencing pain or disappointment, even if it's sometimes exaggerated or misplaced. Imagine a child dodging a flying ball. Sometimes the shield is effective, but other times it's too broad, catching objects that weren't meant to harm. Similarly, the inner critic may overreact, warning of dangers that aren't imminent or even real. Its intentions are rooted in a desire to keep us from failing or being judged, which, while understandable, can become counterproductive. This protective stance often stems from past experiences where criticism or failure caused hurt or shame, prompting the mind to create this internal barrier. Recognizing this can help soften how we respond to it, understanding that its harshness is a sign of fear, not truth. It's as if our inner voice is trying to be our emotional bodyguard, albeit in a way that sometimes blocks growth instead of fostering it. By viewing the critic as a kind of defense mechanism, we begin to notice that its calls for caution or perfection are attempts to avoid the very pain we fear. The critic says, "Don't try that new thing, because failure might prove embarrassing." Or it warns, "Stay quiet," to prevent rejection or criticism from others. These messages might have been useful in a distant past when risks were truly dangerous, but now they often serve to keep us stuck in comfort zones. Realizing this can create space for compassion, both for ourselves and for the critic. Instead of battling against this voice, acknowledgement allows us to see it as a protective layer, one that's outgrown its purpose and now needs gentle reassessment. The next step involves observing when the critic's warnings are out of proportion or unnecessary. Often, we get caught in a cycle where the inner voice amplifies doubts or scolds us excessively. Recognizing these moments requires mindfulness, pausing long enough to notice the tone and content of these internal messages. When you catch yourself thinking, "I'll fail," or "I shouldn't try," take a moment to observe that thought objectively. Is this feeling based on real evidence, or is it an exaggerated response rooted in past fears? Often, simply becoming aware that the critic is misfiring can weaken its hold. The key is to treat it with curiosity, not resistance, understanding that its grip is less about reality and more about an outdated defense mechanism trying to look out for you. Gently loosening this grip involves compassion and a gentle reframe. Instead of arguing with the critic or trying to silence it outright, which usually fuels resistance, imagine inviting it to sit quietly while you hold a more balanced perspective. For example, you might tell yourself, "It's okay to feel nervous, but that doesn't mean I can't try," or "My fear is just a thought, not a fact." Over time, this approach helps weaken the insistent voice, reducing its power to influence your choices. You can also use physical cues, like taking deep breaths or placing a hand on your heart, to foster calmness. This physical presence reminds your nervous system that safety is already within reach, even if the mind continues to send warnings. Consistency is essential here. When you notice the critic firing off doubts or criticisms, don't fight it. Instead, acknowledge it and choose kindness over conflict. Over many gentle repetitions, the critic begins to soften its stance, recognizing that you are no longer in immediate danger. This isn't about completely eliminating self-criticism, but transforming it into a softer, more constructive whisper. The more you practice this compassionate stance, the more your inner dialogue shifts into a cooperative conversation rather than a battle. In this way, you start to reclaim your mental space, trusting that your true self can handle challenges without the constant reassurance of a misfiring protector. This process might take time, but patience is key. If nodes of resistance appear, remind yourself that the goal isn't perfection but presence. As the critic's grip loosens, you'll notice more ease in taking risks and embracing vulnerability, knowing that your safety doesn't depend solely on its warnings. Every small act of kindness toward these inner voices helps to build resilience and self-trust. With continued awareness, you'll find a way to comfort that guardian part of yourself, allowing the inner critic to become a gentle advisor rather than a harsh judge. As you get better at recognizing and softening its misfires, your inner landscape becomes clearer and more open to genuine growth and connection. One practical step you might find helpful is to pause whenever the critic becomes loud. Take a deep breath, soften your body, and ask yourself, "Is this thought actually true? Or what do I need right now that I'm not getting?" Often, this simple reflection can reframe the moment, helping the critic's voice to lose some of its sharpness. By approaching these internal reactions with curiosity and patience, you begin to build a new relationship with your mind, one rooted in acceptance, understanding, and gentle reassurance. Why we believe the harshest version of our own voice. Sometimes, as you sit quietly with your thoughts, you notice that internal voice sharpens into criticism or judgment, especially during moments of vulnerability or uncertainty. That voice can feel relentless, loud, and convincing, making it seem as if there's a cold, disapproving person inside whispering all the reasons you aren't enough. Fear plays a significant role here, fueling this harsh critique by magnifying our insecurities and making negative messages seem more real than they truly are. The more afraid we are of failure, rejection, or inadequacy, the more intense the inner critic becomes, convincing us that we are lesser or unworthy. This amplified voice isn't just a passing comment. It often feels like an unavoidable truth. When we're afraid, our mind tends to focus only on the worst-case scenarios and faults, ignoring our strengths or moments of success. Fear creates a kind of tunnel vision that makes negative messages appear more convincing. Our internal critic feeds on this fear, making these messages seem as if they carry a heavy weight of certainty. For example, if you stumble during a presentation, that voice might scream, "You're terrible at this," rather than observe that everyone makes mistakes and that one slip doesn't define your ability. This aggressive self-criticism can stick so firmly because fear makes it seem logical or justified, even when it's not. More often than not, this voice is rooted in past experiences and learned beliefs. But fear is the catalyst that turns these old wounds into sharp, persistent insults. When we're feeling anxious or insecure, this voice magnifies our flaws and shrinks our achievements, making it difficult to see ourselves clearly. It's like wearing tinted glasses that distort reality. Suddenly, everything we do wrong appears as glaring as a fault line beneath the surface. This distortion feeds into a cycle where fear triggers harsher self-talk, which in turn fuels more fear, rewiring our brain to believe that negative messages are more accurate than they really are. Recognizing the role of fear here can help us understand why our inner critic feels so convincing and persistent, even when there's no real threat present. Understanding how fear amplifies our internal criticism encourages us to pause and question these voices. When you hear that harsh message, instead of accepting it as fact, gently ask, is this really true? Or am I reacting out of fear right now? Often, you'll find that the voice becomes less convincing once you examine its origins. It's worth noting that our minds are wired to prioritize threats for survival, a trait that once helped humans stay safe, but now often makes us react to internal fears as if they're life-threatening. Learning to recognize this pattern allows us to step back and see that the voice, though loud and convincing, is largely fueled by fear rather than fact. This awareness alone begins to weaken the grip it has on us, opening space for more compassionate, truthful perspectives to emerge. In the process of quieting this harsh inner voice, it can be helpful to reflect on how fear shapes our perception of ourselves. For example, if you're critical of your abilities, consider whether this criticism is rooted in a genuine assessment or in a moment of anxiety that has been exaggerated. You might realize that while fear makes a mistake seem catastrophic, in reality, it's a common experience that most people face and learn from. Developing this understanding takes patience, but can profoundly shift how convincingly we buy into the negative stories we tell ourselves. The first step is simply paying attention, to notice when fear is running the show, and to remind yourself that the loudest voice isn't necessarily the truest one. With practice, this becomes a gentle process of questioning the voice rather than accepting it as gospel, helping you see beyond fear's distortion and recognize your inherent worth and resilience. Practice. Inner critic dialogue journaling. Everyone experiences that nagging voice inside, telling us we're not enough, making us doubt ourselves, or predicting failure before we've even begun. Sometimes, it's as if a harsh coach is constantly whispering in our ear, pushing us down rather than lifting us up. Instead of ignoring this voice or fighting it outright, one gentle and effective approach is to sit down and write directly to this inner critic, approaching it from a place of kindness. By setting aside a quiet moment to write, you create a safe space to explore what's behind that voice without judgment. This practice isn't about trying to silence or dismiss the critic, but rather to understand it better and to build a compassionate relationship with yourself. Begin by picking a quiet space where you won't be interrupted. Close your eyes for a moment and notice the specific criticisms or harsh thoughts that come up. Then, take a pen or keyboard and imagine you're writing a letter to that critic. Use gentle, non-accusatory language. For example, instead of telling yourself you're so useless, try saying, I notice you are worried about my success, and I understand you're trying to keep me safe. This kind of writing transforms the critic's voice from an opponent into a part of you that simply wants to protect or warn you. As you continue to write, ask questions like, what are you really afraid of? Or what are you trying to tell me? This process allows you to uncover underlying fears and beliefs that fuel the inner critic. Engaging in this kind of compassionate dialogue always begins with patience. Don't expect to change the critic overnight. Instead, treat each session as a gentle conversation. Over time, this act of kind writing helps soften the critic's tone and sometimes reveals that its harshness is rooted in past experiences or misguided assumptions. As you write, you might notice certain recurring themes, such as fears of failure, shame, or perfectionism. Recognizing these themes enables you to better understand where your inner critic comes from and how it has shaped your self-image. Remember, this practice isn't about pleasing the critic or dismissing your feelings, but about coexisting peacefully with all parts of yourself. Once you establish a regular habit of writing to your inner critic, you can start to gently challenge the assumptions it brings up. Often, that voice is rooted in beliefs like, I must be perfect, I'm not enough, or I'll never succeed. Recognizing these patterns creates an opening for kindness and curiosity rather than self-criticism. Imagine responding to those beliefs with calm questions like, is that really true? Or what evidence do I have that contradicts this thought? Asking these questions gently invites you to view the critic's statements as just reactions or stories, not absolute truths. This shift in perspective can gradually loosen the critic's grip and help you see a more balanced picture of yourself. For example, if your inner voice says, you always fail, you might write back, failing once doesn't mean I am a failure. Can I remember moments when I succeeded or learned something valuable? This process resembles having a caring conversation rather than a battle. It promotes cognitive flexibility and resets the narrative in your mind from harsh judgment to understanding. Consistently questioning the critic's assumptions can help you see that many criticisms are exaggerated or based on old fears rather than current realities. Over time, this approach nurtures self-compassion and creates a more supportive internal environment for growth. Practicing this gentle questioning and kindness requires patience, as it is not about instantly transforming all negative thoughts, but about creating space for new perspectives to emerge. Think of your inner critic as a protective but misguided friend. When you acknowledge its concerns without judgment, you foster a sense of compassion that allows you to listen more kindly, even to uncomfortable feelings. This process can be especially helpful when you notice the critic's voice becoming loudest during stressful or vulnerable moments. Remember to treat yourself with the same patience and kindness you would offer a dear friend. Kindness can soften even the sharpest internal voices and help build a more supportive internal dialogue. Taking time regularly to reflect in this gentle way gradually rewires your inner landscape, fostering resilience and self-acceptance that lasts. Gently questioning the voice inside and cultivating kindness. Sometimes, as we notice that voice inside our head criticizing us, it can feel relentless, like an unending stream of judgment and unmet expectations. That inner voice tends to jump to conclusions, magnifying mistakes or perceived flaws, leaving us feeling small or inadequate. Instead of responding with self-defensiveness or avoidance, gentle inquiry asks us to pause and question this inner dialogue with curiosity rather than blame. It involves turning inward and asking, is this truly how I see myself, or is this a conditioned story I've accepted? This simple shift from judgment to curiosity invites a softer, more understanding attitude toward ourselves. When you recognize this voice, instead of fighting it, gently explore where it's coming from, perhaps noticing feelings of fear, shame, or exhaustion that feed its intensity. Complementing gentle inquiry, self-compassion acts as a nurturing balm that helps us respond to that inner voice with warmth rather than attack. It's about treating ourselves as we would a dear friend, kindly, patiently, and without judgment. When self-critical thoughts arise, pause to acknowledge them without automatically believing they are true or defining your worth based on them. Instead, offer yourself words of comfort, such as "it's okay to feel this way," or "everyone makes mistakes." Over time, this practice trains the mind to meet itself with gentleness, softening the harsh edges of self-judgment. Cultivating this inner kindness doesn't mean denying faults or shortcomings, but reframing the way we relate to them, seeing them as opportunities for growth rather than reasons to belittle ourselves. By practicing gentle inquiry paired with genuine self-compassion, we create a space where the harsh inner critic loses its grip, making room for patience and understanding to flourish. Adopting these tools requires consistency and patience. Start by setting aside a few moments each day to check in with your thoughts, noticing when your inner dialogue turns critical. Instead of fighting or suppressing these thoughts, gently ask questions like, is this thought helpful? Would I speak this way to a friend? Then, soften the tone of your internal voice, offering words of comfort and understanding. Over time, this approach helps weaken the voice of harsh judgment and strengthens the voice of kindness and acceptance. Remember that the goal isn't perfection but progress. Every small act of kindness toward yourself builds resilience against the inner critic, transforming how you relate to your inner world. As you nurture this gentle curiosity and compassion, you'll find that what once felt like an internal battle begins to become a conversation grounded in kindness and understanding instead of criticism. Changing the way your inner voice sounds isn't about silencing it entirely, but about creating a more supportive and realistic dialogue. Many of us develop an inner critic early on, often shaped by past experiences and societal messages, which can make self-acceptance difficult. Building a new voice involves consciously choosing words and attitudes that are rooted in genuine understanding rather than harsh judgment. Think of this inner voice as a trusted friend who encourages you, recognizes your efforts, and offers gentle guidance rather than condemnation. This shift begins with awareness, paying attention to the language you use inwardly and recognizing patterns of negativity or perfectionism. Once you notice these patterns, you can start intentionally replacing judgmental thoughts with statements of encouragement and understanding. For example, replacing "I failed again" with "I made a mistake, and that's okay. I can learn from this." This practice gradually rewires your inner dialogue, fostering a more compassionate and affirming mindset. Developing this supportive inner voice takes time and conscious effort. One effective approach is to create a set of positive affirmations that resonate with your core values and strengths. Repeat these affirmations during moments of self-doubt or when you catch yourself slipping into old patterns. It can be helpful to write them down and place them where you'll see them routinely, such as on your mirror or as reminders in your phone. Over time, these words become ingrained in your mental landscape, guiding your reactions with patience and kindness. Another useful practice is visualizing yourself as someone you deeply respect. Imagine how they would speak to and about you. This mental exercise can uncover the tone and words that reflect a more understanding and encouraging inner voice. Remember, this new internal dialogue isn't about denying difficulties, but framing them in a compassionate light, recognizing your humanity while offering hope and reassurance. As your inner voice grows more supportive, it becomes a source of strength rather than a source of shame, helping you navigate challenges with more grace. By cultivating this inner environment of understanding and encouragement, you lay a foundation for greater self-acceptance. Teach yourself to listen with curiosity and patience, especially during tough moments, and to respond from a place of kindness rather than harshness. This doesn't mean becoming complacent or ignoring faults. Rather, it's about creating a balanced perspective that acknowledges both strengths and flaws with honesty yet compassion. When you develop this inner dialogue, you begin to see yourself more clearly and kindly, which naturally boosts resilience against setbacks and negative self-talk. The process isn't about instant change, but about planting the seeds of a more nurturing inner world that can grow stronger over time. As you nurture this gentle, encouraging voice, you slowly replace the noise of judgment with a melody of understanding and care, making it easier to accept yourself in all your facets, imperfections included. This inner shift can transform the way you face life's difficulties, turning moments of self-doubt into opportunities for gentle self-recognition. Chapter 5. The Habitual Mind. Most of your thoughts today are repeats from yesterday. Many of us go through our days with our minds often on repeat, cycling through familiar thoughts without even realizing it. Sometimes, your mind may be noisy with the same worries, judgments, or daydreams that felt familiar yesterday, and the day before that. It's almost as if parts of your thinking pattern are on autopilot, providing a sense of comfort because everything feels predictable. These mental routines are comforting because they don't require much effort. They're efficient, familiar, and give your mind a break from the unfamiliar. When thoughts are habitual, they act like a well-worn path, easy to follow, requiring little conscious presence, which can make life feel safer, even if those thoughts aren't helpful. This autopilot mode develops over time, as your brain tends to stick with what works or what has become familiar. For example, if you notice yourself worrying about similar issues each morning or replaying conversations in your mind, you're probably experiencing this pattern firsthand. The comfort lies in knowing what's coming next, avoiding the discomfort of uncertainty. But there's a trap here. Because these routines are so automatic, they often operate without your awareness, making it hard to step outside or challenge them. Recognizing these mental habits requires becoming a little more mindful of your thought patterns. A conscious effort that can feel strange at first, but is incredibly liberating once you realize how much of your daily mental life runs on these autopilot tracks. All these routines serve a purpose, providing familiarity, reducing stress, and conserving mental energy. Think of it like walking along a well-worn trail. It saves you time and effort, but it might also limit new discoveries or fresh perspectives. When you notice your mind defaulting to familiar thoughts, take a moment to acknowledge it without judgment. This simple recognition starts the process of becoming more aware of your mental landscape. Over time, these small acts of noticing deepen your understanding of how your mind works and set the stage for more intentional thinking. Sometimes just pausing to observe your thoughts without immediately reacting can help shed light on the automatic patterns running underneath your conscious awareness. The thoughts you repeat daily influence how you see the world and how you feel about yourself. If you often think, "I'll never get this right," or "nothing ever works out," your mood and behaviors are likely shaped by those beliefs. Hooks like these become filters. Your mind automatically looks for evidence that confirms your existing narratives, making your daily experience feel predictable and limited. When habitual thoughts dominate, they subtly yet powerfully influence your interactions, choices, and overall sense of well-being. For instance, if you're used to ruminating over mistakes, You may find yourself avoiding challenges or new opportunities because your mind prefers the familiar pain of worry over the risk of failure. These repetitive thoughts also reinforce a sense of identity, shaping how you see yourself over time. Believing you are not good enough, for example, can become an unspoken truth that influences your actions and relationships. Recognizing these thought patterns offers insight into why certain emotions persist. It's like noticing a default setting that colors everything you do. When you identify them clearly, you begin to see that many of the feelings you experience, frustration, sadness, or anxiety, are born from these internal narratives. Once aware, you gain the power to question these thoughts, to see if they genuinely reflect reality or are just habitual stories your mind likes to tell. The key is understanding that these mental habits don't just reflect your reality, they shape it. They influence your perceptions, judgments, and even your physical sensations. By becoming more conscious of your recurring thoughts, you can begin to untangle the stories that run silently in the background of your mind. Over time, this awareness can open doors to new ways of interpreting your experiences, ways that are less driven by old, automatic beliefs and more rooted in conscious choice. Recognizing these habitual thoughts is the first step toward breaking their grip and creating mental space for more intentional, fulfilling experiences. One practical tip is to observe your thought patterns at specific times of the day, such as during your commute or right before bed. Notice the themes of the thoughts that keep repeating. Ask yourself if they're helpful or if they're simply echoes of the past. Sometimes, just writing down these recurring thoughts can illuminate their common threads. As you start to see a pattern, it becomes easier to consciously choose whether to give them attention or let them go, moving toward a more mindful approach to your mental life. Mental grooves, patterns, and autopilot behavior. Sometimes, my mind keeps looping over the same worries or routines as if stuck on a familiar track. It's like a well-worn trail in a forest that the brain keeps treading because it's easier than forging a new one. Our brains are plastic, meaning they can change, but they also prefer efficiency. When we repeat thoughts and behaviors repeatedly, the brain creates strong connections or neural pathways, making those patterns automatic. Think of these pathways as tiny roads in our mind. The more you use them, the clearer and faster they become. These pathways form based on what we do and think regularly. If someone constantly worries about failure, their brain starts to associate the concept of failure with emotional responses, creating a solid mental route that's easy to access. On the other hand, positive habits, like practicing gratitude, also carve out their own pathways. The remarkable part is that these connections don't develop overnight. They build gradually, strengthened each time you think or act in a certain way. It's as if each repetition deposits a small amount of weight onto a mental ladder, making that path more inviting and easier to follow over time. To visualize this process, imagine walking through fresh snow. At first, your footprints are shallow and faint, signaling a new trail. But as you repeatedly walk the same route, your footprints deepen, becoming a clear and distinct path. Similarly, your brain's neurons connect more tightly with each repetition, making the pathway more automatic. This is why habits, good or bad, become deeply ingrained. When you do something frequently enough, it turns into a default response. Understanding this process is key because it reveals how our thoughts and habits are not fixed, but constructed through repeated mental and physical actions. Often, our automatic behaviors happen beneath the surface of our awareness. You might find yourself reaching for your phone first thing in the morning or reacting with irritation when someone cuts you off without even realizing it. These are signs that the brain is operating on its autopilot, repeating familiar patterns without deliberate thought. Our brains are wired to conserve energy. It's much easier to fall into routines than to constantly challenge ourselves to make conscious decisions. This automatic mode of operation saves mental resources, but also keeps us locked in habits we might not want. Have you ever caught yourself thinking, "Why did I respond that way?" after the moment has passed? That's because these neural pathways are so ingrained that the brain activates them without needing explicit permission. Once a pattern becomes familiar, the brain defaults to it because it's the path of least resistance. It's important to notice how frequently these patterns pop up because awareness opens the door to change. When you catch yourself going down a familiar thought or behavior route, it creates an opportunity to pause and decide whether you want to keep following that path or choose a different one. This repetition happens not just in thoughts, but also in feelings and physical reactions. For example, Someone who has experienced stress repeatedly in specific situations may develop a reflexive sense of panic whenever faced with a similar scenario. This is because their neural pathways for stress responses are well-worn and automatically activate. Recognizing how often these patterns surface without effort is a crucial step in understanding how deeply they are embedded. Once you identify these automatic responses, you gain the power to introduce small shifts, taking a breath, pausing, or choosing a different reaction, gradually rewiring your mental pathways over time. How your brain prioritizes familiarity over accuracy. If you've ever found yourself avoiding a new activity or sticking with familiar routines, even when they no longer serve you, you're experiencing a natural tendency of the brain at work. Our minds are wired to favor comfort and familiarity because they signal safety. When things are known, whether it's a routine, a thought pattern, or a set of beliefs, our brain registers these as less risky. This bias is rooted deep in our neurobiology, because evolutionarily, sticking to what's familiar increased chances of survival. But in today's world, this tendency can become a barrier, keeping us stuck in unhelpful habits or limiting beliefs, simply because they feel safe, even if they aren't beneficial anymore. This instinct to prioritize familiarity often manifests as mental shortcuts, like repeatedly thinking the same negative thought patterns or continuously gravitating toward routines that dampen growth. For example, avoiding challenging conversations because the discomfort feels safer than risking change. The brain's wiring essentially prioritizes what it knows over what might be better, but is unpredictable. When you notice yourself defaulting to old, unhelpful habits, it's a clear sign that your brain is seeking safety rather than aiming for growth or accuracy. This bias isn't about laziness or weakness. It's a survival mechanism that has simply become an obstacle in trying to evolve beyond what's familiar. Understanding this bias involves seeing how deeply ingrained these patterns are. Our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors are often held together by neural pathways that have strengthened over time through repetition. These pathways are like well-worn trails in a forest, easy to follow and comforting because they don't require much mental effort. Challenging these ingrained patterns takes intentional work and awareness because the brain naturally prefers minimizing effort and avoiding uncertainty. Recognizing the drive towards safety as a universal human tendency helps you realize that you are not alone in your habits. It's simply a matter of gradually learning to differentiate between what feels safe and what truly benefits you in the long run. Now that you understand why your mind tends to cling to what it knows, the next step is to gently question those ingrained patterns. Curiosity about where your habitual thoughts originate can serve as a powerful tool for growth. Instead of accepting your automatic reactions as fixed truths, pause and ask yourself where these thoughts or behaviors first appeared. Were they learned from someone else? Are they from past experiences that no longer apply? Exploring these origins helps you see that many patterns are not fixed, but are learned responses that can be unlearned or reshaped. For example, if you've internalized the idea that failure is unacceptable, questioning where that belief stems from opens the door to reconsider its validity and relevance today. This shift in perspective softens the grip of old thought patterns and invites new, healthier alternatives to emerge. Remember, curiosity isn't about judgment or critiquing yourself. It's about cultivating a gentle awareness that allows you to see which thoughts truly serve your well-being. When you notice habitual thinking, like automatic self-criticism or resistance to change, you can ask, where did this idea come from? Or is this belief helping me grow? Sometimes, just shining a light on these patterns weakens their power. It's similar to shining a flashlight on a dark room. Suddenly, you realize how cluttered or unnecessary some beliefs are. From there, you can start to wonder if holding on to these thoughts still makes sense, or if they're keeping you safe from growth. This curiosity becomes a quiet companion on your journey inward, making it easier to challenge old habits without shame or guilt. Cultivating curiosity about your thoughts and actions is a simple yet profound practice. Spontaneously, you could ask yourself during moments of automatic response, why am I thinking this? Does it help me? Over time, this questioning can become a natural part of your inner dialogue. You may discover that many of your habitual thoughts are just echoes from the past, comforting perhaps, but no longer accurate or useful. Recognizing that you have the power to reframe, modify, or even let go of these old patterns encourages a more intentional way of living. It awakens a sense of agency, transforming your relationship with your mind from one of automatic submission to active partnership. Through sustained curiosity, you can gradually shift your mental landscape toward one that values growth over comfort. Practice noticing your default thought loop. Sometimes, our minds seem to be caught in a loop, replaying the same worries, judgments, or assumptions again and again. It's as if there's a quiet voice running in the background, repeating thoughts that have become familiar, almost automatic. Recognizing these patterns isn't about judgment, it's about awareness. When we start noticing these recurring thoughts, we begin to see how often they influence our feelings and reactions without us even realizing it. This process involves paying gentle attention to your mental chatter. Instead of trying to stop or change your thoughts right away, simply observe what motivates them. Notice if a certain worry pops up repeatedly, or if a particular story about yourself seems to spin in your mind over and over. These patterns tend to follow certain themes, like self-criticism, fear of failure, or feelings of inadequacy. When you identify these themes, you're laying the groundwork to understand how they might be shaping your experience of the world around you. It can help to take a moment during the day to ask yourself, what am I thinking right now? Or what thoughts keep coming up for me? As these questions become more habitual, you'll start catching yourself midstream. For example, noticing a thought like, I never do anything right, as it arises, allows you to see it as a pattern rather than a fact. Over time, this simple act of identification reveals the layers of thought that have been running your mind, creating a foundation for gentle change. Once you start to recognize your thought patterns, the next step involves observing them with kindness. This means watching your thoughts without criticizing or trying to push them away. Instead of judging a recurring worry or negative thought, imagine just watching it pass by like a cloud in the sky. There's no need to change it or force yourself to think differently right now. The goal is to notice, not to fix instantly. This approach requires patience. Our tendency often pushes us to replace negative thoughts with positive ones or to dismiss them altogether. But mental change often happens more naturally when we stop fighting what's there. By observing thoughts kindly, we create space for curiosity and acceptance. For example, if you catch yourself worrying about an upcoming event, simply acknowledge that worry without labeling it as bad or wrong. Watch it come and go without leaping to fix it or make it more significant than it is. It can be helpful to develop a simple mental stance, like saying, I noticed this thought, or here's my worry again. This neutral posture keeps you from getting caught up in the story of the thought and instead allows it to exist for what it is, an passing mental event. As you practice this, you'll find that thoughts naturally lose some of their hold on you. They become less automatic, less overwhelming, and more part of the scenery rather than the driver of your mood. A good tip is to practice a few moments of gentle observation during your day, perhaps during a short walk, while washing dishes, or simply sitting quietly. Over time, this habit builds resilience, allowing you to meet your mind with kindness rather than criticism. Remember, noticing without judgment isn't about forcing yourself into a state of perfect calm. It's about softening your relationship with your thoughts so they no longer have a compulsive grip on your experience. That gentle awareness becomes a foundation for deeper understanding and eventual change. Beginning to observe and gently shift habitual thought patterns. Sometimes, our thoughts feel like they're running on a loop, almost like a worn-out song that keeps playing in the background of our mind. It's easy to get caught up in these patterns without even realizing how tight their hold is. Instead of trying to change everything at once, consider focusing on tiny, gentle adjustments. These small steps can gradually loosen the grip of habitual thinking, making your mind feel a little freer each day. The key is to approach these shifts with kindness, not frustration. See them as light touches rather than heavy assignments. For example, when you notice yourself worrying about the future or repeatedly criticizing yourself, pause for a moment and take a breath. In that pause, ask yourself if there's even a tiny bit of curiosity about the thought. Maybe it's just a habitual reaction, like reaching for the same door handle you always use without thinking. Instead of trying to shut the thought down or push it away, gently acknowledge it. This act of acknowledgement, without judgment, begins to loosen its grip. Over time, these small recognitions become like gentle nudges that help you detach slightly from the automatic nature of certain thoughts. Another effective way to initiate these gentle shifts is by paying close attention to your posture or breath. Notice how your body feels right now. Are your shoulders tense? Is your breath shallow or quick? Simply becoming aware of these physical sensations as they are, without trying to change them, can act as a calming anchor. This simple act of presence creates space, making it easier for you to observe your thoughts without immediately reacting. As you practice this, you'll notice that even the most persistent mental habits begin to soften, because you're no longer feeding them with automatic attention. Changing thought patterns can sometimes stir up a sense of frustration or impatience, especially if we judge ourselves for not being better at it. That's where kindness enters as a powerful tool. When you observe a habitual thought or feeling, meet it with gentle understanding instead of criticism. Imagine speaking to a close friend who is struggling. Offer yourself the same compassion. This attitude of kindness makes it easier to explore new mental pathways because it reduces the internal resistance that often accompanies change. When you catch yourself slipping back into old patterns, instead of berating yourself for failing, acknowledge that this is part of the learning process. For instance, if you notice that your mind tends to spiral into worry, gently remind yourself that it's natural for this pattern to arise. You might say, "It's okay to feel this way. I'm learning to notice it, and each time I do, I give myself a bit more space." This perspective fosters patience and resilience, allowing you to gradually shift your thought habits without feeling overwhelmed or defeated. Practicing kindness also extends to how you respond to your thoughts and emotions when they show up unexpectedly. Instead of trying to suppress or completely change them immediately, take a moment to acknowledge their presence with warmth. As an example, if you realize you're feeling anxious about a pending task, gently say to yourself, "It's understandable that I feel this way. I've handled similar feelings before, and I can sit with this for a moment." This gentle acceptance helps reduce the emotional charge behind the thought, making it easier to see it as just a passing experience rather than a fixed truth. Over time, this compassionate approach becomes a steady companion in your ongoing journey of self-awareness. Another practice that nurtures kindness in thought exploration involves imagining yourself as your own best friend. When a negative or habitual thought arises, picture speaking to yourself with the same gentle voice you would use towards someone you deeply care about. This simple shift in perspective can soften the sharp edges of self-criticism. It encourages a more patient and curious stance, allowing new ways of thinking to emerge naturally without pressure. By cultivating this gentle presence, you create a safe space where your mind can relax and relaxes enough to experiment with different perspectives, one small step at a time. In essence, nurturing kindness as you explore your mental landscape isn't just a nice idea, it's an essential foundation. It helps create a gentle environment where new habits can form without resistance. Every small moment of self-compassion reinforces your ability to observe, understand, and gradually shift your thought patterns. With patience and warmth, even the most stubborn mental habits can loosen their hold, opening the door to a more compassionate relationship with yourself. Chapter 6: Anxiety, Overthinking, and the Urge to Control Everything. Why uncertainty triggers mental chaos. Sometimes, when our mind lingers on the uncertainties of life, whether it's future plans, health concerns, or sudden changes, the thoughts can spiral into a whirlwind. It's as if the mind starts to churn, making tiny doubts seem like insurmountable obstacles. That voice within, which often says, "What if?" feeds into a cycle of worry that feels hard to break free from. We might catch ourselves obsessively turning over possible outcomes, even though those outcomes are uncertain and beyond our control. In these moments, it's easy to feel overwhelmed by what's unknown, mistaking our mental noise for a sign that we need to fix something or find certainty right now. But recognizing this pattern is the first step. Simply noticing that our mind is trying to fill the gaps with worry helps us start to see the situation with a little more clarity and less judgment. It's natural to want certainty. Our brains are wired to seek safety and predictability. When faced with gaps in knowledge, our minds often jump into overdrive, imagining the worst possible scenarios or obsessing over what might happen, even if those scenarios are unlikely. This tendency creates a kind of mental chaos, racing thoughts, heightened anxiety, physical tension, all fueled by the discomfort of not knowing for sure. Often, we become so caught up in this internal storm that we forget that the mind's job isn't to produce certainty, but to keep us alert to potential threats. That fear of the unknown doesn't necessarily mean something is wrong. It's simply our instinctual response to what we perceive as unpredictability, a signal that we've entered a zone that feels unsafe or uncontrollable in our current perspective. Understanding that the human mind naturally reacts to uncertainty with worry can help us distance ourselves from the chaos. Instead of battling against the feeling or trying to force certainty, we might start to observe how our thoughts spiral and recognize that this is a common human response. For example, if you catch yourself obsessively checking your phone or ruminating over an upcoming decision, pause and ask, what am I really afraid of here? Often, beneath that panic is a longing for stability or reassurance. Simply acknowledging that this is a normal reaction can reduce its power over us. By tuning into these patterns, we learn to see that our mental chaos is not a sign of failure, but a sign of being human, a reminder that our brains are trying their best to protect us from perceived threats, even if those threats are imagined. Moving forward, understanding this natural tendency lays a foundation for developing a calmer, more compassionate relationship with our own thoughts and fears. Sometimes, slowing down to consciously note when worry begins can be an act of kindness toward ourselves. Asking, is this feeling helping me right now? Or, am I trying to control something I cannot change? Allows us to step back from the immediate storm and create space for mindfulness. Instead of fighting the chaos or trying to suppress it, we can gently observe it, allowing it to exist without judgment. This doesn't mean we ignore our fears, but rather that we recognize them as part of our internal landscape. With practice, this awareness helps reduce the intensity of worry, making it less likely to spin out of control. The goal isn't to eliminate uncertainty, but to build resilience against the mental noise it often triggers, understanding that calmness is always accessible beneath the commotion. Control as a coping mechanism. Sometimes, when life feels unpredictable or overwhelming, the urge to grasp for control can seem like the only way to find relief. In those moments, we might tell ourselves that by organizing our surroundings, creating rigid plans, or trying to manage every detail, we can keep anxiety at bay. At first, it might work, offering a sense of temporary calm, a little reprieve from the chaos inside. But that feeling often fades quickly, and what remains is a more profound sense of stress. The more we cling to control, the more we might find ourselves anxious over losing it or spiraling into frustration when things don't go as planned. What's happening here is a classic pattern. When we tighten our grip, it may momentarily block out feelings of helplessness, but it also increases our overall stress level. We become hyper-focused on outcomes, constantly checking for signs of things going wrong. This hypervigilance can leave us exhausted, mentally and physically, as if we're running a race with no finish line in sight. Over time, this behavior reinforces a false belief that control equals safety. Ironically, it often strips away the very sense of stability we're trying to create, leaving us feeling more anxious than before. For many people, trying to control everything acts like a band-aid on deeper feelings of uncertainty or vulnerability. It's a quick way to feel in charge, but it doesn't address the root causes of our anxiety. Instead, it can lead to a cycle where the need for control grows stronger as stress deepens. For example, someone might obsessively check their phone for messages or meticulously plan every detail of an event, hoping to prevent surprises. Yet, these efforts only serve as temporary fixes, often leaving behind a residue of frustration, guilt, or even shame when plans inevitably fall apart or anxiety intensifies. Understanding this pattern helps us see that grasping for control isn't really about safety or security. It's about managing the uncomfortable feelings that come with uncertainty. Recognizing the temporary relief it provides can be freeing because it opens the door to exploring other ways to find calm, ways that work in the long run rather than just masking discomfort. This awareness is the first step in breaking free from the cycle, allowing us to see control for what it often is, a fleeting illusion that can deepen our underlying stress rather than relieve it. Rather than trying to dominate the external world, finding stability from within gives us a more sustainable sense of calm. This means turning our attention inward, developing a sense of steadiness that isn't dependent on external factors. Practices like mindfulness, deep breathing, or simply pausing to check in with ourselves can help create this internal anchor. These methods allow us to experience the present moment without judgment and remind us that uncertainty is a natural part of life. Instead of fighting against chaos or unpredictability, we learn to accept it as part of being human. Developing internal stability involves cultivating a gentle awareness of our emotional landscape. When anxiety rises, instead of trying to suppress it or control it, we acknowledge it with kindness. This can involve noticing where tension resides in our body, naming what we feel, or focusing on our breath to create a space of calm. Over time, this helps us become less reactive to external events because we're grounding ourselves in our own sense of balance. It's similar to building a strong core. When our internal fortress is solid, the pressures from outside can shake us less. Other effective strategies include setting healthy boundaries around our expectations, recognizing that not everything will go as planned, and practicing self-compassion when we slip into old habits of control. For instance, if a person notices they're obsessively reorganizing their workspace in an attempt to feel in control of their environment, gently reminding themselves that it's okay to leave things as they are can be powerful. Over time, these conscious choices help shift the focus from external control to internal resilience, where true stability begins to grow. Imagine creating a mental space where calm is rooted in awareness rather than a need to fix or manage every detail. It's about trusting ourselves to handle whatever arises with patience and kindness. This doesn't mean ignoring responsibility or neglecting important tasks. Rather, it involves cultivating a mindset that accepts life's uncertainties without overreacting to them. Such a shift can feel subtle yet profound, allowing us to experience peace amid chaos and reducing the power that external circumstances have over our emotional well-being. Practicing daily awareness exercises or journaling about your feelings can strengthen this internal sense of steadiness. By consistently reconnecting with your own presence, you gradually learn to respond rather than react, giving you space to choose your actions more mindfully. When we build this inner foundation, the need to control diminishes naturally because we recognize that stability isn't about keeping everything perfect on the outside. It's about nurturing a grounded sense of self from within. This shift might not happen overnight, but each mindful moment helps us reclaim our peace and reduces reliance on external validations. Ultimately, embracing internal stability encourages a gentler approach to life's unpredictability. Instead of spending energy trying to shape every detail, we learn to ride the waves of change with a sense of trust in our capacity to adapt. This practice transforms control from a desperate effort into a healthy choice, one rooted in awareness, acceptance, and compassion. Just as a tree sways with the wind rather than resisting it, kindness toward ourselves can keep us grounded even when circumstances seem unstable. Small daily steps toward internal balance can make a significant difference in how we experience stress and anxiety. When the mind mistakes thinking for safety, sometimes our minds become a whirlwind of numerous thoughts, all revolving around the same core idea: safety. We think that by meticulously planning every detail, worrying about what might go wrong, or second-guessing our choices, we are creating a solid shield around ourselves. It's as if the mind believes that the more effort we put into avoiding problems, the more imminent they become. This cycle of endless worry feels familiar, an attempt to stay one step ahead, to prevent discomfort or uncertainty from catching us off guard. But often, this mental effort has the opposite effect. Instead of providing genuine safety, it fuels anxiety, drains energy, and keeps us trapped in a loop of heightened vigilance that never truly settles. The more we try to control every outcome, the more we feel powerless, because safety rooted solely in mental effort is an illusion. It's a fragile construct that cannot withstand the unpredictable nature of life. This pattern of seeking security through relentless thinking is because the mind confuses thought with safety. It mistakes mental effort, worry, and planning as protective shields, but these are only temporary distractions. These efforts create a false sense of control that ultimately backfires, leaving us feeling more stressed and less at peace. When we focus all our energy on managing our thoughts and preventing possible bad outcomes, we unintentionally reinforce a belief that we are vulnerable if we stop trying to control. Yet, real safety doesn't come from constant planning and worry. It arises from trusting in the natural flow of life and embracing uncertainty. Recognizing this helps us see that worry isn't a sign of being prepared, but an attempt to avoid feeling vulnerable. The mind's fixation on safety through mental effort often keeps us further from understanding that peace is found not in controlling external circumstances, but in quieting the relentless inner chatter that says we need to constantly be on guard. When we notice ourselves in a cycle of overthinking, it's helpful to remind ourselves that this pattern is a way the mind seeks comfort, even if it doesn't provide it. Instead of fighting the endless stream of worries or trying to suppress them outright, we can begin to observe these thoughts with curiosity. By recognizing that worry is simply a mental habit, we open space for a different approach. one that involves allowing ourselves to be with the discomfort without adding extra layers of effort. This shift can take time, but with patience, we gradually learn that safety isn't a mental state built on effort, but an underlying sense of trust that emerges when we stop trying to force certainty. Letting go of the mistaken belief that mental effort equals security allows us to inhabit the present more fully and experience a calm that isn't dependent on controlling the future. It's a gentle reminder that sometimes the safest thing we can do is simply acknowledge our worries and then gently release them, trusting that the mind's need for constant reassurance is just a habit waiting to be softened. A shift begins when we start to look inward instead of outward for safety. Often, when anxiety arises, we're distracted by external fears. What might go wrong tomorrow, what others might think, or how everything should be perfect. These external worries can seem overwhelming, but beneath them lies a quieter space, the inner experience of presence. By gently turning our focus inward, we allow ourselves to notice what's happening beneath the stream of thoughts. We may observe a feeling of tension or a subtle sense of disconnection, and with this awareness, the need to fix or escape diminishes. Inside this space, there's an opportunity to discover a sense of peace that isn't dependent on external circumstances. This presence isn't about forcing calm, but about letting go of the mental effort that tries to fabricate security and instead resting in the acceptance of whatever is happening right now. Practicing inward attention involves simple acts like noticing the sensation of breathing, paying attention to the present moment, or sensing your body without judgment. These are tools to anchor your awareness away from the endless mental commentary that seeks to control everything. As you do this regularly, a deeper sense of trust can emerge, an understanding that peace isn't something you find outside or create through effort, but something that resides quietly within when you stop trying to force it. This inner tranquility is not a fleeting emotion, but a state of being that arises naturally when mental noise softens. It's important to recognize that this isn't about avoiding challenges or ignoring responsibility. It's about allowing yourself to experience reality as it is, without the added overlay of fear or resistance. The more you practice shifting attention inward, the clearer it becomes that real safety is a subtle, or sometimes invisible, feeling that exists beyond the mind's grasping for control. Over time, this inward attention can serve as a gentle anchor, helping you navigate life's uncertainties with more grace. When fear or anxiety bubble up, instead of trying to suppress or analyze them, simply notice what's present, perhaps a sense of uncertainty or discomfort, and allow it to be. By doing so, you create space for the natural stability of your deeper self to surface. This process cultivates a new relationship with your thoughts and feelings, one of curiosity and acceptance rather than resistance and struggle. As you become more familiar with this inner stillness, the gripping need for mental safety diminishes, revealing a quiet confidence rooted in presence rather than effort. It's in that space of calm awareness that you begin to realize you've actually been safe all along, simply hidden beneath layers of worry and mental noise. Trusting this inner peace becomes a gentle process of softening your grip on mental security and leaning into the natural resilience that resides within. Practicing daily moments of inward focus, even for a few minutes, can gradually transform how you relate to your thoughts. The tip here is to accept whatever arises in that moment without trying to change it, by simply observing with kindness. These little acts of pause nurture a sense of trust in the present experience and reveal that safety isn't something you must chase or create. It's something you can discover when you gently step away from the habit of mental effort. In this way, genuine peace emerges not from controlling your thoughts, but from cultivating a steady awareness that can hold both calm and chaos with equal grace. As your relationship with your inner world deepens, you may notice that the need to constantly plan or worry naturally diminishes, allowing space for a quieter, more authentic sense of safety to unfold naturally from within. Practice the 3-minute ground and release technique. Sometimes, life feels like a whirlwind of conflicting demands and unexpected surprises. Your mind races, trying to make sense of chaos, and you might find yourself gripping tightly to control that seems increasingly out of reach. During moments like these, it's easy to feel overwhelmed or disconnected from yourself. The 3-minute ground and release technique offers a simple way to find your footing quickly, even amid turmoil. It's designed to anchor you back into your body and present moment, helping you remember that even in chaos, you can find a core of stability and calm. This practice emphasizes gentle awareness and conscious breathing, allowing you to step outside the swirl of thoughts and reconnect with what is happening right now. It doesn't require any special tools or a long stretch of time. Just a few mindful minutes can make a big difference. The goal is not to eliminate distress or control every aspect of life, but to create a mental space where you can breathe and feel more centered. This simple act of grounding can serve as a refuge, a calm gathering point you return to whenever you feel lost in your head or overwhelmed by outside events. To begin, find a quiet moment, ideally when you're feeling some tension or distraction. Sit comfortably with your feet flat on the ground, or if you prefer, stand with your weight evenly distributed. Close your eyes if that feels safe and comfortable. Take a slow, deep breath in through your nose, feeling the air fill your lungs. As you exhale slowly through your mouth or nose, notice the sensation of releasing tension. Repeat this steady breathing a few times, allowing your focus to stay gently on the act of breathing. During these breaths, bring awareness to how your body touches the ground or chair beneath you, sensing that connection. Let this sensation serve as your anchor, reminding you that you are grounded, here, and present. As the practice continues, observe your thoughts as they come and go, without judgment or attachment. If your mind drifts to worries, plans, or regrets, acknowledge these thoughts softly and gently bring your attention back to your breath and physical sensations. This process of noticing and returning helps to dissolve the urgency of mental chatter and reinforce your sense of stability. With each breath, remind yourself that distress is a passing sensation, like a cloud drifting by, and that your body and mind can settle into a calm state with a little patience and compassion. This simple rhythmic pattern prepares you to face challenges with more clarity and less reactivity. Once you feel a sense of stability building within, gently release the effort of holding on too tightly. Imagine your thoughts and tensions as leaves floating downstream. They're allowed to come and go without resisting. This lightness of mind, combined with a grounded body, provides an immediate sense of relief. It's like pressing a reset button, allowing you to return to the present moment rather than remaining caught in mental loops or emotional storms. Even a few seconds of this conscious grounding can create a space for reflection instead of reaction, transforming chaos into a quieter, more manageable energy. Remember, this is a practice anyone can do at any time, without any special preparation or equipment. Taking this approach further, you can integrate a gentle release of the need to control everything around you. The more you practice, the easier it becomes to accept uncertainty and trust your innate ability to handle whatever arises. Notice how your body naturally begins to relax as your mind shifts from resistance to acceptance. This shift allows for a deeper sense of calm, as if you're surrendering to the flow of life rather than fighting against it. Regularly practicing this simple technique softens your relationship with stress, making you more resilient over time. It's like building a mental muscle that supports you through both small daily frustrations and larger upheavals. Even amidst ongoing chaos, you'll discover moments of stillness that feel surprisingly accessible, a reminder that peace resides within, ready to be tapped whenever needed. One practical tip to deepen this practice: set an alarm or reminder for just 3 minutes during your day. When it rings, pause wherever you are and kindly dedicate that time to reconnect with your breath and sensations. This consistent pause helps to develop a habit of grounding, gradually making it easier to access calm even during hectic moments. Over time, you may find that these small pockets of stillness become a natural part of your daily rhythm, supporting greater emotional balance and clarity. Instead of waiting for sheer calm to appear on its own, you actively create it whenever you need it, with gentle awareness and an open heart. This simple act of grounding in just a few moments can be surprisingly powerful and transforming over days and weeks of steady practice. Learning to sit with uncertainty and find calm within. Sometimes, our minds become a whirlwind of questions and doubts that seem impossible to settle. We check our phones repeatedly, looking for reassurance, or dwell on decisions that can't be changed. That constant mental noise can wear us down, creating a feeling of being stuck in uncertainty. Recognizing this pattern is the first step toward finding calm. Instead of fighting the uncertainty or trying to force clarity, we learn to accept that not knowing is part of being human. Embracing this allows us to pause and create space for peace to settle in. Acceptance doesn't mean resigning ourselves to confusion or ignoring our feelings, but rather recognizing what is out of our control. When we accept that some questions may remain unanswered, we stop wasting energy on futile attempts to find instant certainty. Instead, we shift focus inward, noticing how our thoughts and emotions react to not having all the answers. This acknowledgement gently dissolves the tension that arises from the need to control everything. Over time, this acceptance cultivates patience and openness, two essential ingredients for inner calm. Practicing acceptance can be as simple as observing your thoughts without judgment. For example, if you find yourself obsessing over a decision or the future, gently remind yourself, I don't need to know everything right now. This mindful acknowledgement creates a bit of emotional space where anxiety can soften. Additionally, incorporating breathing exercises or short moments of silent reflection helps anchor this attitude of acceptance. It's not about never feeling uncertain, but learning to sit with that uncertainty comfortably, trusting that clarity often unfolds when we least try to force it. Take note of your physical sensations during moments of uncertainty. Notice the tension in your shoulders, the tightness in your chest, or the restless movement of your mind. When you stay aware of these signals, you can gently guide yourself back to the present moment. Acknowledging and accepting discomfort as a natural part of life becomes a tool for easing suffering. This way, every experience of not knowing becomes a chance to practice trust in the process rather than resistance against it. Remember, peace begins when you stop fighting what you cannot change and instead start embracing it with kindness. Ultimately, choosing acceptance is an act of compassion toward ourselves. It opens the door to patience and releases some of the burdens we carry when we cling too tightly to certainty. Instead of battling with our thoughts, we begin to watch them with curiosity, discovering that our sense of calm arises naturally once we stop resisting what is. This gentle practice transforms uncertainty from a source of anxiety into a space for growth and presence. It's as if, by simply allowing our minds to rest in what is, we discover a stillness that is always available within us. As we become more comfortable with uncertainty, we naturally develop resilience, the ability to bounce back when life doesn't go as expected. Resilience isn't about avoiding difficulty, but rather about trusting that we can handle whatever comes our way. Building this trust begins with recognizing that we already possess inner resources, our past experiences, our instincts, and our capacity to adapt. When you remind yourself of moments where you faced challenges and came through, it becomes easier to believe in your ability to navigate future uncertainties. Developing resilience also involves shifting how we view life's unpredictable nature. Instead of seeing change and unpredictability as threats, we start to see them as a part of the natural rhythm of life. Think of a river flowing around rocks. Its strength lies in its ability to adapt and continue moving forward. When we begin to trust that life's flow will carry us through difficult times, our fears diminish and a sense of calm returns. This perspective helps us relinquish the need for absolute control and encourages us to lean into the natural course of events with confidence. To cultivate this trust, spend time regularly reflecting on your strengths and moments where you've successfully coped with uncertainty. Journaling about past experiences can reinforce a sense of resilience. Moreover, build small acts of trust into daily life, such as allowing yourself to make decisions without overanalyzing, or practicing patience when plans get disrupted. Resilience grows through these everyday practices, each step reinforcing your confidence that you can handle what life brings. Over time, this gradually dissolves fears rooted in the unknown, replacing them with a quiet conviction that you are capable of weathering storms. Another way to nurture resilience is to adopt a mindset that views setbacks as opportunities for learning. When faced with unexpected challenges, instead of dwelling on what went wrong, ask, what can this teach me? This approach shifts focus from resistance to curiosity, building inner strength. It reminds us that failure and uncertainty are essential parts of growth. Recognizing that life is inherently unpredictable helps us loosen the grip on our expectations and open ourselves to life's natural unfolding. Trusting in yourself and the flow of life also includes learning to surrender control over outcomes you cannot influence. For many, this leap takes patience and repeated practice. Start small by letting go of minor worries or trying a new approach without obsessing over the perfect result. Celebrate moments when you do this successfully. They reinforce your confidence in trusting the process. By gradually increasing your tolerance for uncertainty and practicing trust daily, you build resilience that becomes an integral part of how you approach life's twists and turns. Remember, Resilience is like a muscle that strengthens over time. Each time you choose trust over fear, you reinforce your capacity to handle whatever comes next. Life's uncertainties become less threatening and more opportunities for connection and discovery. When you lean into trust, whether in yourself, others, or the universe, you foster a sense of calm that underpins an enduring sense of inner stability, no matter what external circumstances may unfold. A simple but powerful practice is pausing during moments of doubt and silently affirming, "I can trust myself and life's process." This act of reaffirmation gently shifts your mindset from one of vigilance to one of openness. In doing so, you start to perceive uncertainty not as a threat but as an invitation, an opening for growth, resilience, and deeper understanding of your own strength. This gentle trust becomes a foundation where calm naturally settles, and your capacity to face the unknown deepens with each passing day. Chapter 7: The Emotional Mind versus the Rational Mind. Why feelings often hijack thoughts. Sometimes, it feels like our mind gets hijacked by feelings, almost as if a sudden storm sweeps through, blurring our usual way of thinking. You might find yourself reacting to a situation without much pause, saying things you later regret, or making choices that seem out of character. That storm of emotion can be so intense that it pushes logic aside, leaving us in a place where impulsive reactions become much easier. It's as if emotions momentarily overshadow our ability to see things clearly, guiding us to act based on how we feel in that moment rather than what makes sense in the long run. Recognizing when this happens is the first step. Pay attention to signs like an increased heart rate, tense muscles, or racing thoughts. These often mark that emotional hijack is underway. Strong feelings, especially anger, fear, or frustration, can cause our thoughts to spiral into a state where acting quickly seems like the only option. When emotions run high, our brain prioritizes quick responses over careful thinking because it perceives a threat, whether real or perceived. For example, if someone criticizes you unexpectedly, anger might surge, and your immediate impulse could be to defend yourself fiercely or even lash out. This reaction isn't purely about the specific situation, but is often driven by deeper triggers stored in our subconscious. The critical thing to realize is that these impulsive responses are usually powered more by temporary feelings than by logical, well-considered thoughts. Recognizing this can help create a pause, giving your mind space to step back from the storm and reconsider before acting rashly. Feelings are like signals lighting up inside us, alerting us to what's happening beneath the surface. They can point out something that's important, like a boundary that's been crossed or a need that's unmet. When we tune into our feelings, we gain valuable insight into our inner world, which can guide us toward making better choices. However, feelings can sometimes be misleading or exaggerated, especially in moments of high emotion. For example, anger might give us the message that we're hurt or betrayed, but it can also be based on misunderstandings or temporary frustrations that don't reflect the true situation. Recognizing that feelings are valuable signals doesn't mean blindly accepting them as facts. Instead, it involves listening carefully and then questioning whether your emotions are rooted in reality or distortion. This approach allows us to honor what we feel without letting those feelings control every decision. It's helpful to remember that feelings are often shaped by our past experiences, stories we tell ourselves, and even physical states like tiredness or stress. For example, feeling anxious before a speech might be a normal response, but if that anxiety becomes overwhelming, it may distort your perception, making you believe you're destined to fail. The key is developing an ability to observe feelings without immediately reacting to them. By doing so, we create space to assess whether our emotional response is proportional to the situation or if it's an overreaction. This mindful stance doesn't diminish the importance of feelings. Instead, it enriches our understanding, helping us differentiate between signals worth acting on and those that are just noise. Practicing this awareness can feel challenging at first, especially if you're used to reacting impulsively. A simple technique is to pause for a moment whenever an intense feeling arises. A breath or two can be enough to create that space. During that pause, ask yourself, what am I truly feeling right now? Is this feeling telling me something important, or is it a knee-jerk response? This question helps to identify whether your emotions are guiding you thoughtfully or just reacting to the storm inside. Over time, this habit can make it easier to respond with clarity rather than instinct, leading to calmer, more intentional choices that respect both your feelings and your reason. how emotion-focused thinking changes perception. Many times, the noise in our minds feels unavoidable, thoughts bouncing around, judgments forming before we even realize what's happening. It's easy to think our perception is rooted purely in facts, but underneath, our emotions are quietly guiding what we notice and how we see things. Imagine walking into a room and feeling nervous. That feeling might make you see the surroundings as intimidating, even if nothing has changed in the environment. Emotions act like filters, tinting our lens, whether it's happiness, anger, sadness, or fear. Each one influences how we interpret what occurs around us. When we're aware that emotions shape our perceptions, we begin to see that our reactions aren't just about the facts, but also about how we feel in that moment. This awareness can be a gentle reminder that what we perceive is not always objective, but colored by the mood and sensations we carry inside. Understanding this connection gives us a subtle but powerful insight. Our judgments often reflect our emotional state more than the actual situation. For instance, if you're feeling overwhelmed, minor problems may seem insurmountable, and difficult conversations might automatically be seen as conflicts. Alternatively, when you're joyful, your mind might fill with optimism, interpreting setbacks as temporary and manageable. Recognizing this influence allows us to pause before reacting impulsively. Instead of dismissing feelings as inconvenient or irrelevant, we can start to view them as signals, clues about our internal landscape that shape how we approach the world. This shift cultivates a more mindful approach, where we can check in with our emotions and see whether they're distorting our view or providing insight. Over time, this understanding helps us develop a more balanced perception, one that includes both facts and feelings without letting either dominate unfairly. Our emotions don't just influence how we see things, they also skew our judgments about ourselves and others. Feeling insecure might lead us to interpret a neutral comment as criticism, while feeling confident could make us see the same remark as constructive. Recognizing this pattern gives us space to question whether our emotional state is coloring our perspective. In doing so, we learn to distinguish between what is genuinely happening and what our feelings are suggesting. This doesn't mean dismissing emotions altogether, but understanding that they can act like tinted glasses, sometimes distorting reality. A practical step is to periodically check in with ourselves and ask, what am I feeling right now? How might this emotion be influencing my perception? This simple question helps us see through the emotional haze and understand that our judgments are not fixed truths, but reflections of our inner experience at that moment. Often, the first step toward noticing how feelings influence perception is simply becoming aware of our internal dialogue. Thoughts tend to pop up swiftly after an emotional shift, and before we realize it, they shape the narrative we tell ourselves about a situation. For example, if you're upset, you might catch yourself thinking, "Nothing ever works out for me," or "I'm destined to fail." These thoughts aren't just random, they are colored by the emotional state you're in. The key is to watch this inner conversation with a gentle curiosity, not judgment. By stepping back and observing, you create a tiny space, the moment between feeling and reacting. During this pause, ask yourself if these thoughts are grounded in reality or if they're magnified by current emotions. This process of mindful observing helps us see that feelings are powerful but temporary, and they influence not just what we think but how we think. Lay awareness here can feel like sitting beside a rushing river and merely watching the water flow past. Instead of jumping into the current or resisting it, you acknowledge its presence. Likewise, noticing your feelings in your inner dialogue without getting caught up in them allows you to stay grounded in the present moment. It's helpful to recognize patterns. Perhaps when you're anxious, your inner voice becomes critical. When you're sad, your thoughts may become self-blaming. Detecting these habitual responses enables us to gently challenge them. For example, if your thoughts spiral into negativity, you can simply label them as temporary feelings rather than facts. Asking yourself, "Is this thought helpful right now?" can be a gentle reminder that feelings often lead to stories that may not reflect reality comprehensively. This kind of self-awareness helps reshape your inner dialogue into a more balanced and compassionate conversation. This practice of quietly observing feelings as they influence thoughts also opens the door to kindness toward oneself. Instead of criticizing your emotional reactions or thinking you should control every feeling, you learn to accept them as part of your human experience. Recognizing that your inner voice is often colored by emotion helps to soften harsh judgments and promotes a gentle curiosity. For instance, instead of saying, "I shouldn't be feeling this way," You might say, "I notice I'm feeling anxious, and that's okay." This acknowledgement can help dissolve many of the tensions that come with feeling overwhelmed or reactive. Over time, consistent observation nurtures a habit of mindfulness, creating a space in your mind where feelings are seen, acknowledged, but not necessarily dictating your perception or actions. Such spaciousness becomes a foundation for clearer, more compassionate responses to life's inevitable ups and downs. Maintaining this gentle awareness can be surprisingly freeing, especially when practiced regularly. It's like turning down the volume on emotional noise so you can better hear what's real. A simple, useful tip is to set aside a few moments each day for silent reflection, checking in with your feelings and noticing how they might be coloring your thoughts. Even a few deep breaths combined with a moment of gentle curiosity can start shifting the way you relate to your internal conversations. Remember, emotions are not enemies, they are messengers. Recognizing how they influence your perception and learning to observe their impact slowly nurtures a more compassionate, clear approach to understanding yourself and the world around you. This understanding turns each moment into an opportunity to see beyond the immediate emotional tint and to connect with a quieter, steadier sense of self amidst the changes inside. The value of emotional logic. Often, our minds tend to dismiss or overlook emotions as mere reactions, dismissing them as obstacles rather than sources of insight. Yet beneath the surface of every feeling lies a piece of wisdom, a reflection of our deeper needs, values, or fears. When emotions are acknowledged and understood, they can serve as a compass, pointing us toward what truly matters in our lives. The key is not to suppress or ignore these feelings, but to recognize them as valid signals that deserve our attention. Emotions often carry a kind of internal intelligence that, if listened to carefully, can illuminate choices that align more authentically with who we are. For example, feeling anxious about a decision might highlight an underlying concern that needs resolution, rather than simply being dismissed as unwarranted fear. When we learn to see emotions as guides rather than enemies, we open a space where clarity and wisdom can emerge from their interplay. This helps us avoid making choices solely from logic or impulse and instead integrate the emotional insights into our decision-making process, creating a more balanced and meaningful path forward. In recognizing emotions as repositories of wisdom, it's crucial to develop a sense of appreciation for how they inform us about what's important. This involves tuning into the subtle messages behind feelings rather than reactively descending into their intensity. For instance, frustration might signal boundaries being crossed or unmet needs, while gratitude reminds us of what enriches our lives. When these emotional insights are acknowledged without judgment, they become valuable sources of information that help shape healthier decisions. Balancing emotions with clarity means cultivating enough mindfulness to observe feelings without immediately acting on them. By doing so, we allow ourselves space to analyze the emotional signals and interpret their meaning within the context of our broader values and goals. Over time, this practice enhances our capacity to make choices that are not only rational, but also rooted in an honest understanding of our emotional landscape, ultimately leading to decisions that resonate deeply with our true selves. Remember, emotions are not inherently opposed to reason. Instead, they can complement it. When we treat feelings as informants rather than obstacles, we begin to develop a richer, more nuanced perspective on our lives. This perspective fosters patience in decision-making, encouraging us to listen before acting impulsively. As an example, before making a major life change, notice what feelings arise. Are they fear, hope, excitement, or doubt? Each emotion might be offering a different perspective. Understanding their messages allows us to arrive at smarter, more aligned choices. Developing this emotional awareness requires practice, patience, and a gentle attitude toward ourselves. By appreciating that emotions carry wisdom and can guide meaningful decisions when balanced with clarity, we pave the way for a more authentic, fulfilling existence. The more we trust our emotional voice, the more our inner guidance feels like a true ally rather than a confusing distraction. Practice emotional labeling for mental clarity. Sometimes, our minds are like a noisy room full of overlapping voices, cluttered, overwhelming, and hard to sort through. During moments of emotional intensity, it can feel nearly impossible to pinpoint exactly what we're experiencing. Practicing emotional labeling is akin to turning down the volume on that chaos, creating a quiet space where clarity can emerge. It starts with simply noticing what's happening inside, without judgment or trying to fix things immediately. You might ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? Or where do I notice tension or discomfort in my body? Over time, this habit of naming feelings becomes a gentle way to connect with yourself. It isn't about needing perfect words or understanding right away. It's about giving your emotions a name so they stop feeling like an incomprehensible storm. When you pause and identify what you're feeling, it signals to your mind and body that you're aware, that you're holding space for whatever is present. This act of labeling invites a quiet act of compassion because it recognizes your inner experience as valid, whether it's sadness, frustration, anxiety, or excitement. The key is to approach this with curiosity, not criticism, allowing each emotion its moment of acknowledgement. With patience, the more you practice, the easier it becomes to create space between your thoughts and reactions, giving you a little more room to breathe amidst emotional turbulence. Once you begin to name what you're feeling, it's almost like you're stepping back just enough to see the situation more objectively. This simple act can break the cycle of automatic reactions driven by unrecognized feelings. Instead of spiraling into anger or despair without understanding why, you can slow down and recognize, this is sadness, or I feel anxious about what might happen next. This clarity can feel surprisingly calming, as if you've released a weight just by giving it words. Hundreds of tiny moments of this practice gradually build a better understanding of your emotional landscape. You may notice patterns. Certain feelings emerge in specific situations or after specific thoughts. Recognizing these patterns can then inform more gentle, intentional responses. And because labeling doesn't require any fancy skills, it can be applied anywhere, whether you're in a meeting, alone at home, or walking outside. It's a way to keep your internal world honest and grounded, especially when everything around you feels uncertain or unsettled. Over time, this practice cultivates a sense of trust in your own emotional process. Trust that feelings are information, not facts, and can be understood with patience and gentle attention. Once you can identify what you're experiencing, the next step is often about grounding yourself in the present moment. Emotional labels serve as anchors, helping you stay connected to what's real rather than getting lost in the stories or judgments your mind might spin. For example, if you notice yourself feeling overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness, simply naming it as helplessness instead of judging it as bad or wrong opens up new possibilities. It's like shining a light on a dark room. It reveals what's really there without adding layers of interpretation or fear. When you recognize these feelings clearly, it becomes easier to view them objectively and choose how to respond instead of reacting impulsively. Grounding doesn't mean suppressing feelings. It means acknowledging them with honesty and giving yourself space to decide your next move. Often, this practice helps create a little mental distance, where you can step outside your immediate emotional storm and see things more clearly. For example, instead of reacting in anger, you might tell yourself, I am feeling frustrated right now, and that's okay. This simple recognition can shift your perspective from one of overwhelm to one of understanding. It's a gentle reminder that feelings aren't permanent, they ebb and flow, so your task is to stay present with them, not erase or fight them. Ultimately, this approach nurtures a sense of internal stability, even amid chaos, because you're no longer caught off guard by your own emotional responses. Balancing emotion and reason with gentle awareness. Sometimes our mind jumps from one thought to another, and feelings swirl without clear direction. It's easy to get caught in a rush of mental chatter or emotional storms, feeling overwhelmed by the intensity of what we experience. Yet beneath this noise, there is a calmer space that allows us to observe both feelings and thoughts without judgment. Cultivating this gentle awareness is about learning to pause, notice what's happening inside, and accept whatever arises without rushing to fix or suppress it. When we begin to see our emotions and thoughts as visitors rather than threats, we create a welcoming environment within ourselves that encourages harmony rather than conflict. This cultivation involves practicing kindness towards our inner experiences, recognizing that feelings like fear, anger, or joy are valid parts of our human landscape. Instead of labeling them as good or bad, we soften into their presence, allowing them to exist side by side with our thoughts. For example, if you notice anxiety creeping in while you're working, instead of fighting it or telling yourself to get over it, acknowledge it calmly. This recognition makes it easier to see your thoughts, perhaps worries about future outcomes or self-criticism, without immediately getting entangled in them. It's like creating a mental space where both feelings and thoughts can coexist peacefully, paving the way for clarity and calmness to emerge naturally. Such an approach requires conscious effort and patience. It's about gently shifting from automatic reactions to consciously observing. This practice can be enhanced through simple breathing exercises, grounding techniques, or even brief moments of stillness throughout the day. When combined, these practices serve as anchors that keep us rooted in awareness. Over time, this compassionate awareness helps us see our internal landscape more clearly and respond with more understanding, rather than reacting impulsively or suppressing feelings that might be trying to tell us something. Remember, this is a journey of gentle acceptance. Each moment of mindful observation helps us create a more peaceful relationship with ourselves, where emotion and reason are not enemies, but companions guiding us toward greater balance. Learning to balance feelings and thoughts doesn't happen overnight. It's natural to feel impatient with ourselves when we notice that emotional reactions don't immediately align with rational thoughts or vice versa. Patience becomes a quiet partner on this path, allowing us to approach our inner world with kindness and curiosity rather than frustration. Developing patience requires recognizing that these integrations are gradual, often unfolding in small, subtle shifts rather than massive changes. So, instead of expecting immediate mastery, we can set gentle intentions to observe and accept our internal experiences as they are, knowing that consistency over time will gradually deepen our capacity for harmony. One way to nurture patience is to treat each internal moment as a learning opportunity. When feelings surface unexpectedly or thoughts become intrusive, instead of battling them, practice a kind, non-judgmental attitude. You might silently say to yourself, "This is just how I feel right now," or thoughts come and go, like clouds passing across the sky. This kind of self-talk relieves pressure and invites a sense of gentle acceptance. With patience, you allow your inner world to soften, creating space for understanding and integration. Over weeks and months, these small acts of patience strengthen your ability to hold feelings and thoughts simultaneously without feeling overwhelmed or conflicted. Another important aspect of practicing patience is to avoid rushing the process. It's tempting to seek quick solutions or to think that our internal struggles should resolve quickly. Instead, recognizing that growth in emotional and mental balance is like tending a garden helps set realistic expectations. Every day, by showing up with patience and openness, you nurture your capacity to hold complexity within yourself. Over time, you will notice that your reactions become less impulsive and your ability to listen to both feelings and thoughts with compassion improves. This gentle approach transforms the inner experience from one of turmoil into a steady journey of learning to live with greater awareness and ease, one moment at a time. Remember that cultivating patience isn't about forcing yourself to feel differently, but about honoring the natural rhythm of your inner development. Each small step forward is significant, and even setbacks are part of the process. By consistently practicing patience, you reinforce trust in your ability to handle the ebb and flow of feelings and thoughts. As you become more skilled at sitting with your internal landscape, you begin to discover that balance doesn't mean the absence of emotion or thought, but the unfolding acceptance of it all as part of your human experience. This mindset opens a gentle door through which more compassion and understanding can flow freely, guiding you toward greater inner peace and coherence. Chapter 8: Mental Minimalism, Creating Space in the Noise. You don't have to believe or follow every thought. Sometimes, our minds feel like a busy street full of noisy cars, all honking and rushing by. Random thoughts pop up constantly, and there's this familiar urge to grab hold of them or react immediately. But realizing that thoughts are just passing mental events, not commands we must obey, is a gentle but powerful shift. When a thought arises, say, about a mistake made yesterday or a worry about tomorrow, it's tempting to believe it's an urgent message that needs action. Yet beneath that rush, there's often a space where you can notice, that's just a thought. Recognizing this difference is like standing a few steps back from your mind instead of being caught up in the chaos. It helps us see that we don't have to follow every thought, nor do we have to act on it. Instead, we can observe it without judgment or reaction, knowing that thoughts are fleeting and not necessarily truths demanding our attention. This awareness begins with a simple observation. Name the thought and let it drift away like a cloud. You might say to yourself, "That's worry," or "That's my critic," and then gently return your focus to what's happening around or within you. Over time, this practice strengthens a vital skill, noticing when you get caught up in thoughts and choosing not to become entangled. Instead of automatically reacting to each mental event, you build a little buffer, an allowance for space between stimulus and response. This space becomes your opportunity to pause, breathe, and decide whether to engage with that thought or let it fade away. Knowing you have this choice is freeing. It turns reactions into options rather than automatic responses. Every moment you practice this, you quietly remind yourself that you are not your thoughts. You are simply the observer of your mind's busy chatter. Building this kind of awareness is more about patience than effort. It's like learning to listen softly instead of shouting back at every noise. This gentle attention involves noticing the initial spark of a stimulus, be it an external event or a thought, without immediately jumping in. When something unexpected happens, or your mind drifts into a familiar worry, instead of reacting instinctively, pause just long enough to create a tiny gap. In that pause, you might take a slow, conscious breath, or simply acknowledge what's happening inside without pushing or resisting. This small act of pausing begins to reinforce a space where you can choose how to respond. Over days or weeks, this space lengthens naturally, making reactions more deliberate rather than automatic. It's like giving yourself a moment of grace, allowing feelings and thoughts to settle before acting on them. Developing this awareness does not mean suppressing thoughts or feelings. It's more about transparency, seeing them clearly, understanding that they are just passing phenomena, and recognizing that you don't have to cling to or escalate them. When you notice a rising emotion or a persistent thought, you can gently say to yourself, "This is just a passing moment." This recognition creates a soft boundary between stimulus and response, giving you the opportunity to choose kindness rather than knee-jerk reactions. For example, if a critical voice surfaces, instead of accepting its judgment, you might simply observe it and then offer gentle reassurance to yourself. This practice helps cultivate patience and self-compassion, reinforcing that our reactions are choices, not obligations dictated by uninvited mental visitors. In time, this creates a habit of awareness that supports calmer, more mindful responses in daily life. Remember, the key is to stay gentle and consistent. Each time you notice a thought or feeling without immediately reacting, you are strengthening your capacity for mindful pause. This isn't about perfection, but about cultivating a kinder, more aware relationship with your inner world. The more you do it, the more natural it becomes to sit back and observe, rather than chase every mental spark. Ultimately, it's a quiet reminder that you always have a choice, even in the midst of mental noise, to respond with reaction or with openness. This small shift can lead to profound changes in how you experience your thoughts and emotions, helping you feel more grounded and less overwhelmed by the constant mental rush. Decluttering mental clutter. Many of us go through our days feeling overwhelmed by a swirl of thoughts, worries, and endless to-do lists. That constant chatter in the mind, questions about whether you'll get everything done, doubts about your worth, or fleeting fears, can slowly drain your energy without you realizing it. Recognizing this mental clutter is the first step toward gaining clarity and peace. Sometimes, you might notice yourself dwelling on past mistakes or future anxieties, which can make it hard to focus on what truly matters now. The key is to start noticing these recurring patterns and categorize what types of thoughts are taking up space without serving you. Think about moments when your mind feels heavy, restless, or scattered. These are clues pointing to specific kinds of mental clutter. For instance, persistent regrets about decisions you wish you'd handled differently can gnaw at your confidence. Worries about things outside your control, like health, finances, or relationships, tend to drain emotional energy when left unchecked. Internal chatter about perfectionism or unrealistic expectations can lead to exhaustion, even if nothing concrete needs your attention at that moment. By tuning into these patterns, you can begin to see what thoughts or feelings are cluttering your mental landscape. Another useful approach is to observe your mental state during different parts of the day. Do certain times trigger more negative or obsessive thoughts? Are there specific situations that prompt a flood of distracting ideas? For example, waiting in line or lying in bed at night can become breeding grounds for mental noise, especially if you're used to running everything over in your mind. Once you identify these triggers, you're better equipped to understand which thoughts are purely reactive or habitual. This awareness alone provides a foundation for intentionally reducing or shifting these mental patterns. Remember, mental clutter isn't always obvious or dramatic. It can be subtle, like the nagging feeling that you forgot something or the constant shoulds that appear in your mind. Because these thoughts are often automatic, they can fly under the radar, making it essential to pause and examine what your mind is holding on to. Drawing a mental map of your recurring thoughts can help you see how they connect or cluster, revealing patterns that are worth addressing. Simply becoming aware of what kinds of mental noise are present gives you a sense of control, even if those thoughts don't disappear immediately. Once you've begun to identify what clutter resides in your mind, the next step is to practice straightforward techniques that help clear that space. Many of these methods are accessible and require no special tools, just a little patience and consistency. One popular approach is to dedicate a few minutes each day to intentional breathing. Deep, slow breaths can signal your nervous system to relax, reducing the intensity of racing thoughts. Focus on each inhale and exhale, noticing the sensation of the air moving in and out. Over time, this practice helps create a mental pause, a moment to reset when your mind feels overwhelmed. Another effective method is journaling, simply putting your thoughts onto paper. This process helps externalize the mental noise, so it no longer loops endlessly inside your head. Write down whatever is bothering or occupying your mind without judgment or censorship. Sometimes, seeing these thoughts in concrete form provides clarity and perspective, revealing that many worries are fleeting or less significant than they seem. It also creates a mental boundary, allowing you to revisit the journal later instead of letting thoughts spin in an unproductive cycle. Mindfulness techniques can be particularly useful for fostering calmness. Paying close attention to everyday sensations, like the feeling of your feet on the ground, the sounds around you, or the smell of your surroundings, anchors your awareness in the present moment. When your mind drifts into worry or busy thoughts, gently bring it back to what's happening here and now. This practice encourages acceptance and reduces the tendency to ruminate on past events or future fears, creating a buffer of calmness that becomes easier to access over time. Incorporating small, intentional pauses into your daily routine can make a significant difference. For example, set a reminder to take a minute of silence at regular intervals. Breathe deeply, notice your surroundings, or simply observe your thoughts with gentle curiosity. This helps interrupt the cycle of mental noise and cultivates a habit of gentleness toward your inner world. Over days and weeks, these simple steps transform from occasional efforts into a natural approach for maintaining mental clarity and calm. Lastly, it's useful to develop a compassionate stance toward your thoughts. Recognize that mental noise is a normal part of human experience, and avoiding it entirely isn't necessary. Instead, meet these thoughts with a gentle, non-judgmental attitude, acknowledging their presence without giving them power or significance. This acceptance diminishes their grip and gradually fosters a quieter, more centered mind. Over time, as these techniques become habit, you'll find a greater sense of space, both inside your mind and within your everyday experience, that allows you to approach life with more clarity and peace. Practices: silence, breath, movement, and mental white space. In the constant rush of everyday life, it's easy to find yourself caught in a whirlwind of thoughts and distractions that make your mind feel crowded and restless. Sometimes, it feels like your inner voice never quite shuts up, always nagging or chattering away, leaving you exhausted even when there's no external noise. On days like these, the idea of finding quiet might seem impossible, yet it remains one of the most effective ways to reconnect with yourself. Creating space within your mind isn't about banning all thoughts, but about learning to give yourself moments of genuine peace amidst the chaos. It's in those small pockets of silence that your true essence can surface, offering clarity and calm far more powerful than you realize. Engaging in mindful activities that cultivate silence and presence helps build these pockets of quiet. Simple practices like paying close attention to your breath, observing your movements, or simply sitting in stillness without judgment can create that mental white space. Every time you intentionally pause, you give your mind a chance to step back from its relentless chatter and settle into a more spacious, aware state. These moments are not mere pauses. They are acts of gentle rebellion against mental clutter. Over time, they help you develop a quieter internal landscape, making it easier to navigate stress, make clearer decisions, and feel more anchored within yourself. Think of it as carving out small sanctuaries of calm that you can return to whenever life feels overwhelming, even if just for a few moments at a time. Using your body and breath as tools to establish this inner spaciousness is surprisingly accessible. By focusing on your breathing, you create a natural anchor that grounds you in the present. Whether you breathe slowly and deeply or simply notice the inhalation and exhalation flowing naturally. Each breath becomes a gentle reminder that you are here, now. Your body's sensations, feeling the weight of your limbs, the contact of your feet on the ground, or the stretch of muscles, can also serve as anchors for mindfulness. Moving intentionally, even in small ways like stretching or walking mindfully, can help break the cycle of mental clutter and foster a sense of openness. These physical and breath-centered practices aren't about performing perfectly, but about cultivating a consistent habit of returning your awareness to the here and now. As you do, you'll notice your mind becoming less reactive, more spacious, and less caught up in endless cycles of thought. Creating mental white space is like giving yourself a gentle breath of fresh air inside your mind. It's about intentionally cultivating moments where your thoughts slow down, your heart rate stabilizes, and your awareness expands beyond the usual chatter. These pauses might be brief, just a few seconds or minutes, but their impact is profound. They build a reserve of inner calm, making it easier to handle life's inevitable ups and downs. By regularly practicing these awareness strategies, you start to notice how your mind naturally seeks these moments, craving a break from constant noise. In that quiet space, you might find insights that weren't visible before or simply a feeling of being more at ease. As you observe and accept whatever arises during these moments, you develop a more compassionate and patient relationship with your inner world, one that finds peace even amidst uncertainty and noise. A small, consistent effort to slow down your thoughts can turn the chaotic rush into a gentle flow, guiding you gently back home to yourself. Practice the 5 thought decluttering prompts. Sometimes our minds are like busy streets, filled with endless thoughts, worries, and to-do lists that spin around so quickly we hardly notice how heavy they've become. It's easy to get caught up in this mental noise, telling ourselves stories about what's missing or what could go wrong. When this happens, instead of trying to force the noise away or fighting it, we can gently ask ourselves simple, compassionate questions that help loosen those mental chains. Think of these questions as soft keys opening a small door in your mind. They're designed not to judge or criticize, but to invite clarity. For example, you might ask, is this thought helpful right now? Or what do I need to release to feel lighter? When you pause and check in with these questions, it creates a space where unnecessary worries can gently drift away, much like clouds passing across a calm sky. The goal isn't to silence every thought, but to foster awareness and let go of what doesn't serve your well-being. Using gentle questions works because it shifts your focus from resisting thoughts to understanding them. Instead of rushing to dismiss a troubling thought, you invite curiosity. You might notice, for instance, that a recurring concern about work feels overwhelming not because of the task itself, but because of the stories your mind attaches to it. Asking yourself, is this concern grounded in current reality or just a story I'm telling myself? Helps distinguish between what's real and what's a mental burden that can be released. Over time, this practice reduces the mental clutter and restores a sense of peace. It's helpful to have a handful of questions ready in moments of mental chaos. Some examples include, what am I holding on to right now that I can let go of? Is there a different perspective I haven't considered? Or, what truly matters in this moment? By maintaining a tone of kindness in these questions, you make space for your mind to settle naturally. The idea is not to analyze endlessly, but to treat your thoughts as passing clouds rather than fixed truths, allowing each one to fade when its purpose has been served. Practicing this long enough creates a natural habit of releasing unnecessary mental weight. When you ask yourself gentle questions regularly, you begin to cultivate an internal environment where clarity can grow. Over time, you might notice yourself catching on to stress earlier and disarming it before it spirals out of control. This approach nurtures a kind, patient relationship with your mind and helps you build resilience against overwhelm. Remember, the goal is not perfection but a gentle dance with your thoughts, learning to ask, listen, and let go graciously. Creating a consistent routine of mental cleanup might sound like a small change, but it can have a profound impact on how present and clear you feel throughout your day. Just like cleaning your living space removes clutter and makes it more welcoming, regularly decluttering your mind clears away unnecessary mental noise, creating room for peace and focus. Starting with brief, daily pauses allows this process to become second nature, quietly transforming the way you experience each moment. One simple way to embed this habit is to set aside a few minutes at a specific point each day. For example, morning coffee or before bed, to check in with your thoughts. During this time, ask yourself a few of those gentle questions, perhaps journaling insights if that appeals. Over time, these small, consistent moments build a mental routine that encourages mindfulness and calmness. Instead of waiting for stress to overwhelm you, you become proactive, gently guiding your mind back to what truly matters in each moment. This regular practice doesn't require complicated techniques. It's about showing up with kindness to your inner world. You might discover patterns, like recurring worries or self-critical thoughts, and learn to respond to them differently. Think of it as tending a garden. With regular attention, weeds are removed before they take over, and your mental landscape becomes a place where positive, calm thoughts can flourish. It's also helpful to set simple reminders, like a soft alarm or visual cue, that prompt you to pause and reconnect with yourself. As you build this habit, stay gentle with yourself when lapses occur. Some days will be easier than others, and that's perfectly okay. The aim isn't perfection, but consistency. Each small moment of clarity gained is a step toward greater presence and understanding. Over time, this steady practice allows you to respond to life's inevitable ups and downs with a calmer mind and a more centered heart. Remember, the key is kindness toward yourself and your mental processes, as you gradually create space for calm and focus to flourish. It can also be helpful to reflect on your progress periodically. Notice when your mind feels clearer and when it still clings to unnecessary thoughts. This awareness itself can be calming, reinforcing your commitment to the habit. As you continue, you may find yourself more able to enjoy the present moment without distraction and better equipped to navigate life's uncertainties with a gentle, clear mind. Making mental decluttering a regular part of your life is a quiet act of self-love, an ongoing practice of coming home to yourself, one moment at a time, creating room for calm and clarity in daily life. It's easy to find yourself caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, rushing from one task to the next without pausing to breathe. Sometimes, our minds are so busy that even a few seconds of silence feels like a luxury we can't afford. Yet, these tiny intervals, just a moment here and there, can serve as powerful anchors that bring us back to the present. Making a habit of inserting small pauses throughout your day doesn't require extra time. It simply involves shifting a few moments of your routine into mindful awareness. For example, before starting a new task, take a breath, notice your surroundings, and acknowledge your current state of mind. These low-pressure pauses are not about clearing your mind completely, but about gently tuning into what's happening inside and around you, without judgment or expectation. Over time, these brief episodes of mindfulness help you develop a greater sense of calm and clarity. They act as mental reset buttons, reducing the feeling of being overwhelmed and creating space for more thoughtful reactions. You can train yourself to recognize when your mind is racing, perhaps during a hectic morning or in the middle of a stressful meeting, and intentionally pause. Some simple practices include taking 3 deep breaths before responding to a difficult comment, gently stretching your body in the middle of work, or simply listening to the sounds around you for a few moments. These practices may seem small, but they accumulate into a steady practice that fosters resilience and calm in the midst of daily chaos. Including these moments in your day also enhances your awareness of your mental and emotional states. As you become more familiar with your inner landscape, you'll notice patterns, times when anxiety tends to spike or when you feel the most scattered. Recognizing these signals empowers you to insert a pause before reacting impulsively, giving you the chance to choose a more mindful response. The key is consistency, reminding yourself that these small, intentional pauses are acts of self-care, not interruptions. Over time, they create a rhythm of gentle awareness that nurtures both your mind and body, making it easier to find moments of calm even amidst busyness. Now, imagine starting each day with a mindfulness minute, setting aside just 60 seconds for yourself before diving into your busy schedule. During this minute, close your eyes if possible, take slow, deep breaths, and simply observe your thoughts and sensations without trying to change anything. Doing this each morning can set a tone of calm that carries through your day. Remember, transformation often begins with small, intentional steps. By incorporating these pauses, you're teaching yourself to be present not only during designated moments, but throughout your day, turning routine activities into opportunities for serenity and clarity. Imagine walking into a busy street full of honking cars, bustling crowds, flashing signs, and endless chatter. It's noisy and chaotic, and it's easy to feel overwhelmed or disconnected. What if you could find a way to embrace less of that external noise, both literal and figurative, and discover a powerful quietness inside? The truth is, reducing the clutter around us often leads to discovering a stillness within that no external chaos can reach. When we step back from constant stimulation, whether social media, news, or even internal dialogues, we create space to hear our own voice more clearly. This quiet strength isn't about shutting down completely, but about refining the noise so we can access a calmer, more centered part of ourselves. Sometimes, silence feels unfamiliar or even uncomfortable at first. We have learned to associate noise with activity and productivity, thinking that constant movement equals progress. Yet, letting go of some external noise can open up space for reflection, insight, and emotional resilience. For example, dedicating a few minutes daily to turning off notifications or setting boundaries around screen time helps filter out unnecessary stimulation. It's in these quiet moments that we find clarity, an honest understanding of what truly matters and what is just background chatter. This growing inner strength can serve as a reliable anchor in moments of stress or uncertainty, allowing us to respond rather than react impulsively. Learning that less noise equals more quiet strength also involves distinguishing between what demands our attention and what we can let go of. Social media, in particular, can drown us in an unending stream of information and opinions, often leaving us drained and distracted. By consciously choosing to step back from such sources for a moment, or even longer, we can reconnect with ourselves and what genuinely brings meaning. It's not about eliminating all activity, but about prioritizing quality over quantity in what we allow into our minds and lives. This approach gradually shifts the focus from external validation to internal clarity, allowing our inner resilience to grow stronger. As you begin to embrace quieter spaces, you'll notice a more stable sense of self, anchored in your own truths rather than external noise. One practical method is to dedicate part of your day to silence, perhaps during a walk, a quiet cup of tea, or in moments before sleep. During these times, resist the urge to fill every silence with activity or distraction. Instead, practice simply observing your thoughts and sensations without judgment. Over repeated experiences, your mind learns that it can find strength and reassurance in its own quietness, rather than constantly seeking stimulation. This quiet inner strength becomes a foundation you can lean on during challenging times, offering stability and patience when circumstances are uncertain. Developing this skill takes time, but as it deepens, you'll find that even amidst chaos, a core of calm remains accessible and robust. Think about the difference it makes when you consciously choose what noise to allow into your life. Maybe it's turning off your phone during a meal or carving out a few moments each day to just sit in silence. These small acts have a cumulative effect, gradually reshaping your relationship with both outside influences and your inner world. Remember, sometimes doing less, listening less to the external chatter, actually reveals more about who you are and what you need. This process of quieting the mind and surroundings becomes less about deprivation and more about creating a fertile ground for inner strength to blossom, quietly but powerfully. Chapter 9. Who's really running the show? Spoiler, it's not logic. Subconscious drivers and implicit beliefs. Sometimes, we catch ourselves reacting to situations without really understanding why. There's this endless chatter in our minds, a feeling that something just feels right or feels off, but rarely do we stop to analyze where these impressions come from. This inner noise often masks underlying patterns or beliefs that have developed over years, almost invisible to our conscious awareness. These hidden influences drive our responses, guiding actions and feelings without us even realizing it. As we begin to pay closer attention, we start noticing that many of our automatic reactions are rooted in subconscious beliefs, deep-seated assumptions about ourselves, others, or the world. Uncovering these beliefs involves gently observing ourselves without judgment. It's about creating space for honest inquiry, asking, why did I react that way? Or what am I really feeling beneath this emotion? Sometimes, these impulses are rooted in core fears, like the fear of rejection or the need to be perfect. Other times, they reflect long-held narratives such as I am not enough or I must always succeed. Recognizing these patterns requires patience, as they often play out on a subconscious level, influencing our behavior silently. By bringing them to light, we can begin to understand that these beliefs are not fixed truths but mental constructs that can be questioned and reshaped. This process of uncovering is not about blame, but about awareness. It's like peeling away layers of fabric woven through years of experience, conditioning, and personal history. For example, if you notice yourself feeling anxious in social situations, ask yourself what underlying story might be fueling that anxiety. Perhaps it stems from a belief that you're boring or not interesting enough. When you notice these underlying impulses, it enables you to choose how to respond deliberately rather than react automatically. In this way, awareness becomes a powerful tool for rewiring the subconscious patterns that continuously influence your reactions behind the scenes. Many of our daily behaviors are not as spontaneous as they seem. Instead, they are often dictated by unconscious patterns that have been ingrained over time. Imagine walking into a room and automatically sensing that you should behave a certain way, smiling, avoiding a certain topic, or withdrawing, without consciously deciding to do so. These responses are shaped by past experiences, upbringing, and societal influences that have made specific reactions automatic. We tend to operate more out of habit than deliberate choice, which means that genuine awareness of these patterns can feel like an awakening. It's reassuring to realize that most of what drives us behind the scenes isn't fixed but learned, and therefore changeable. One way to understand these unconscious patterns is to observe the repetitive themes in your life. Do you find yourself reacting similarly in different relationships or situations? Perhaps you become defensive when criticized, or you tend to withdraw when feeling vulnerable. These recurrent behaviors point to underlying beliefs and emotions that are operating in the background. Recognizing them helps take the power away from automatic patterns and puts you in a position of choice. Instead of blindly reacting to each situation, you learn to pause, observe your impulses, and ask if this is truly how you want to respond. Over time, this process can weaken old patterns and foster new, healthier ways of responding. This awareness also sheds light on the ways our subconscious shapes our perceptions. For instance, if you carry a belief that others are always judging you, your mind may constantly scan for signs of criticism, even where none exist. Understanding that this is an automatic pattern allows you to challenge the belief, questioning its validity, and to see situations more clearly. The key is noticing these tendencies early, when they arise rather than after they've already influenced your words or actions. With practice, you develop a kind of mindful distance from your reactions, creating space for intentional choices instead of automatic responses rooted in habits you may not even realize you have. By acknowledging these unconscious drivers, you open the door to genuine self-awareness. It becomes clearer that behaviors often labeled as ego, fear, or defensiveness are in fact responses to underlying beliefs, beliefs that, once identified, can be examined and changed. Changing these beliefs doesn't involve fighting against them, but rather gently questioning their origins and validity. As you do this, you start feeling more in control of your reactions and less driven by forces operating behind the scenes. Each small insight brings you closer to understanding that your mind's automatic patterns are not permanent fixtures, but flexible responses shaped by your evolving awareness and choices. Remember, tuning into these unconscious patterns is a process that requires patience and kindness towards yourself. Let each observation be an act of curiosity rather than judgment. As you begin spotting the beliefs and impulses that influence your actions without your conscious awareness, you create an opportunity to consciously rewrite your narrative. This inner work can feel like a gentle conversation with your mind, an invitation to befriend and understand rather than criticize or dismiss. In time, this awareness becomes a natural part of your daily life, gently guiding you toward more intentional and authentic responses. To help facilitate this process, start keeping a simple journal of reactions you notice throughout the day. When a strong emotion or reaction arises, pause and ask yourself what belief or story might be fueling it. Writing this down can reveal patterns that are otherwise easy to overlook. Over time, you'll begin noticing recurring themes or triggers, and that insight becomes a map for understanding your subconscious landscape. This ongoing awareness is a powerful step toward shifting those hidden drivers and cultivating a calmer, more centered mind. What if you saw your reactions not as enemies, but as clues? Each impulse, each emotion whispered by your subconscious, holds valuable information about how you see yourself and the world. Recognizing this makes a significant difference. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by hidden forces, you learn to approach them with gentle curiosity. With practice, you can start asking gentle questions like, is this belief serving me? Or does this reaction truly reflect who I am? This inner dialogue can transform automatic patterns into conscious choices, opening up space for growth, healing, and a deeper understanding of your own mind. Scripts you didn't write, but live by. Sometimes, when you pause and listen carefully, you notice a constant hum inside your mind, an ongoing stream of thoughts, judgments, and assumptions. These mental narratives shape how you see yourself and the world around you, often running in the background like an unspoken script. They influence the choices you make, the feelings you experience, and even the way you interpret other people's actions. These stories aren't just random thoughts. Many of them are inherited, passed down from family, culture, or society, becoming part of your internal operating system without you realizing it. This internal dialogue often contains messages you received early in life, about what you're capable of, what is acceptable, or what you should value. For example, if someone grew up hearing good children listen and obey, that story might quietly influence how they respond to authority or how they see their own independence now. These narratives can be so deeply embedded that they feel like facts rather than stories. Recognizing these patterns is the first step to understanding how much they are shaping your daily life, sometimes without your awareness. These internal scripts can serve you or hold you back, depending on their nature. They can foster confidence and resilience, but they can also create limiting beliefs or unnecessary guilt. By becoming more aware of what these stories are and how they operate, you begin to see a clearer picture of why you react a certain way or why you hold specific beliefs. This awareness acts like a spotlight that reveals hidden influences guiding your choices and actions, providing space to decide whether these narratives still serve you or if they're simply echoes of the past you no longer need. Understanding the origins of these narratives can reveal a lot about your subconscious programming. Whether they stem from old family stories, cultural expectations, or societal norms, they often reflect a version of truth that was relevant in a different time or context. As these stories become part of your internal monologue, they color your perceptions and decisions, sometimes subtly, sometimes quite intensely. Recognizing these influences opens the door to greater self-awareness and, ultimately, greater freedom to choose differently when old scripts no longer align with who you truly want to be. Once you start noticing these internal narratives, the next gentle step is to explore their origins with curiosity rather than judgment. Asking yourself questions like, "Where did I learn this?" or "Who told me I should think this way?" can help you trace the roots of your stories. Often, these messages come from experiences, family members, societal standards, or even cultural stories that you absorbed without much reflection. This process isn't about blaming anyone. It's about understanding that many of these stories are inherited and may no longer reflect your current reality or values. As you examine these narratives, it's helpful to consider whether they serve your growth or keep you stuck in old patterns. For example, a story like, "I must always be perfect to be loved," might have originated from a childhood environment where approval depended on performance. But as an adult, holding on to this story can create unnecessary stress and prevent you from enjoying life's imperfections. Gently questioning these beliefs allows you to see if they still hold true or if they are outdated assumptions no longer relevant. This act of inquiry is like a soft breeze that dislodges the cobwebs from your mental attic, revealing clearer space for your authentic self to emerge. Sometimes, simply acknowledging these stories as stories can be enough to loosen their grip. You might say to yourself, "This is just a story I've been telling myself," which creates a little distance and reduces their power. From this place of gentle awareness, you can decide whether to keep, modify, or let go of these narratives. The goal isn't to erase your history, but to choose which stories genuinely support your well-being and which scripts are holding you hostage. This ongoing process of self-inquiry helps you to evolve from living automatically to living intentionally, aligned with your true values and aspirations. By continuously asking yourself whether these internal scripts reflect your current self or outdated beliefs, you foster an ongoing conversation with your inner world. It becomes easier to separate yourself from inherited stories that don't serve you anymore, opening up space for new, more empowering narratives. This process isn't hurried. It's about cultivating a gentle curiosity and patience as you uncover and update the stories that run your life. Over time, you might find that the stories you live by begin to shift, reflecting a deeper understanding of who you truly are beneath the echoes of the past. Such awareness can become a quiet, steady anchor as you navigate your inner landscape and come closer to your authentic self. childhood imprints, identity loops, and internalized voices. Sometimes, amidst the constant chatter in our minds, there's a quiet voice that whispers, "This is just who I am," or "I can't change that about myself." These inner voices are often rooted in experiences from childhood, even if we're not fully aware of it. As children, we absorb a lot from our surroundings, our family, teachers, friends, and even the media. These influences act like molds, shaping how we see the world, others around us, and ourselves. For example, if a young child learns early on that being quiet is being overlooked, that belief can turn into a lifelong tendency to hold back, even if circumstances change. Identifying these influences starts with paying attention to recurring themes or beliefs that appear in your thoughts and feelings. Do you often think you're not good enough? Do you find yourself quick to blame yourself for mistakes? These recurring patterns are clues pointing back to past experiences. They are like footprints left behind, guiding you to the early moments where your core beliefs were formed. Recognizing these influences isn't about self-judgment, but about understanding the roots of your current thoughts and behaviors. It's a gentle process of discovering how past impressions, sometimes subtle and unnoticed, continue to influence how you see yourself and others today. Reflecting on your childhood can reveal how certain voices became internalized. Maybe praise was conditional or inconsistent, leading to a belief that your worth depends on external validation. Perhaps criticism was frequent, creating an internal critic that still nags at you. It's also helpful to look at the roles your caregivers played, how they responded to your needs, emotions, and successes. Did you learn that expressing vulnerability was safe, or did you get the message that showing feelings was a sign of weakness? Becoming aware of these early influences is like uncovering the blueprint of your inner world, which helps you understand why certain patterns keep repeating. Once these childhood imprints become visible, the next step is noticing the voices they generate within your mind. These voices often sound critical, judgmental, or dismissive, and can feel like amplified echoes of past experiences. Instead of fighting or trying to suppress them, it's far more helpful to approach these voices with a sense of curiosity and compassion. Recognize that these internal messages are not fixed truths, but echoes of past circumstances that no longer serve your well-being. Imagine speaking softly to these voices, asking them where they originate from, as if you're gently uncovering a buried story. This approach creates space where you can begin to understand that these voices are just opinions shaped by history, not absolute realities. Engaging with your internal voices this way encourages a warm, non-judgmental attitude. Sometimes simply acknowledging, "I see you and I hear you," can diminish their power. It's as if you're witnessing these voices as if they're characters in a play, rather than commands you must obey. By doing this, you start to notice the patterns, when certain voices tend to appear, what triggers them, and what emotions they bring up. Over time, this curiosity helps weaken their hold because you're no longer reacting impulsively or unconsciously. Instead, you're observing, questioning, and ultimately understanding the stories these voices are trying to tell. This process also involves gently challenging the stories that aren't true or helpful. For instance, if a voice whispers, "You're not enough," you might ask, "What evidence do I have for that?" Or, "Is that a story I've been told or that I've created?" This kind of questioning doesn't dismiss your feelings, but invites an open dialogue to dismantle unhelpful beliefs. Remember, these inner voices are part of a larger narrative your mind has been constructing for years. Approaching them with gentle curiosity and compassion allows you to rewrite those narratives from a place of understanding rather than shame or blame. Practice. What belief is beneath this reaction? Sometimes, when a reaction erupts inside us, whether it's anger, sadness, frustration, or anxiety, we tend to focus on the surface of that feeling. We might tell ourselves, "This isn't fair," or "I'm overwhelmed," but beneath those immediate reactions are beliefs we often haven't consciously identified. Asking a straightforward question like, "What belief is beneath this reaction?" creates a gentle pause, offering space to uncover what's really happening inside our minds. Instead of rushing to fix or judge the feeling, this simple inquiry invites curiosity about the underlying story, why we respond the way we do. Such questions help you become aware of your internal assumptions, like "I must always succeed" or "I'm never safe," which shape your reactions more than you might realize. When you slow down enough to ask, "What do I believe about myself or the world right now?" you begin to see that emotions are often just messengers pointing to deeper beliefs that, if left unexamined, run your reactions automatically. Think of this process as a small conversation happening inside your mind. You don't need to analyze or judge your responses. Just pose the question gently and listen. Sometimes the core belief might be something like, I am not enough, which fuels feelings of defensiveness or shame when faced with criticism. Other times, it's a belief like, I must control everything, that triggers frustration or anxiety when things seem unpredictable. Asking this simple question helps these beliefs come into view, giving you the opportunity to notice that your reactions are often based on these underlying stories, rather than the immediate situation itself. This process can be surprisingly revealing and becomes an ongoing tool for understanding yourself. The key is to treat these inquiries with kindness rather than self-criticism. Recognizing the belief behind the reaction is like shining a gentle light into a dark corner of your mind, making what was unconscious more accessible. Once you've identified a core belief behind a reaction, it's useful to observe how that belief influences your perceptions and choices. For example, if you discover that your anger stems from the belief I am unimportant, you begin to see how this story colors your interactions, causing you to feel slighted even where none was intended. Recognizing these beliefs gives you a sense of distance from automatic reactions, allowing you to choose more consciously what to do next. It's not about instantly changing the belief, it's about bringing awareness to it. This awareness softens its power over you and creates room for alternative responses. Over time, by practicing this gentle questioning, you can start to see how many of your reactions are rooted in stories that no longer serve you. Stories that may have been helpful or protective at one time, but are now outdated. Making a habit of asking, what belief is beneath this reaction, cultivates a mindful approach to your inner world. It turns reactions from being uncontrollable outbursts into opportunities for discovery. Sometimes, you might notice recurring beliefs that shape multiple reactions, like feeling you must always be perfect or that your worth depends on others' approval. Identifying these patterns allows you to begin reframing and challenging them, gradually loosen their grip. The process becomes easier with patience and self-compassion. Remember, this isn't about finding perfect answers every time, but rather establishing a kind of dialogue with yourself that fosters understanding and growth. Over time, this simple question becomes a trusted companion, helping you gently peel back layers and uncover the beliefs shaping your inner landscape. Asking about the belief underlying your reactions kicks off the journey toward uncovering the stories that silently shape your behavior. These stories aren't usually fixed. Many have been formed over years of experiences, messages from caregivers, cultural influences, or personal interpretations. They operate mostly below the level of conscious awareness, acting as the unseen forces guiding your perceptions and choices. When you slow down to inquire within, what might have seemed like isolated reactions start to reveal a pattern, an ongoing narrative your mind has been telling itself. For instance, if you often feel anxious in social situations, digging into the belief behind this reaction might reveal a story like, I will be rejected, or I am not enough. These stories shape the way you interpret people's words and actions, often leading you to respond defensively or withdraw. Unveiling these deeper stories requires patience and a gentle curiosity. It's more about observing than fixing, allowing these beliefs to come into consciousness without judgment. Sometimes, these stories are so ingrained that they feel like undeniable truths. People only care about themselves, or I have to be perfect to be loved. Yet, once recognized, they can be challenged as stories that no longer serve your well-being. It helps to remember that these beliefs are often shaped by past experiences and not an absolute reality. As you become more aware of these stories, their power over your reactions diminishes. You start to see your responses as echoes of earlier beliefs, not the entire truth of who you are today. This awareness is liberating because it shows that these stories are constructs, and they can change as you learn to see beyond them. By regularly practicing gentle inquiry, you gradually build a clearer picture of your inner landscape. For example, you might notice recurring themes like I must always be helpful or I can't trust anyone, which influence how you handle conflicts or build relationships. Recognizing these themes allows you to distinguish between the story and the reality of your situation. It also opens the door to questioning whether these beliefs are still true or helpful in your current life. The process of uncovering these stories often reveals how they served a purpose at some point, perhaps as protective mechanisms or ways of making sense of difficult experiences. Understanding this context helps you develop compassion for yourself, seeing these beliefs as reactions to circumstances rather than fixed identities. Over time, you learn to gently challenge and rewrite these stories, creating space for new narratives rooted in acceptance and self-kindness. In essence, uncovering the stories that guide you is about opening space for honest reflection. It's not about blame or self-criticism, but about understanding the roots of your reactions. This practice transforms automatic responses into conscious choices, empowering you to respond with awareness rather than default. As you become more comfortable with this process, you gather a toolkit for navigating emotional triggers and creating more intentional lives. The key is to approach it with patience and curiosity, trusting that each discovery brings you closer to understanding your true self, the self that's capable of compassion, flexibility, and growth. By peeling back these layers gently and consistently, you begin to feel more at home within your own mind and heart, finding freedom from stories that once controlled you. Gently uncovering the deeper stories guiding your actions. Sometimes, as you begin to notice the patterns driving your actions, an inner voice might pop up with frustration or impatience. It's common to expect change to happen quickly, but real understanding often requires a gentle, patient approach. When you start observing your habits, those automatic responses or reactions, it's useful to remind yourself that uncovering the deeper stories behind them takes time. Each layer of the subconscious can feel like peeling an onion. There are many revealings, each more revealing than the last. Approaching this process with a sense of kindness allows you to accept where you are right now, giving room for growth without harsh self-judgment. Patience becomes a vital skill as you explore these hidden parts of your mind. When a thought or feeling arises, rather than rushing to change it or dismiss it, pause and notice it with curiosity. Imagine you're a gentle observer, watching your thoughts drift by like clouds, sometimes fleeting, sometimes lingering, and understanding that each moment is temporary. Over time, this attitude nurtures a soft strength, encouraging you to be curious rather than critical. Compassion flows naturally from patience. If you accept your current state without blame, it transforms your relationship with yourself. You begin to see setbacks not as failures, but as opportunities to learn more about your subconscious stories, creating space for genuine insight to bloom. Developing this patience involves small, consistent actions. For example, when you notice habitual reactions like anger, fear, or avoidance, you can take a breath, acknowledge the feeling, and ask yourself where it might be rooted. By doing so regularly, these moments become invitations for deeper understanding rather than obstacles. Remember, the goal is not perfection, but gentle exploration. Celebrate the courage it takes to look beneath surface behaviors, knowing each step builds your capacity for compassion. As you cultivate patience, you also strengthen your ability to be present, which naturally softens the inner critic and invites more understanding and kindness into your life. As you nurture patience and compassion, you'll find yourself more willing to sit with discomfort and ambiguity. These qualities act as anchors during times of emotional upheaval or confusion, preventing you from spiraling into self-criticism. Instead, you learn to accept these feelings as part of your growth story. This process isn't about fixing yourself, but about gently uncovering the stories that steer your actions, learning their origins, and gradually rewriting your relationship with them. Over time, patience becomes a quiet companion, reminding you that change is a slow, steady dance, one that unfolds naturally when approached with kindness and acceptance. Bringing awareness into your daily life acts like a gentle spotlight, illuminating the unconscious patterns guiding your choices. Often, we go through most of our days on autopilot, reacting out of ingrained habits without realizing it. Developing a conscious awareness of these moments isn't about judgment, it's about seeing clearly. When you notice yourself reacting suddenly or habitually, take a moment to pause and observe what's happening inside. Awareness allows you to step back from automatic reactions, creating space for a new perspective to emerge. With this growing awareness, you start to recognize subtle cues and triggers that often go unnoticed. For instance, you might observe how a certain tone of voice causes a surge of defensiveness, or how a particular environment elicits stress. Noticing these patterns provides insight into the stories playing behind your behaviors. Those stories often rooted in past experiences or unprocessed emotions. By bringing conscious awareness to these moments, you invite a level of curiosity that transforms reactions into opportunities for understanding rather than automatic responses. This ongoing process slowly rewires your relationship with yourself, turning awareness into a powerful tool for real change. One practical way to cultivate this awareness is to set small reminders throughout your day. These could be simple moments of check-in, such as asking yourself, "What am I feeling right now?" Or "What is happening beneath my reaction?" As these questions become habitual, you begin to notice your internal landscape more clearly. Over time, awareness becomes more natural, like a constant companion guiding your choices, rather than an occasional visitor. This clarity provides the foundation for transformation, not by forcing change, but by understanding your inner workings intimately. The more you tune into your internal state, the easier it becomes to respond with intention and compassion, rather than automatic reflex. Understanding that awareness isn't a one-time act, but a continual practice can free you from the expectation of instant clarity. Instead, view it as a gentle process of tuning your perception, much like adjusting a radio to find the clearest signal. As you practice regularly, the stories and beliefs that once lurked in the shadows become less intimidating. They reveal themselves with honesty, and in turn, you gain more control over your responses. Awareness nurtures a sense of curiosity and openness, helping you to see your struggles as parts of a larger, ongoing story rather than fixed truths. That shift in perspective opens the way for profound inner change, grounded in understanding and kindness. Remember that every time you bring awareness to your experience, you're planting a seed for deeper insight. These moments accumulate, gradually transforming how you relate to yourself and the world. By practicing patience and compassion while cultivating awareness, you create an environment of acceptance that invites honest self-exploration. Small, consistent steps lead to lasting shifts, each one rooted in kindness and curiosity, guiding you gently toward greater self-understanding and inner peace. Chapter 10. Making Peace with Your Mind. You can't control your mind, but you can change your relationship with it. Sometimes, it feels like our minds are a storm we can't hold back, thoughts rushing in uncontrollably, feelings bubbling up that we wish we could suppress. That noise in our head isn't something we can simply turn off or dictate to behave differently. Recognizing this can be both freeing and challenging. It's important to realize that trying to control every thought or feeling is like trying to tame the ocean, an impossible task. Instead of fighting the tide, we can learn to acknowledge its presence without getting swept away by it. This shift from control to acceptance fuels a gentler relationship with our inner world. Accepting our mental limits doesn't mean resigning ourselves to perpetual chaos or helplessness. It's about understanding that some aspects of our mind are inherently outside our direct influence. Thoughts will come and go, just like clouds drifting across the sky. The real power lies in how we relate to those thoughts. Do we cling to them or try to push them away? Or do we observe them with curiosity and kindness? When we accept that our mind won't always be predictable or manageable, it becomes easier to let go of the struggle, reducing suffering that comes from constant resistance. This acceptance lays the groundwork for cultivating a compassionate stance towards ourselves and our inner experiences. Changing our relationship with our inner world starts with a simple yet profound shift. Noticing our mental patterns without judgment. When a thought arises, instead of immediately reacting or trying to hold on to it, we learn to see it as a passing visitor. This creates space between ourselves and our mental noise, giving us room to choose how to respond. We can quietly remind ourselves that we don't have to define ourselves by these thoughts. They are just thoughts, temporary phenomena that do not have to control us. Developing this perspective helps to soften the tension we often feel about our internal experiences and opens a door to more kindness and patience. It's natural to want to fight against uncomfortable thoughts or feelings, especially when they feel overwhelming. We often think resisting pain will make it go away faster, but in reality, resistance can deepen our suffering. Instead, cultivating a stance of curiosity and compassion allows us to sit alongside our internal struggles without making them a battleground. When we approach our mind with gentle inquiry, we begin to see that these mental states are not enemies, but parts of us seeking understanding. Asking ourselves questions like, "What is this feeling trying to tell me?" or "Where is this thought coming from?" opens the door to awareness rather than avoidance. This curiosity makes the process less intimidating and more inviting. Practicing compassion involves treating ourselves with kindness, even when our mind is in turmoil. Imagine speaking to yourself as you would to a close friend who is upset or confused. Don't criticize or judge your thoughts. Acknowledge them as valid parts of your experience. This gentle acceptance creates a safer internal environment and reduces the tendency to push away or suppress certain thoughts or feelings. Over time, this compassionate curiosity fosters a sense of safety, encouraging a healthier dialogue with our inner world. Instead of fighting against what's there, we become a receptive observer, allowing our thoughts and feelings to come and go naturally. When we choose curiosity over resistance, we gain valuable insights about ourselves. For example, noticing that a particular worry keeps recurring can reveal underlying fears or unmet needs. Approaching these patterns with genuine interest rather than frustration leads to deeper understanding and potential changes. This approach doesn't mean we ignore problems, but that we relate to them in a way that promotes healing rather than perpetuation of pain. It's about shifting from a defensive posture, trying to suppress or fight, to a curious one that invites clarity and compassion. As we soften our stance and develop patience, our internal landscape gradually becomes less turbulent and more navigable. Ultimately, both acceptance and compassion are pathways to a kinder relationship with the mind. When we stop battling the mental noise and instead meet it with understanding, we start to soften the tight grip of resistance. This shift doesn't eliminate difficulties, but it changes how we experience them. We begin to see ourselves as allies rather than enemies, which offers a different kind of strength. The strength to be with whatever arises, without needing to control it. This gentle reframe helps us find a space of peace amid the inevitable ebb and flow of internal experiences, making it easier to remain centered even when the mind is restless. Remember, this process isn't about perfection. Some days will be easier, others more challenging. Recognize that each moment is an opportunity to practice this new way of relating, one rooted in kindness, curiosity, and acceptance. Making small, mindful shifts in how you respond to your inner world can create lasting change over time. The key is consistency. Every time you notice resistance or judgment creeping in, gently guide yourself back to a place of openness and compassion. Through this, your relationship with your mind begins to shift from struggle to understanding, from combat to coexistence. The goal isn't to silence thoughts, it's to respond to them wisely. Sometimes, our minds feel overwhelmed with racing thoughts, chatter, and endless distractions. It's easy to believe that achieving a calm or quiet mind requires eliminating all thoughts, but that's a misconception. True peace comes not from silencing the mind entirely, but from developing a state of balance. When we understand that our thoughts are natural and unavoidable, we start to see them as part of the mind's flow rather than enemies to conquer. It's about learning to coexist peacefully with these thoughts, allowing them to pass without getting caught up in their intensity or urgency. This shift in perspective helps us cultivate an inner environment where thoughts aren't a source of stress, but simply phenomena that come and go. Imagine sitting quietly and noticing a stream of random thoughts, some fleeting, some persistent, without trying to stop or judge them. This is a key insight. Peacefulness isn't about having no thoughts, but about changing our relationship to them. When we accept the presence of our thoughts without attaching meaning or reacting impulsively, we create space for a calmer, steadier mind. Over time, this recognition helps us respond to everyday stresses with greater clarity and less emotional upheaval. It's like learning to surf rather than fighting the waves. We honor the natural rhythm of mental activity instead of resisting it. Building this kind of mental balance takes patience, but every small step toward awareness adds to a foundation of genuine calm. One practical way to nurture this balance is through mindful observation. Instead of trying to chase away thoughts or clamp down on them, simply notice them as they appear. Observe their shape, their tone, their speed, and then gently let them go. Think of your mind as a peaceful lake, with ripples that come and go but do not disturb the water's core stillness. Recognizing that thoughts are transient helps lessen their power over us. This understanding reinforces that peace isn't about having a blank mind, but about cultivating a gentle awareness that allows thoughts to exist without disturbance. When you cultivate this balance, your mind can become a safe space where thoughts are allowed to pass naturally, keeping stress at bay and promoting genuine well-being. Many of us move through the day reacting on impulse, often without pausing to think. These automatic responses are usually driven by patterns, habits, or emotional triggers that have become ingrained over time. While reacting in the moment might seem efficient or natural, it often leads to misunderstandings, unnecessary conflict, or feelings of regret afterward. Developing the ability to respond intentionally requires a moment of awareness, an opening where we consciously choose how to act rather than simply reflexively reacting. This practice doesn't mean suppressing emotions or ignoring what we feel. Instead, it's about cultivating a space where we can check in with our inner experience before responding. It's like inserting a small pause between stimulus and reaction, allowing us to decide how to proceed. To start cultivating this intentionality, become more aware of your habitual responses. Notice when certain situations trigger automatic reactions, whether it's irritation, defensiveness, or rushing to fix something. When you recognize these patterns, you create an opportunity to breathe and take stock before responding. For example, if someone criticizes you, instead of immediately defending yourself, you might pause, acknowledge the feeling behind your reaction, and then choose a more considered reply. This process might feel unnatural at first, but with practice, it begins to feel more intuitive. Over time, the habit of mindful responding helps build emotional resilience and reduces the frequency of reactive behavior. The goal is not perfection but gentle progress, gradually shifting from impulsive reactions to thoughtful responses that reflect a clearer mind and a calmer heart. One effective method to help establish this habit is to incorporate brief moments of reflection into your daily routine. For instance, during a break or after a challenging interaction, pause and ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? What do I need in this moment? How would I like to respond? By consciously asking these questions, you create a small space for choice. This practice can be as simple as counting to 3 before reacting or taking a deep breath when tension rises. Remember, becoming responsive rather than reactive is a skill that develops gradually through patience and consistency. As you practice, you'll notice that your reactions become more aligned with your true intentions, leading to better relationships and inner peace. Making this shift transforms not just how you handle external events, but also how you relate to your inner world. From mind trap to mind trust. Many of us are familiar with that relentless background noise in the mind, filled with self-criticism, doubts, or endless thinking about the past and future. Sometimes, it feels like you're battling a streaming monologue that you can't fully shut down, no matter how hard you try. Instead of fighting this internal chatter, a more helpful approach is to shift your relationship from trying to control every thought to simply trusting that it's part of your mind's natural rhythm. Recognizing that thoughts are not enemies, but fleeting visitors can instantly reduce their hold over you. When you stop aiming to suppress or control thoughts, they lose some of their power, and you start to see your inner world more clearly. This shift begins with understanding that control is an illusion. Your mind is designed to think, to analyze, and to generate endless stories. The more you try to clamp down on this process, the more stubborn or overwhelming it can feel. Instead, imagine treating your inner dialogue like a passing cloud. Acknowledge it without judgment and allow it to drift by. Trust develops as you realize that thoughts are not intrinsically dangerous. They are just mental events. Over time, this creates a kind of safe space inside where thoughts come and go, and you learn to watch rather than fight them. It's about cultivating an attitude of curiosity instead of resistance, which opens the door to a more peaceful and trusting relationship with your mind. Practicing this kind of trust involves gentle awareness. When a thought arises that sparks anxiety or self-doubt, instead of trying to control or dismiss it, pause and ask yourself, is this really true right now? Or can I just observe this thought without acting on it? Letting thoughts be what they are, rather than what you think they should be, helps weaken their grip. It's a gradual process of learning to experience your inner chatter without feeding it more energy or judgment. Over time, you'll notice less attachment to your thoughts, and they will feel more like passing waves rather than a constant storm to be tamed. This is where trust begins to settle in. Trust that your mind is capable of processing thoughts without you needing to micromanage every detail. Once you start noticing that you don't need to control every flicker of thought, the next step is to build confidence in how you relate to your inner world. Confidence here doesn't mean feeling perfect or never experiencing inner noise. Instead, it involves trusting your capacity to move through whatever thoughts arise with kindness. Many of us have learned to be harsh judges of our mental chatter, which only adds tension and self-doubt. Instead, imagine meeting your inner voice like a gentle friend, one who listens patiently and responds with compassion. This shift in attitude transforms how you experience your mind, making it easier to stay present and resilient. Building this kind of confidence begins with cultivating self-compassion. When you notice negative self-talk or persistent worries, rather than criticizing yourself for not being in control, try softening the tone. Offer words of kindness, such as, "It's okay to feel this way," or "This thought is just passing through." Over time, this helps the brain associate inner experiences with warmth and acceptance rather than rejection. You also strengthen your confidence by practicing curiosity, asking yourself what these thoughts might be trying to tell you, rather than trying to shut them down. By approaching your inner landscape with patience and self-kindness, you foster a sense of safety that empowers you to know your thoughts don't define you. It's helpful to remember that building confidence is a gradual process. Each time you choose to respond with kindness, you reinforce a new pattern of trust and self-acceptance. This can be supported by regular check-ins, where you pause and thank yourself for simply noticing your inner world. Over time, those moments accumulate, creating a deeper sense of stability and trust in your own capacity to navigate your thoughts. You'll find that even amidst mental noise, there's space for kindness, and within that space, confidence naturally grows. As you develop this trusting relationship with your mind, you begin to notice that inner noise no longer needs to be a source of distress. Instead, it becomes a part of your ongoing story that you observe without judgment. Confidence is built step by step, through consistent practice and genuine kindness towards yourself. When you start believing in your ability to sit with your thoughts compassionately, everything inside begins to soften. You are then more able to see your internal world as a place of potential growth, rather than a battleground to be won. This gentle attitude nurtures a quiet certainty that your mind can be trusted, just as it is. A practical tip to strengthen this inner confidence is to set aside a few moments each day for mindful acknowledgement, simply noticing your thoughts without trying to change them. Offer yourself a few words of encouragement, such as, "It's okay to feel this," or "Thoughts come and go, I am safe." These small acts build a foundation of trust, allowing your mind to gradually become a more gentle, supportive space for yourself. Through this, you learn that confidence doesn't come from fixing your thoughts, but from accepting them with kindness and patience. Practice your new inner dialogue template. Many of us are used to being harsh or critical with ourselves when things go wrong or when we face difficult feelings. That natural tendency to criticize or judge tends to intensify the discomfort instead of easing it. Instead, the key is to develop a gentle, supportive internal voice, a kind of inner dialogue that feels like giving yourself a warm hug rather than a punch to the ego. This internal script needs to be simple, soothing, and relatable, making it easy to recall during stressful moments. Imagine speaking to yourself in a tone you'd use with a close friend, calm, encouraging, and understanding. When you notice negative self-talk creeping in, pause and reframe it into a soft, compassionate message that emphasizes acceptance rather than judgment. For example, if you catch yourself thinking, "I failed again," gently remind yourself, "This is a tough moment, but I am here for myself, and I can get through it." This shift in tone helps to create a safe space inside your mind where challenges aren't met with hostility, but with kindness. Over time, this supportive dialogue becomes a natural reflex, helping you handle setbacks without spiraling into self-criticism. The goal is to craft an inner script that feels nurturing rather than punishing, one that recognizes your pain as part of being human and invites your inner voice to act as a comforting presence. Making this a habit transforms your inner dialogue from a source of shame into a tool for reassurance and growth, fostering patience and understanding from within. Remember, every time you practice this gentle approach, you are rewiring your mental habits towards more compassion and resilience. Once you have a gentle script in place, it's equally important to reinforce a mindset rooted in self-compassion and resilience. This involves consciously reminding yourself that struggle and imperfection are natural parts of life. When setbacks occur, rather than dwelling on what went wrong or sinking into self-judgment, practice viewing these moments as opportunities for growth. Resilience is not just about bouncing back, but also about treating yourself with understanding as you navigate your difficulties. Developing this mindset begins with acknowledging that everyone encounters struggles, and it's okay to feel overwhelmed sometimes. Self-compassion means treating yourself as you would treat a good friend, offering kindness, patience, and encouragement instead of blame or criticism. You can reinforce this daily by consciously repeating affirmations like, "I am doing my best," "I am worthy of kindness," or "Challenges are part of my learning process." It's also helpful to recognize your past successes in overcoming difficulties, which can boost your confidence in facing future hardships. Building resilience requires a shift in perspective, from seeing setbacks as failures to viewing them as essential steps in your personal journey. As you cultivate a supportive inner attitude, you strengthen your capacity to withstand stress and bounce back more quickly. This resilient mindset fosters you to stay connected with your inner strength, even during hard times, and reminds you that your worth isn't tied to perfection, but to ongoing effort and self-acceptance. Keep nourishing this outlook daily, and over time, you'll notice that challenges feel less overwhelming and self-kindness becomes your default reaction. Embracing the gentle art of coexistence with your inner world. Sometimes, the noise inside can feel overwhelming, thoughts rushing in like a crowded train, feelings bubbling up unexpectedly, and a sense that we're locked in a constant battle with our own minds. It's easy to fall into the trap of viewing these mental experiences as enemies or failures. But what if we shifted that perspective? Instead of seeing your mind as something that needs to be fought or suppressed, try imagining it as a quiet, well-meaning companion. When you notice a harsh or anxious thought, rather than criticizing yourself, gently acknowledge it as a part of you, like an old friend sharing their worries. This small shift in how you relate to your inner world makes a difference, transforming inner conflict into understanding and acceptance. Recognizing your thoughts as a natural part of being human can lighten the emotional burden and create space for dialogue rather than judgment. This process involves developing curiosity rather than resistance. When a stressful thought arises, instead of trying to push it away or silence it, ask yourself, what is this thought really about? Or what is this feeling trying to tell me? This approach fosters a compassionate attitude towards your mental experiences, helping you see them as guides rather than enemies. Over time, this can change your whole relationship with your mind, making it less threatening or overwhelming. Remember, your thoughts are not inherently good or bad. They are simply your mental landscape, constantly changing, like clouds drifting across the sky. Learning to see your mind as a helpful companion, perhaps even a wise one, encourages a more gentle, accepting approach to your inner world. Many of us carry the assumption that our thoughts and feelings should be different, more positive, calm, or manageable. But real peace isn't about eradicating every uncomfortable emotion or unwanted thought. It's about learning to coexist with them. Living alongside your inner experiences with openness means allowing yourself to feel what you need to feel without judgment or resistance. Instead of trying to fix or change your feelings immediately, observe them as if you're watching passing clouds. Notice where sensations or emotions reside in your body and let them be there. Over time, this openness fosters a sense of familiarity, and what was once distressing begins to lose its power. It becomes less about fighting the storm and more about sitting with it calmly, knowing it will pass in its own time. Practicing openness involves developing patience and compassion towards yourself. When difficult thoughts or emotions surface, perhaps worry, sadness, or frustration, greet them with kindness. You might softly say, "Hello, I see you are here," or "It's okay to feel this way." In doing so, you disrespect the habit of fighting or suppressing your inner life. Instead, you promote a healthier relationship with yourself, one that respects the ebb and flow of your emotional experience. Over time, this approach nurtures resilience and a lighter attitude, making even challenging feelings more manageable because they are accepted rather than rejected. The key is to remember that feelings and thoughts are part of your human experience, and you don't need to be perfect or always happy to simply live well within your own mind. One practical tip is to establish small moments of mindful awareness throughout the day. For example, pause periodically to check in with how you're feeling or what you're thinking without trying to change anything. Just observe, breathe, and acknowledge whatever is present. This regular practice slowly trains your mind to accept rather than resist, creating a rhythm of openness and ease that becomes natural over time. The more you practice this gentle coexistence, the more your inner world starts to feel like a safe space rather than a battleground, and peace becomes a quiet, steady presence inside you. Conclusion: home isn't a place, it's how you feel in your own head. You live in your mind longer than anywhere else. Make it livable. It's easy to overlook the fact that most of our daily mental energy is spent inside our own heads. We live with our thoughts, emotions, and perceptions longer than anywhere else. Sometimes the endless chatter, worries, or self-judgments feel overwhelming, as if our mind is a noisy place we can't escape from. Recognizing that tending to this inner environment matters is the first step toward making it more livable. When we start to notice how our thoughts influence our mood and our daily experience, it becomes clearer that a calm, balanced mind isn't just a luxury. It's a foundation for feeling stable in life. Our mental space, much like a home, needs regular upkeep, kindness, and attention to feel welcoming rather than chaotic or neglected. This awareness invites us to examine how we treat our inner world. Do we leave it cluttered with stressful thoughts? Do we neglect the quiet moments that could bring clarity? Understanding that your mind is your personal sanctuary encourages you to see your inner space with the same compassion and care you would offer a good friend. When you begin to nurture this space, you create a sense of safety within yourself, not because everything is perfect, but because you acknowledge your internal landscape and choose to care for it. This practice doesn't require grand gestures. It's about small steps, paying attention to your thoughts, noticing when your mind feels heavy, and gently guiding it back to a state of calm. Over time, these small choices build a more supportive and stable mental environment, turning your inner world into a true refuge rather than a battleground. Creating a sense of home inside your mind begins with intentional practices that cultivate awareness and acceptance. Mindfulness is a natural starting point, simply paying attention to your thoughts, feelings, and bodily sensations without judgment. For example, taking a few moments each day to observe your breath or notice your surroundings can ground you in the present moment. These tiny acts of mindful attention help dismantle the habit of constant distraction or runaway worry, replacing it with a stable awareness that feels rooted and secure. Alongside mindfulness, perspectives that foster compassion toward yourself build that sense of belonging within your mind. When self-critical thoughts arise, instead of fighting them or getting caught up in their negativity, practice acknowledging them with gentle curiosity. Remind yourself that everyone has moments of doubt or insecurity. These are part of being human. By cultivating a compassionate narrative about your inner experience, you encourage a mindset where your mental space feels more like a safe haven. You can also incorporate practices like gratefulness or focusing on positive memories, which reinforce a sense of warmth and familiarity inside. These perspectives transform your internal landscape from a place of noise and chaos into a comforting home where you feel accepted, no matter what challenges you're facing. Establishing routines that reinforce this sense of internal security is also helpful. Simple habits like journaling your thoughts and emotions, practicing gentle self-talk, or setting aside quiet moments for reflection create physical signs that your inner environment matters. For instance, ending your day with a few minutes of gratitude or gentle breathing can serve as a mental reset, making your mind a more welcoming space. Over time, these practices become familiar landmarks in your internal geography, places you return to when stress or uncertainty come knocking. By intentionally choosing perspectives and routines that foster stability and kindness, you reinforce the idea that your mind can be a true home, a safe, nurturing space you can carry with you at any moment. Keep in mind, developing this inner refuge doesn't happen overnight. It's a continuous process built from small, consistent choices. Sometimes the key is simply noticing when your mind feels crowded or tense, and then intentionally redirecting your attention somewhere gentle and restorative. That small act acts like a soft pillow for your mental home, providing comfort and stability. Whether through mindfulness, compassion, or simple routines, each step strengthens your connection to that inner space as a place where you belong. Remember, your mind is always yours to cultivate, a home worth tending to every single day. You don't need to escape your mind. You just need to understand it. Sometimes, our mind feels like a noisy neighbor, constantly chatting, opening old wounds, or replaying anxieties. It's easy to want to escape that constant hum of thoughts and feelings, to push away what feels uncomfortable. But instead of fighting against this mental chatter, what if we chose to approach it differently? Moving from resistance to curiosity means seeing our thoughts not as enemies, but as messengers trying to tell us something. When we develop a gentle curiosity about our inner world, we begin to understand our patterns without judgment. This shift often feels small but can profoundly change how we relate to ourselves. It's like learning to sit beside a restless child instead of shutting them out. With patience, the noise starts to soften. By fostering this compassionate relationship, we create space for acceptance and eventually healing. One way to cultivate curiosity is to observe your thoughts without labeling them as good or bad. Notice when your mind wanders into worry or frustration and gently ask, "What is this thought trying to tell me?" Or "Why am I feeling this way now?" Approaching your mental chatter as if it's a story rather than an obstacle helps create distance. This perspective invites you to see thoughts as fleeting, passing phenomena rather than defined aspects of your identity. Over time, this curiosity deepens, and you may start to notice recurring themes or emotional triggers. Recognizing these without judgment allows for a more compassionate stance. You're simply paying attention, not trying to fix or suppress. Remember, each time you meet your inner world with kindness, you're teaching yourself that your thoughts and feelings are part of being human, not something to escape from. Building a caring relationship with your mind also involves practicing mindfulness and self-compassion daily. This could mean setting aside a few moments each day to simply notice your thoughts as they happen, without trying to change them. When difficult feelings arise, instead of reacting harshly or pushing them away, offer gentle reassurance. Remind yourself that pain, worry, or restlessness are natural parts of life. For example, if your mind feels overwhelmed, you might say to yourself, "It's okay to feel this way. I am safe right now." This attitude transforms your internal dialogue into a supportive conversation, fostering trust and patience. Over time, this approach can loosen the grip of resistance and develop a more spacious, understanding mindset, helping you to feel more at home within your own mental landscape. Our minds are inherently unpredictable, like a river flowing through changing terrains. Some days, thoughts are clear and calm, while other times they storm with worry, excitement, or doubt. This constant shifting is not a flaw or a sign of weakness, but a fundamental aspect of being human. When we try to hold on to thoughts or push uncomfortable feelings away, we often unknowingly create more suffering. Instead, accepting that mental fluctuations are unavoidable allows us to stop fighting ourselves. This acceptance isn't passive resignation. It's an active acknowledgement that our internal landscape will always have highs and lows. Recognizing this natural rhythm helps us to be more gentle with ourselves and reduces the tendency to judge our mental state as good or bad. In this way, acceptance becomes a bridge to inner peace, freeing us from the cycle of resistance and longing for a different, calmer mind. Understanding the ebb and flow of thoughts requires observing without attachment. If your mind is busy one moment and surprisingly still the next, think of it as weather patterns, ever-changing but part of a greater cycle. This perspective can ease the frustration that often accompanies mental storms. Instead of trying to clamp down on your thoughts, welcome them as temporary visitors. When you notice your mind wandering into anxious or negative territory, remind yourself, this is just a passing phase. The more you accept these fluctuations as normal, the less space you give to judgment or self-criticism. Over time, this attitude helps you develop resilience and patience, allowing your mental weather to move naturally through its cycles without causing unnecessary distress. It teaches us that we are not our thoughts, but rather the observers of a continuous inner dance. A practical step to reinforce this acceptance is to adopt a stance of gentle curiosity whenever you notice your mind drifting or reacting strongly. Instead of labeling experiences as bad or wrong, simply acknowledge them as part of your human condition. For instance, if you find yourself caught in a spiral of worry, take a breath and think, this is how my mind is right now. Embracing these moments as normal and temporary gives you a kind of emotional resilience, an ability to stay present with whatever is unfolding inside you. Ultimately, this creates a foundation of patience and openness that can transform how you relate to the inevitable ups and downs of your internal world, making it feel less like an enemy to conquer and more like an old, familiar friend. Keep listening, keep questioning, keep softening. That's how you find your way home. Sometimes, it's tempting to believe that peace is something we find once and hold on to forever. But in reality, it's a practice that unfolds moment by moment. Maintaining a gentle awareness of our inner world allows us to notice feelings, thoughts, and sensations as they arise without rushing to change or judge them. Mindfulness isn't about perfection. It's about steady curiosity, asking ourselves, what is happening right now? With kindness rather than criticism. When we practice this regularly, it creates a space where our mind can soften, easing tension and inviting acceptance. This ongoing attention to what is happening within helps us stay connected to ourselves, even amid chaos or discomfort. Over time, this gentle inquiry becomes a natural part of our day, helping us see that peace isn't a distant goal, but a rhythm to cultivate, one breath at a time. Alongside mindfulness, self-compassion acts as a guiding hand. When we observe our struggles with kindness instead of judgment, it softens the edges of our pain. Think of it like tending to a wounded friend, offering patience, understanding, and reassurance. Self-compassion involves acknowledging that we are human, prone to mistakes and setbacks, and that these are part of our growth. By speaking kindly to ourselves, especially during difficult moments, we reduce feelings of shame and build resilience. Practices like placing a hand on your heart or silently whispering, "It's okay to feel this," can reinforce this gentle stance. Bringing awareness and kindness together creates a safe space within, encouraging peace to grow gradually and naturally. This softening doesn't mean ignoring pain. It means meeting it with acceptance, which allows healing to take root. It's easy to wish that peace or clarity would arrive instantly, like flipping a switch. But true connection to ourselves takes time, patience, and a gentle voice that reminds us, this too shall pass. Coming home to your inner world is less a destination and more a journey of small, loving steps. Each time you notice tension or resistance, you have an opportunity to pause, breathe, and meet yourself with warmth rather than frustration. These moments, when practiced consistently, shape the way you relate to your experience. Over days, months, and even years, the process fosters a deeper understanding that growth is nonlinear, sometimes slow, sometimes sudden, but always unfolding at its own pace. Remember, the act of coming home isn't about perfection. It's about showing up with kindness whenever you stumble or feel lost. Each gentle step builds a stronger, more compassionate connection to yourself, guiding you home, one small, loving act at a time. Developing patience in this journey helps us accept that progress is often subtle. For instance, even noticing that you are not yet at peace, but are aware of your unrest, is itself a sign of growth. It's like tending to a garden. Sometimes, the soil needs time to loosen, and seedlings need nurturing before they bloom. Allowing yourself to be imperfect keeps the process tender and sustainable. It's also helpful to remember that this isn't a race with a finish line. Instead, it's a continual practice of returning, year after year, to the truth of your presence. When you remind yourself that growth is gradual, each small step becomes a celebration. A reminder that every moment of awareness and self-kindness contributes to your eventual sense of home. With practice, you'll start recognizing that the journey itself often provides more peace than any destination ever could. Thank you for listening to The Mind You Live In, brought to you by Mindful Literary. If you made it this far, I hope you're walking away with something more than just insights. I hope you're walking away with compassion. For your mind, for your stories, for the parts of you still learning how to feel safe inside. Remember, home isn't a place. It's how you feel in your own head. Keep softening. Keep questioning. Keep showing up. And when the noise gets loud again, as it inevitably does, come back to these pages. Or maybe just to yourself. If this book resonated with you, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing to the channel. It helps us reach more people who might need these words too. Until next time, be kind to the mind you live in.